Hey, guess who's back? The narcissist, of course. What's up, County Boy 87? It's been a while. Might as well light a cigar while I'm here. You know, been hearing that word passed around a lot lately. The narcissist. Call me Lex Luger then. Fuck that. You're such a narcissist. Let him, let it fall where it falls. Let it sit where it sits. I don't care, nor do I give a shit. Mm, fresh Coke is no joke. Coca-Cola, that is. Say no to drugs unless your state legalizes it or prescribed by a doctor. Either way, I don't give a shit at you. Who else in the building? Say something. Do something. Be something. Be a man and a woman. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Coke and Brown goes easy down. LAPD SWAT, what's up? The return of the narcissist, man. Gotta love it. You got such an inflated ego of yourself. No, I'm just not gonna put myself down below for anybody. Yes, yes, we must all support the conquering lions of Judah, the black conquering lions of Judah. Woo! Yes, yes, yes. See, we should stop being afraid to be called a narcissist. What's up, shit. What's up, T brother? We should all stop being afraid of being called the narcissist. You think so highly of yourself. What am I supposed to shit on myself? God damn. You think you all that. I don't, but you obviously do. And saying one. What's up and saying one? Oh man. Gotta play the little arrogant role sometimes. But that's what they call arrogant, you know. Black man gotta be humble. Black man gotta be humble all the time. Gotta throw his head down. Oh Lord, Lord, Lordy. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. You know they don't like it if you show a little gumption. They ain't gonna like that. Mm-mm. They ain't gonna like that. Matter of fact, hold up. Since I can make the screens bigger. Yep. You know. So I can make the screens and the characters bigger. The day of the Statue of Pepper is over. Yeah, I'm much better, so saying one. Had some turmoil this week, but we don't know losses over here. We only know setbacks. We only know setbacks, man. Sometimes you need a reminder to motivate yourself to be better. And that's what I got. My reminder. Let me see. Let me change my picture to make sure I am the narcissist. Oh, that's a badass picture right there, boy. Look at that. Superman above me. Let me set up. Little glasses over there. Nice liquor. Sometimes you gotta be the man. Let me see something. Yeah, right there. Yeah, I like that picture. Red, black, and green. Yeah, we gotta do that red, black, and green. A lot of certifications, man. Oh, yeah, you see that? It's a lot of them. That's not even half of them, dude. Not even half of them. Not even half of them. I could put more up there soon. A lot of credentials, man. Same thing the media keeps telling Shador Sanders. He's too arrogant, he's too confident. Let the young man live. You know, they said the same thing about Lamar Jackson. They said the same thing about Michael Vick, Russell Cunningham, all these other black Negro quarterbacks. They're too arrogant. But yet, white boys could be a goddamn maverick anytime he wants, right? Why can't I be arrogant? I have a question. And T. Riddler said they can't call you untrained or undereducated. Believe it or not, they still try to. I'm more qualified than most motherfuckers think. Even when I took security jobs, I'm more qualified than the people who supervised me. And I'm more qualified than his boss. That's why they make sure people like me are only called when it's really dangerous or when they need something, because I'm looked at as a threat. So, Mella, you gotta understand something. When you are confident in set abilities that's been tested during time and effort and training, that's confidence. Arrogance is just a delusion of grandeur, an unreasonable amount. Call it like you call it the way you see it, but there's some people that are going to be better. We don't like the betters. We don't like the betters. We don't like the people who are that good. I want you to think about it. How long did it take you to become proficient in your chosen professions, careers, jobs, occupations, if you will? After some point in time, you should be able to do your given tasks damn near blindfolded. But you know what really happens? Jealousy occurs once people notice that you're damn near effortless in your abilities. I want you to look at the mating and dating scene. A man who's respectful towards women but not kissing their ass is called sassy. Why do I have to be sassy to be respectful to you but not kiss your ass? Think about that. You become proficient. You do your due diligence. You do your training. No, not good enough. Not wonderful enough. You got to be pulled down a peg. I remember the other day when I told one of my best friends, I said, if I honestly keep it a buck, keep it a stack, keep it even 10 stacks. I had fun moments with females, but I never said those are fun. I mean, sexual endeavors are fun, but not working towards them. It's really taxing if you really think about it. The most fun situations and places I had were with my boys. And they're like, no, shit, I had the most fun with just getting this pussy. Did you? If I'm putting in all this damn work and you catching Charlie horses, did you really? I said, really, if you think about it, you're the one sweating. You're the one trying to get a nut and she's getting 10 of them. I said, that's cool and all, but if I'm really in mutual enjoyment, that's one thing. But most of my fun is experiences with my boys. No, no, no. You want companionship? And it's funny. I hate the term companionship because a lot of people, even my boys, will talk this bullshit about companionship. But do you really enjoy being around a person 24/7? Some people can, some people can't. And you're complaining about the same individual you talk about companionship the next second. I mean, two things could be true very few times in the universe, but we got to look at it. No, 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 I had fun. Well, we had fun. No, no, no. Did you have fun with that individual because it was actually pure enjoyment, or did you have fun because you made yourself have fun? That's the question. And saying one, that's, you said nope, I like my space. I mean, you got to be honest. And you think that, like I said, I think a lot of females out there are full of shit. And it's not because of what happened to me personally. You got to look at how many calls I've been on as an officer. You got to look at how many people I know. Just walking down the street to my car, I can literally look at male female interactions. Go on, walk to Rural Farms, and walk to the gas station or something, or the store, the corner store. You'll see it, and you're like, I remember growing up when I was a little kid, about 4 or 5. Women used to be sweethearts. Now they're little assholes, and to say anything else would actually be insulting. And now they're like, no, you just bitter. What the fuck am I bitter about if I'm aware? Awareness and bitterness are two different things. Bitterness is constantly going in a circle. I refuse to go in a goddamn circle. Bitterness is your red pill rage. I gotta kill women, fuck these men up, da 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 da. You're right, BGS. They're full of shit. And I see a lot of potential in some women, but like potential is not kinetic. It's not ever moving. It's just stored. It's the possibility. And too many people go off of the possibility and not the certainty. And what I mean by that is we want to make hoes into housewives, too many of us, and think that we could change them. If Jesus Christ can't change them, who the fuck are you? And I would challenge any man on that theory. Just like I would tell a woman, if a nigga's on a street corner, pitching like Nolan Ryan, are we really looking for wife material, or are we just looking for lust? And then get upset why she's going to use you like a mark. Everybody plays the fool sometime. But I get called bitter, and I'm like, for such a bitter guy, I still get a lot of attention. It's not my fault. Not bad for the bitter. It's not bad for the bitter. The foolishness I think that a lot of men have is that you think that you know what, Mela? I'm so glad you asked that question. Why be attracted to a whore in the first place? What's attractive to a hormone? What's the most attractive thing to a hormonal male? A young hormonal male. What's the most attractive thing to a young hormonal male? That's the question I'm asked. Anybody want to take a stab at it? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? The most attractive thing to a young hormonal male is a sexually available woman. Okay? If she's clean and she's willing, you're going. This is the reason why I told that stud, who do you think is going to have more sexual opportunities? Is it easier for a man to get pussy or a woman to get dick? She said, well, a lot of these guys be fucking. No, they don't. No, they don't. I like to quote BGS. We like whores, but we're not trying to marry whores. At least the smart ones are not. The problem the problem with a lot of things is that you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Remember that thing about black pill BGS told you about? A black pill woman looks at women differently. A black pill woman's going to look at things differently. Just like a black pill man will look at women differently. A black pill man, if he gets married, that wife is going to have an ultra purpose. She's going to have to facilitate something really well in that man's life. Excuse me. He's not about wasting his time. He's about efficiency and effectiveness. If she does nothing like that, yep. Whores pay for love, not sex. Exactly. That's why whores have pimps or somebody to regulate her emotions. Without that pimp, she's a renegade. She's going to be very suicidal, emotionally distraught. But you got to remember, a man like me who's aware of this shit, I'm called bitter. When I don't have a bitter bone in my body, I just talk the truth. There's nothing wrong with me saying bitches ain't shit and niggas ain't too far behind. The problem is you have those out there in the world who thinks the best out of everything. And the saddest part about it is that, you know, people get upset about those truths because of A, they can't get the women they want, or in the cases of women, the men they want, or B, and they don't understand nor like the status quo. There are some people on this earth that's never had to go to the status quo. You think Boris Kojo had to suffer the fate of the average man? The words is fucking no. Idris Elba, no. David Beckham, hell no. They have never had to deal with average man problems. If anything, they will tell you it ain't as great on the other side either. But to be quite good for you, Bella, I'm going to ask you a question. Why are so many chicks attracted to drug dealers, scammers, and murderers? And you'll get your answer on why there are guys who appreciated hoes. Remember that song? That girl is poison. Never trust a big butt and smile. Have you noticed? Back in the day, my generation is probably the last generation. Your mother told you not to date certain girls. Now your mothers don't even care. As a matter of fact, your mother will probably go to the club with your girlfriend and y'all both fucking shaking ass and chasing men. That's not a trait you'll see with fathers. Fathers don't go out to clubs. It's very rare you'll see a father say go out. You'll see them go to a pool hall, a mechanic shop, a comic book shop, some shit like that. You ain't gonna see them go to no club, dancing around and shit. It's very rare. Very rare. But a mother and daughter, it's funny because you would kind of feel awkward chasing girls with your son as a grown man. It's one thing to attract that age group if he's of adult age, but it's another one you with your son doing it. It just doesn't sit right for most adult fathers and men. But what do I know? I'm just some guy. Shout out to my boy. I'm just some guy. Um, we're gonna talk about this one thing. I've been called bitter. I've been called a narcissist. I've been called arrogant. And I gotta ask that question. What about me says arrogant? But yet, I've been around chicks who spend so much time in the mirror with their reflection. I've spent so much time with people damn near infatuated with themselves. And one day I think I'm going to make a list, and maybe today, it maybe tomorrow, who knows. I'm going to make a list called the words I think black women should stop using out of context. Because narcissism, believe it or not, is actually a mental disorder. It comes from the story of the narcissist in Greek mythology who drowned looking at his own reflection in the river. When they say you're a narcissist, and I had to tell this one lady I was talking to and dating when she talked about her second baby daddy. Can't make this shit up. She said he was a schemer and he was a narcissist and he deceived her. No, because a narcissist wouldn't deceive you. A narcissist would never deceive you because they wouldn't think anything is wrong with them in the first place. That's the point of narcissism. But when you tell people this, they look at you like you're plugged up fucking crazy. And unfortunately, he wasn't a narcissist. You were, shorty. How you gonna date a guy who couldn't write a fucking resume and then tell the world that he was the narcissist? You literally told me that you were taking him for court for economic abuse. And get this, folks, she made more than him at the time. What's up? Thinking out loud. What's up, chaos? I can't make this shit up. You literally made more than him at the time, and you said that he's committing financial abuse against you and your children. Only one of his children, and one of your children are his. I think, and this tells me off the break, you're crazy. You're crazy. And this, I don't know how other men think, but I'll tell you how I personally think. I take a little notepad out of my brain. It's probably like the size of a goddamn Encyclopedia Britannica or Wikipedia by now. But there are certain things I jot down and note. What's the best man that you ever dated? Who's the most accomplished man you ever dated? I really has to know. I really has to know. Because I'm going to say this. If the best man you dated was a scammer, drug dealer, baby girl, you're the narcissist. Because you're supposed to, by nature, date up, not down. That's a man's duty. You really dated a guy who couldn't write his own resume? I learned how to write one in third or fourth grade. They have shit like resume help to help you write a resume. Chat GPT. I want you to figure this shit out real quick, folks. When we're looking at the so-called narcissists of the community, learn your definitions well, because they will be used against you. I want you to think about that. Let's look at that. I'm going to bring you up in a minute. Let's look at this shit real quick, right? A narcissist by nature is going to have a delusion, a higher delusion of grandeur of themselves. They don't think anything's wrong with what they're doing. They're not going to disguise what they're doing. They're going to use you as a praise mark. So when I hear these words like narcissist and toxic masculinity and all this shit, and it just shows how unintelligent people can be. They just regurgitate what they hear because it sounds good for the moment. But we're going to pull up Snowman and Mellow real quick. What's up, everybody?
What's going on, sir?
Fine, blown and dandy.
Hi.
I
What's up,
too
man?
have
Snowman.
been called. Hey, what's going on?
Everything's
I
fine.
too,
Very
I
good.
too have been called a narcissist. I have been called arrogant.
I'm
And
sorry to hear that.
don't be.
I'm just
Be
wondering.
sorry for the people who called me that.
I'm just wondering. Don't, because I'm looking for the status quo of a lot of women out there. Isn't it that you like confident men?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not trying to shit on them, because I don't have to shit on somebody. All I got to do is tell the truth. That's all I got to do.
Yep.
And
What I've learned. It's what I've learned to do, especially lately.
if I tell the truth about things, and I say, wait a minute, you were in the goddamn mirror for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we went to go eat somewhere, go to a store, you're in your reflection. You're looking at the reflection for 2 minutes. I had to literally pull you into the store because you were still enamored with yourself. That's narcissism.
In its purest form.
And when you look at it, when you're calling somebody a narcissist, they disguise themselves. Now, if you would have said deception, okay. If you would have said this guy was a deceiver, and he really did, deceive you, but a narcissist, hell no. That's how I know he's not a narcissist. But at the same time, why did you date this narcissist and give him a baby? You were engaged for 10 years. Nigga ain't married you?
Yep. Yep.
That, at some point, you got to eat that bullet, not me, not him, because you're the one who didn't put a time limit on your. But now, this happens to be the final form of every fucking woman in the world. You become the spiritual or the church going lady when it
Okay, to
comes.
be lighthearted, before we go on, because I know BGS is gonna school everybody. I wanted to bring an example of a film reference only because we're black and that's what we do. The
Is it a
film ref the
system?
film reference is
Hold
my cousin Vinny, right?
on,
And she was
hold
engaged to that guy for 10 years
Nala, hold on,
under the goal. Oh, go
Nala,
ahead.
does it have to do with the subject matter?
No, you mentioned engaged for 10 years. I was saying
Let,
that that's
let,
not an uncommon thing.
go ahead, because I like my cousin. You're
Yeah.
lucky.
Like
You're
I'm,
she
lucky.
I'm
was,
Kelly.
remember she was at that log cabin, like, we're supposed to get married after you win your first case, and my clock is ticking like this. Meanwhile, my baby cousin got babies and married. And with the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married. It was about a goal. The goal was for him to demonstrate that he's competent in his chosen career path, and that's why they were engaged for 10 years. Because she was a ride or die in that movie, and I was trying to understand that too. When I heard 10 years, I was like, "Wait a minute, baby, that sounds unreasonable.
But
You
I'm gonna tell
engaged to somebody for 10 years?"
She didn't
But when the
qualify for his wife.
you. No,
I was about to
anyway,
give
I like the
BGS
movie.
the
You guys check it out when you
I,
can.
I, I saw the movie. She didn't qualify for his wife, and she's bitter.
yeah, And I'm gonna
I
tell you,
Well,
wasn't give. I
and he
she
should
wasn't.
have.
was
He
a
should have.
lovely, lovely.
It doesn't matter. She can be the baddest thing on walking. If she don't qualify for his wife, she doesn't qualify for his
I'm
You
gonna
know,
wife.
tell
you got a good point, BGS, because the
Hmm.
movie showed them on the road instead of what happened in the future. Maybe he did dump her. Yeah, because she was. He's like, remember when you cussed me out on the phone? I don't
Yeah.
want to marry you. So
Yeah.
yeah, you
Yeah.
got a good point. We don't
Yeah.
know what happened after the movie. We have
Yeah.
no idea.
We don't. But the thing is, um, I mean, I thought, well, actually, I knew it. I already knew it. But the thing is, I came up with this like 20 years ago about the three levels of male commitment. I always tell women, um, he's got 3 years. If he's engaged to you, if you're not married in 3 years, it's time to look because he don't qualify for his wife. Girlfriend maybe, side chick maybe, but not his wife.
Yeah,
and you got to think about it. My
I've
ex,
been married twice, and they both married me
Was he in
within
how?
less
Was he
than
when he
2 years.
less than 2 years? Yeah.
yeah, my ex. I lived with her for 5 years. We lived with each other for 5 years.
Hmm.
Never engaged once. Never proposed once. Next guy she was with, engaged for 7, 8 years. Never
Hmm.
married. I told her, Shorty, you're not
I
married.
have no idea why women waste their time like that. That's crazy to me.
Because women don't see time in relationships the way men see it. Women think they're actually going to graduate to the next level if I stay around long enough.
Our
Women go
beauty
by.
only lasts for so long. You
Uh,
gotta you
wo-
can't be sticking around for some
women
guy that's flip flopping.
women women look at time invested. Okay. In other words, if I spend enough, if you keep me around long, I'm actually supposed to graduate, just like in a school.
Yep.
Mm-mm,
Yep.
mm-mm.
That's the way they look at it. Okay, tell me I'm wrong.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
I guess they do, but I don't.
We got
I didn't say you did what I'm
engaged.
saying. But you have girlfriends that stuck around too long, right?
I got
I've
engaged.
I've had
Right,
girlfriends that've
Miller?
done a lot of yeah. I've had girlfriends that've done
And,
a
and,
lot of
and what?
things I wouldn't do. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying what you would or would not do. I'm saying you had girlfriends that were with a guy for 4, 5, 6, 10 years, right? And what do they always say? Because I put too much time into you. Okay, I invested
I've
too much
had
time
one
into you.
friend years
Hmm.
ago. She said, "I'll be DAMN that some other
Hmm.
D comes along
Hmm.
and take advantage of what I built in
What
him."
I built, yeah, that's the way women look at it. Yeah,
And I was like,
Yep.
"Are
I
you
Hey,
mean,
yes.
you know,
Speed.
you
people think I just come up with pull this stuff out of my behind. This is actually years and years of observation. Okay.
I had to tell her, I said, you don't own that man. He's going to do what he wants to commit to. You obviously aren't whom in which he prefers to commit to. What don't you understand about
She
that?
okay.
It's been
Men,
7 years.
men. Okay. I mean, whatever it is about women, especially black women, okay, y'all, I don't know what it is, okay? You see it, I demonstrate it, I give you examples, and you guys, y'all don't just don't believe it, okay? I ask a man that's married, okay, when did you know that that woman was your wife? He said anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months.
Yep.
Not that he's gonna marry, but
I,
but she qualifies to be his wife within that period of time. Okay,
I can
don't take
Sometimes
I can
they
don't,
won't.
totally
don't take
speak on
5 years.
that.
Go
I
ahead.
can totally speak on that because when I met Jody in September 2018, then we moved
Hmm.
in together by the end of that high school football season, which was basically Thanksgiving.
Hmm.
Got engaged January 2nd, 2019, and on June
Hmm.
25th, 2019, jumped the
Hmm.
broom.
Yeah,
I knew when I
you know.
met her,
He
You
knew.
knew.
I knew
He
it.
knew.
He knew it. He knew it. Yeah, he knew it. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
this Mel, I don't think I told you the story, but the first time I ever called Jody, I was doing a football game, and she heard what I do. I heard her giggle in my ear, and I was a goner.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah. Yeah.
was I was gone.
Once a man says that you qualify as wife, all you gotta do is not fuck it up.
Hmm.
And my fiance, okay, all she had to do is not fuck it up. That's all she had to do, not fuck it up. But
Why didn't you see her fuck up potential though?
you can't see nobody's fuck up potential because that's because it comes at random for whatever
Yeah,
reason, right?
Hmm.
No.
I
I mean, come on now. You
I
you've been
normally
around the block, okay? Can you see fuck up potential? A lot of times people fuck up, you can't even see it.
A lot
I'll
of times,
tell you how I can perceive it, but I'm, of course, Officer Faulkner is
So,
got the floor.
so nobody ever caught you by surprise.
No, sir.
Okay.
And
I'm
I want to explain why after
I'm gonna
Faulkner
say,
speaks.
I don't believe you, but go
number
ahead.
I
number
have a
Go ahead, Charles.
formula.
And I don't believe you, but go ahead, Charles.
You ain't got no form.
number
I
There
one,
know.
can't be a fuck
No,
up
ain't no
formula.
formula because you
number
can't
There's
one.
even predict.
there's
Can't even
something
predict your
different
kids fucking up. So don't worry.
because
Oh, yeah.
if there was a fuck up formula, I wouldn't be happily married.
You know,
And
goddamn, goddamn, Nino. I'm gonna acknowledge your black ass. What's up, Nino? How you doing, man? I had to wait till everybody was stop talking. I'm not
Mhm.
that rude. How you been, man? Long time no see. I got to give you my new number, man. Hit me up in the either come up
what's
on
up,
the chain or hit me up in the emails. But
what's up, Nino? But yeah, if there was a fuck up formula, I wouldn't be happily married because I'm learning every day from Jody, and she is from me. And
Mhm.
a couple of guys here have met Jody have met Jody through here. That long time running joke of "Don't let them see my dirty ass house," and BJ opened his mouth with his foot in my ass at the same time. You know what? I should hate your ass for that joke, but we have been talking about it nonstop, and she's just happy that it's a running joke now. I'm like, Jody, listen, they love you.
We do. We do. We love Jody.
They absolutely adore you. And
Mhm.
she gets afraid sometimes. She says, "Do they really like?" I'm like, "Are you kidding?
Yeah, we love Jody.
You make them laugh as much as you make me laugh."
Hmm.
And
And she's a good sport. She's a real
she's a
good sport.
wonderful sport. She
Yeah.
actually, when I told her that y'all love her and you consider her family, she blushed
Mm.
because she hasn't been around this kind of group of people that
Yeah. Yeah.
laugh
She
a
got
lot.
the reparations joke. You know I love her.
You know what? Like I said, the first time you made that joke, I sat in this chair and laughed my head off for an hour. Then when she came home that night, I said,
Mm.
"Honey, I have something for you to hear." I went back and I played I played that the first time you made that reparations joke. She walked away holding her stomach, laughing. Then,
40
then
acres of a white woman. Real white.
fuck me up. Wait a minute.
40 acres and a
Ladder.
white woman.
40 acres and a white woman. God damn it. I got the latter. Now we're trying to get the former.
Yeah, I heard that.
You know
Oh
what?
yeah.
And
By the way,
about a
fellas,
month,
he's the axe.
about a month later,
Go ahead, Charles. What
yes,
you saying?
I said, by
yes,
the way, he needs the axe.
He needs the axe, boy.
You know, makes you powerful. You got the social moment behind me. You got the axe in front of me. And you got all the liquor right here.
Mhm.
there you go. No,
Yeah.
y'all don't want to see the top of my
Yeah,
top of
yeah,
my refrigerator.
yeah. But to get on the narcissist thing, I came up here to say, okay, all black women are doing is repeating white female talking points. That's all they're doing.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
They have no idea what the fuck it means. They're just repeating it.
Yeah, it gets very tiring
Hmm.
because
It does.
you know me. I'm gonna research the shit out of something.
Hmm.
I'm like, and I asked them about their exes, husbands, and boyfriends. How is he the narcissist when he was giving? Did he take care of you? Well, yeah. Narcissists would be the one who be whining. I literally had a chick cry about nobody celebrating her on her
Hmm.
own girl's birthday. Like nobody celebrates me, and I'm just like, Shorty, calm down. This is
Yeah,
her birthday.
yeah,
I'm pretty sure if you
Right.
had a party or get together, people would come through.
yeah. Yeah. Most of dudes are narcissistic like that and dressed like that. They attract hoes. Okay,
Yeah.
hoes love peacocks.
Hold up.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Stop telling my but,
Stop giving
Hoes
the
love
real
peacocks. Go ahead.
BGS. Stop giving the real goddamn game away.
I
Shit.
know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting old, man. That's probably what it is. I think everybody knows supposed to know this stuff.
you ain't get I don't give a fuck face.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Get off my lawn, goddamn
Get
Get
off.
off my get off my motherfucking lawn.
Get
Exactly.
off.
That's
Get
where
off.
I'm at. That's exactly where I'm at.
What's his name? They had a shotgun and spit.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood. Yeah.
Clint Eastwood. Mhm.
Get off my lawn.
Shit, that was shit. That was
Oh,
my grandfather
Gran
for a
Torino or
while
Gran
before I
Grand?
lost
Torino.
him.
Gran
Yeah,
Torino. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
that was funny. Yeah.
I'm at that stage. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
That's
about where I'm at.
that's how come. That's how come my cousin May out showing up late, talking that shit. I want to hear that crap.
Why did you have me crying in this chair laughing when you were cussing her out?
Oh, were you laughing? Man, I don't mind. Okay. Uh, I,
I understand the
mhm.
situation, but it was like you were just continuing to lay into her, and she kept walking into this shit,
She could because May thinks she's smarter than me, and that's the problem that she has. Okay, she
and she
wants
can't help it either.
May wants to prove that she's smarter than me. Okay. I'm in my mid 60s. I'm not. You're not my mother. Okay, you're more like my
I
daughter.
was,
You can't
I was gonna
talk to
say,
me
why you?
like your mama. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is it narcissistic for her to pretend that she's smarter than you?
That's one of the key factors.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
To keep doing
It's
it.
not okay. It's not. It's training. Okay, the same way she's not necessarily narcissistic. But thing is, it's just the way that the black women are trained in our culture. Okay, that
Right.
social.
even a daughter, my daughter, I have to check my daughter about that shit sometimes. Okay, because they're
Mm-hmm.
trained that they're trained that you're supposed to be dominant over your man, over your male.
Yeah. And it's like, you got to think about it, right?
Hmm.
This is
Yep.
why, you don't hear too many stories about the good man they dated.
There are none.
Because, because in their eyes, there are none. Because
Hmm.
one, it's the Clark Kent effect. Why
Hmm.
couldn't, no,
Yeah.
why couldn't anybody see this man in a pair of glasses? Well, Superman.
Hmm.
Exactly.
You know why, Mella? You know why ABM? You know why BGS?
Why?
No, man? Because nobody can perceive this guy acting weak. They would think, why, if you're the most powerful man in the world, why would you behave this way?
Hmm.
Yep.
And it throws them off.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing about a real narcissist. A real narcissist would literally make you
Let,
acknowledge them.
Lex Luthor was a narcissist in that. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was.
Because he couldn't perceive. When he found out Clark Kent was Superman, he laughed.
Yeah.
He,
He can't be better. He can't be better than me. Yeah.
he
Mm-hmm.
laughed because he's like, there's no way a man that powerful would ever be so,
Yeah.
would ever have a duality.
Yeah.
That
Mm-hmm.
just stinks.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
Okay.
ex
Yeah.
before I met Jody was definitely a narcissist.
Jody was.
Um, the girl I dated before I met
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
the my ex who I dated before I met Jody was definitely a narcissist.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Jody's too fun loving
Yeah.
and too much into cartoons like yours truly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be a
She's
narcissist.
humble. Yeah.
Yep.
She's humble.
Oh, little update for you.
Hmm.
Next summer she gets her doctorate.
Oh, congratulations.
Bravo.
Next summer she gets her doctorate, and
That's
I'm gonna
awesome.
A
That
lot
is
of
be the happiest
awesome.
man in the celebration.
the
It takes commitment to do that. That's
gotta have some
wonderful.
gotta have some dog in you to get there.
Mm.
She got a lot of dog in her. Okay?
She's wanted it since like 29 since we met. She was working on it at Indiana State
Hmm.
when we met, but Indiana State wound up cutting the program when we moved to North Carolina.
Hmm.
So she's had to put it on the back burner for a bit. But man, she is grinding toward that finish line, and I am so proud of her.
What's her thesis?
What,
Her
what,
her
Oh, I'm
dissertation
sorry, dissertation. I apologize.
is going to be education based.
okay.
Okay.
She's been talking to me about it and bouncing ideas off of me about it. She had gotten her outline submitted
Uh-huh.
and returned with approval. So now she gets to dive in and start working on it. But
I'm so
Okay. Okay.
fascinated. Thank you for
Okay.
sharing.
She
Thank you.
got she got Dr. T. She got Dr. Neil. She got
oh yeah,
Dr.
she's
Gigi. Okay.
she's
She got a
got
whole bunch of people.
Let's see other.
she's got the folks here. She's got the folks here, and
Hmm.
she knows. And
Hmm.
she wanted me to tell you that she appreciates everybody when I hang out with you guys. For first of all, just for accepting her.
Hmm.
Number one, tell that black woman to shut the hell up.
That's not even funny. I
Yes,
don't
it
know
is.
why you think that would be
If
funny.
if you know
I don't get
Jody,
it.
If you know Jody,
Mel, listen to me, honey. If you know Jody, you'll get why we always make those kind of jokes.
yeah. We
I mean,
wouldn't if she didn't know us, we wouldn't say it.
right. I mean, fuck. Jody and I have been talking about race A since the day we met, and B, if you think we've made racial jokes here,
Oh, you ain't heard the whole thing, yeah.
you ain't heard nothing yet. When
Yeah.
Jody and I like go out on the road
Mm-hmm.
and talk shit.
Yeah. We walked in and the gynocracy showed up. Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one. I got one for
give
y'all.
us one. Give us one.
I got one. I got one for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Recently, Jody and I went to lunch.
Mm-hmm.
We went to Chili's. It was she took a day off. I took a day off, and yeah, we were fine, having fun, talking shit with the servers. Then the gynocracy walked in. Dun, dun, dun. I gotta hurry up and get a new tower, and I put my links in the chat if you guys can help. But they walked in, and BGS, the first thing I'm going to tell you is the talons were real.
I know they were. especially now, man, with the economy the way it is. Oh, they're out now.
The talons were fucking real. And the attitude of these ladies were off the charts. They walked in, saw Jody, saw me, and you know the question by now. What do you think they were thinking?
You just came out of jail.
Showing off his reparations.
Well, using it for good credit and status. Probably bought you that car.
Ain't no white man would have her.
He hates his mama.
Oh my God. But there was a comment in the chat. I think it was Crumble who asked me, how many times have you been told you hate your mother because of the woman you chose? A, the woman I chose me back, and B, I still get that shit.
You
7 years later.
You should have done the line from the pimp.
And according to Sam, according to Snowman, if you met his mother, you know why.
You should have done the line from the Mac, especially if it's a black woman or a white man. Hey,
but I would tell you, there's a lot of black men that date out is because of their mother.
That's
the exact. My son it has nothing to do with proximity.
Let me tell you something.
My son tells me he did not want to date a woman or marry a woman like his mother.
Let me tell you.
She's a
what about proximity?
Proximity has a lot to do with it, but but the thing is, I'm telling you from what I know and what I've heard black boys say. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you,
a lot of them, they love their mothers, but they would not want to date or marry a couple with a woman like their mother.
I can echo that.
It's not that they hate them. They don't. If they had their brothers, okay. And black mothers do a lot of stuff unconsciously to make little black boys not love their mother, but not want a mate like their mother.
The main thing that my mother would say to me.
I will say
one at a time.
I will say this. It's not that he would hate his mother. If she fell down the steps, he's not going to go down to check on her as fast. But I can tell there's a difference between East Coast black guys and West Coast black guys. Because, the West Coast is not as segregated as the East Coast because it's older.
Yep.
Older. What's the word I'm looking for? Culture.
Other culture. Yeah.
It's much more liberal and freer in the West than the East. Because you ain't see a ratchet till you date a Baltimore ratchet.
Yeah, Jada Pinkett, anybody?
Yeah, pretty much. Monique.
You know what my mother used to tell me all the time? My mother used to tell me all the time, you should get a woman that's like your mother. And my first thought is, ew,
My mother,
because of the attitude.
my mother had the common sense never to say that shit to me.
It's like I told you guys, my dad simply relayed a choice to me before he passed on. Get out or get the hell out. And before he went home, I said, Dad, I got the fuck out.
Yeah.
He put his arm around me, gave me a kiss on the forehead, and said, "That's my boy."
I'm gonna tell you what it really is because I've noticed this being the fine Baltimorean stud that I am. Very humble, by the way. It's funny because you're indoctrinated because Baltimore is very segregated, not only through
Yeah.
race but also through economics.
Mm-hmm.
So, growing up, you didn't see white people unless you've been to another side of the town or the city. And like when I grew up, Hollandtown, Eastern Avenue, going away from downtown was white. Now it's little Tijuana, little Puerto Rico, little Cuba, little insert Hispanic country here.
Yeah, insert culture here. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with it because my motherfuckers cut the shit out of some hair.
Mhm.
It's it's funny because I'm not as cultured towards white women, and I had to realize you're from one of the oldest cities in America, so
Mm-hmm.
that shit dies hard quickly. Like my nephew, his generation, he's married to a Mexican woman, so that tells you something. Like his mother's obviously his mother's black. So what does that tell you?
Mhm.
He is screw black women. He ain't getting along with them too much. One of his sweethearts he had, pretty fine as fucking shit, but she was as gutter as DMX, and
Mm.
she sounded like him too sometimes. How can something so rough be so beautiful? Fuck. Even I had to say, yeah.
I lived in Chicago most of my life, Charles. I can echo that question.
And it fucks you up inside because could I ever date a white woman? No. The relativity and you got to think like parents are damn near the disciples of Black Panthers. No, it's not in my system.
Do you
Right.
find, when it comes to black women, do you find that they are less agreeable? Is that
Yes.
the issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I gotta
Yes.
All
answer
right.
Well,
the
fuck yeah. Why is that even a question?
This is a
I
black
just
The
woman.
fuck? I
wanted
thought
it
we
to be
established that by now.
recorded. I just wanted it to be recorded that you guys, you guys agreed
It
um,
ain't us. That's what
that
they
that's
say.
the issue.
They
They
say that.
tell you that.
They'll tell you
Don't
that.
tell me shit. Don't tell me what to do.
they
Sir,
pride
I
themselves on
And
literally asked
they say it all the
people
time.
on the panel. I have nothing to do with these other polls that people have done.
they
What I'm
pride.
asking on the panel is a sufficient enough answer for me. Thank you
Mhm.
for
Yeah.
Mhm.
responding.
It,
Thank you.
I mean, I'll give you an example. My mother was humble when my dad was alive. Then June 12th, 2007 happened and he passed away. Flipped a total leaf after he died.
For
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
loss.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you miss the most about your dad?
We ain't got enough time for that, but I'll give you
Okay.
three things I miss the most about Pops. One, he was my biggest cheerleader in terms of my career choice. He would always tell me, don't let anybody, including your mother or me, stop you from chasing your dreams. And when I got to be an announcer, his health was failing, but he was like quietly cheering me on. The second thing, I miss his laugh, especially when
Wow.
I miss his laugh. I do. Especially when he would be watching television or something and I would hear that belly laugh from all the way upstairs.
I can relate to that.
That's why
Yeah.
and
I can relate to that.
The other fellas on here know this because I talk about Jody all the time. When I hear her laugh, I'm all aflutter, man, because I love hearing the people closest to me laugh out loud. And it started with Pops. And the third thing that I miss about him so much, it was just the way, even at times he would catch me listening to Bulls games late at night on my transistor radio. Yes, I'm old. But it would be the way he'd come in and he'd smile. I'd stand up, I'd give him a hug goodnight and a kiss goodnight. I kissed that man goodnight every night that I could until he passed away.
Wow, all this resonates. I can say for myself, this resonates. And thank you so much for responding. Thank
You
you.
are, you are very welcome. But yeah, those are three of there are many things I miss about my dad. But those would be the three biggest ones.
All right, let's get back to how these hoes be choosing.
Now,
let's
how they be
let's
choosing?
lighten the mood because I'm about to be tearful
Uh,
remembering
Thank
my
you.
dad. I'm about to be tearful. So let's go ahead and get back to
You,
Black YouTube
you
shenanigans.
understand.
what grade of
Mella,
holes are
you
we?
understand.
What grade of holes are we talking about?
That,
There's
that,
street
that
holes,
it
there's
seems
street
like
holes,
it
and
seems like
there's
this is
regular ones.
how we nourish one another. We talk about black holes out here,
Not
and
really. We don't really talk
I
about
don't.
holes a lot.
I cannot recall
No.
hearing anything other than Charles being enthusiastic to respond to why I
Charles,
choose holes in the first
what?
place.
Yeah,
He
Charles.
he highlighted that was the
Let me.
only statement he highlighted on his screen. Like everybody else was like, "Hey, what's up?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, he don't
Jody,
talk
what's
about
up?"
him.
He
He don't
even
talk about.
acknowledged you, but he didn't put your comment on the screen. He put that comment on the screen because he loves hoes.
No, he don't.
Let me explain something to you, fella.
No, actually, he doesn't really. He's a
First,
He
cop. He actually
said
doesn't.
it's
first of all,
because we want sexually available women. That's what he said, BGS.
Yeah,
I
but
s-
he doesn't date hoes though.
I said you got to understand something.
Why men like hoes? See?
Number one,
He trying to cover for
there,
you, Charles.
there's.
Don't worry about it.
No. Charles don't date hoes.
I'll answer. I'll answer fully to you. Guess what? I screw hoes. I don't date them.
Mm-hmm.
Number one,
I
there's a
said
little.
like. I didn't say date or anything else. I said like.
There's a little hoe in all of us. Okay. Go get that paper hoe. Go get that paper hoe. First of all, we got to say it like they say it.
You an idiot.
We're not gonna go off the rails of your initial
Hey, this whose channel was this?
reaction.
If
You
I want to
said it's
I'm
because men want sexually available women.
Yeah.
I'm
That's what you said.
no, 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 no.
You didn't
Mel,
say
Women,
anything about dating.
One
You
at a
didn't
BGS.
time.
say
One at
anything
a
about
time.
that.
yeah,
Wait
women
a
like hoes too.
Mella, I gotta ask you this question. What was my question to you?
Remind me, please.
What does a hormonal young man want
Oh
to
yeah, most yeah. That's what he said.
BGS, why are you talking?
Excuse
hold
me.
on?
You don't want me to get started, baby?
He said,
No.
Mela,
You
let
want me
me
to get
ask
started?
you
Hold
a
on,
question.
Mella, focus. What's
Focus.
my question? What was my
No,
question?
he's so provocative all
Focus.
the
No,
time.
no, you don't. I just got off. I just got off Maze. Ass. You want me to start again? I'm trying
Here's
to
my
calm.
minute.
I
Hold
think
on,
you've been wishing to start again.
Mella,
I'm not.
That's what I
Mella.
think.
Not
Yo,
I
you
think
know.
that's your character.
Uh,
That's what you
n-
want to do.
Oh no, baby. If that was the case, I'd have been done this a long time ago. It's
let
not
me
my
put it.
character.
Who's your baby? Who's your baby?
Who's my baby?
Let me put
Yeah,
this sign.
you said no, baby.
Let me
You
put
said
this sign.
that like
Uh,
it was molasses on your
Now,
tongue.
in other words, okay, you're black. Okay, we call
You're
our
being
women. Hey,
stimulated.
we call
You're in
our women
denial
baby
of being
all the
depleted.
time. They're not. Not
No,
Mhm.
you're
come
being.
on. No, I'm not May. Stop. Not Melon. Stop that shit. Okay. Now go ahead and answer.
Is
Go
that
ahead
why
and
you
answer.
call
Let,
women
let, let,
baby? Because you get
I
the
call
names mixed
it,
up.
it's
Mella.
because that's what we do.
Okay, okay. I'm
You
I'm
know
gonna stop.
better
I'm
than
gonna
that,
stop. I'm
okay?
gonna stop.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
It's
I'm just kidding. I'm
it's a
just
Oh,
kidding.
I'm a,
I,
I'm
it's
getting
a
ready to get into
term
your
of
ass, man, in a minute. Okay, let
well,
me
you know,
reverse it in a
like
second.
it's
Okay,
a term of
it's a term of
endearment.
endearment to black women. She knows that shit.
listen
But
here,
it's just
listen here,
cute.
hey Bella, listen here, shorty. Number one, go get a sponge, get all that stuff up off the seat.
Oh, is that what she want? Oh, I'm sorry, Mela,
This is not the
baby,
first time you all have
Hallelujah.
attempted to
baby,
talk under my clothes. Okay,
baby. I'm
Look,
sorry.
and this is
Wait,
Is
this is
Mella,
is
not
this
the
wait.
is
first
it-
time that
is
you
this
all
Mella,
have attempted
is
to
this the
talk under
tone
my
you ask a
clothes.
woman to talk to
Straight
you,
up.
baby? Is that
Mella,
what you want to hear?
Mella.
Is that it, baby?
I'm
Come on,
I'm
man. Come on,
tell
My
you,
man.
goal is to
Tell me,
humiliate
man.
you.
Tell
That's my
humiliate.
goal.
Nice try.
That's
Mella,
my goal.
Nice
You're
try.
not gonna humiliate him.
Mella.
I
Nice
know.
try. No,
He
I'm
got
gonna.
his whole pack of wolves behind him.
I can do.
He
No,
don't
I,
no,
need
we-
a pack.
no.
He
I
can't
don't need a
stand
pack of
on his
wolves.
own.
It's better that they're
He
around.
can't
Okay,
stand on his
I can
own.
stand on
He's
my.
the great teacher.
It, I'm the. Oh. Let's see. Well, te- teacher, teach me.
He's the great
Teach me.
teacher.
No, you teach me.
He's got a legion of
Teach me.
followers
Teach me.
that would clobber me if I
Teach
attempt to
me.
humiliate
Teach
him
me.
the way he's
Teach
humiliated
teach me.
others.
Just a
Teach
moment.
me.
Just a moment. The phrase in BGS's head right now, and thank you, Bugs Bunny, voiced by Mel Blanc, is she don't know me very well, do she?
See,
Teach
you
me.
gotta understand.
They trying to throw
Hold
me
on,
off you.
No, that ain't no.
hold on.
You
Oh,
need protection,
hey,
BGS, don't you?
give me like 3 minutes, Charles.
A
Okay,
one-on-one. Let's do
All
it.
right,
give me
everybody else
go
mute
go
up.
ahead, Charles. Go ahead, Charles. Okay,
Let's
give me
get
like
it
3 minutes.
on.
Okay, Mela, with your cantankerous lonely ass, baby. Stop.
Hey, midnight. Why else would I be here?
Yes, I know.
Why
And,
else would I
and
be here?
you're typical black female with your cantankerous ass, baby.
I told you get the sponge.
Here we go with the sharecropping talk. Come
You can't.
better. Come better.
It ain't sharecropping that
Yeah, you sharecropping.
cantankerous is a white word, baby.
You are
I'm
sharecropping
not
an
sharecropping.
attempt
Nah,
to
sharecropping.
have enough
You want
bail
you
to
want to
make
have
it stick.
bigger words? Is that what you want to do? Is that what
Mm-mm.
you want?
Just
Okay.
keep it regular.
No,
Are
keep it
you
regular.
regular? Are you
He
regular,
They
did
BGS?
want
with
the
Or
that
are you
word.
anchor.
constipated?
You know what
Are you
the moon
constipated? Talking about you too old. You know,
the
old
moon
people get
we have a
constipated,
new
right?
moon. That means you have eggs dropping, baby. What eggs are left in you?
So they
Well,
say
I'm confident that you're
scramble.
right.
No, you're not confident. You sound like an idiot.
I'm confident that
No, you
you're
sound like an
correct.
idiot. You sound like an idiot.
And you're an
You,
imbecile.
you sound like and you're a moron. Okay.
And you need me to believe that.
What you're
You
up to?
need me to believe
What
that.
you're up to says I could care less whether you believe it or not. It's a fact.
You need me to believe that.
I don't need you to do nothing. I don't need you.
Then stop talking to me. Can you do
You
that?
no. I'm not
Or
talking
are
to
you
you.
so
No,
competitive? Are you so
no
competitive
no
for no reason that you
no.
cannot
You're
control
competitive.
yourself?
You're competitive.
You can't control
No, you're
yourself.
competitive.
I have triggered
You
you.
compa-
You've
no, you comp-
demonstrated your
no.
weakness, and I'm satisfied.
What weakness
Thanks
do
for
I
your
have?
attention.
What weakness do I have? What weakness do I have? Explain
You
it to me.
can't shut up.
Explain it to me.
You
No, you
can't
can't.
shut up.
You can't shut up.
You're like a woman. You
You
can't
can't
shut up.
shut up. No, you are a woman, a black woman at that.
And I'm
Okay.
a disciplined
No,
woman.
you're not.
She says she likes to get disciplined. Woman.
I know she does, but that's a different story. Go ahead, Charles. 3
I'm,
minutes are up.
see, here's the bad part about it.
Go get your sponge, baby. Go ahead.
I'm,
Go ahead, Charles.
I'm gonna say this personally,
Hmm.
Mella. If I met you 5 minutes, you'd be taking my clothes off,
Probably.
and I
Anyway,
would smoke you like a cigar.
yeah.
That's two. I'm
More like the other way around, Charles.
trust me.
Yeah. You would like to
Trust
believe
me.
that, wouldn't you?
Trust me. Trust me. Many have came,
And you
many
wonder
of
why
times, but I conquered. And now,
BGS. I
here's
almost gave
hold on,
you
so bad.
the.
Hold on, man.
What?
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say this.
Hmm.
There's a reason why a woman comes around a group of men. You know that, Cam?
Hmm.
You know why?
Lack of.
The lack of such.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get that testosterone.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get that masculine energy. That's the best.
Yes.
Gotta get that. Ooh, I like that picture of you right there with. Oh, oh,
I haven't said
no.
anything like that.
Oh, hold on.
Amen.
Anything.
I
Can the
haven't
church say
given.
amen? Can the
I
church
haven't.
say amen? Can the church say
Amen.
amen? Amen.
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 Oh, God damn it. Oh, God damn it.
Hey,
You
I'll
guys,
couple it with this.
Every
Get,
I'll
time
get,
couple
she
it with
get,
get a
this.
get,
picture.
get the
you
holy
guys like
get the
Hey,
joke.
holy water out for him.
hey,
Oh,
Get the
BGS,
holy
I'll
water out
couple it
for
with
him.
You
this.
guys just
I say
like
amen and
George
the doors are
Jefferson
open.
jokes. That's all.
Get the holy water
You're
out
George
for him.
Jefferson jokers.
Get the holy water out
That's all
for him.
you are.
Yeah.
George Jefferson
And you
jokers.
got and your jokes are weak as hell.
They don't.
Footwork out.
That's why you're responding because they're weak, right?
Go ahead.
You a fool, Charles.
I
Oh,
got these guys performing and using
We,
video
we talk
clips.
about we talk about the esoteric reason why black women actually carry down the legacy of slavery and gynocracy from the
Now that you all are energized, I can go on mute. You all were
really
boring as fuck.
I gotta ask
really.
one
I've
question.
energized you.
I gotta ask one question.
Oh,
Continue. Proceed.
hey, Charles, what were we talking about? Narcissists?
Oh, yes,
Behavior?
Yep.
sir.
Yep.
But I do have one question for Bella. Is it battery operated?
Somebody call for a bell. Here you
Yeah.
go. Right there.
Hey, right there.
There you
Narcissistic
go.
behavior right there.
I gotta ask
I have graced you with my presence and energized you.
I
Go
gotta
forth and entertain, okay?
I gotta
It's
ask you a
true.
question.
Proceed.
Now,
Now
see,
that I've energized you.
narcissistic behavior right there. One on one.
You
like Bella
guys were
said,
boring
One on one. See,
before I energized you.
until you came on with your boring ass, we were actually boring, okay? Please.
but I gotta ask you this one question, Mel. It's very important. Is it
Why do
C
you got
is
to ask
it C
me?
or D
And she
battery
can't
or
she can't stop talking. She can't
is
stop
it
talking.
C or D battery or is it hooked up to a car battery?
Ooh, that's oh, shoot.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh, no, she got to have a solar panel for that one. Yeah.
No,
I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, are you referring to self love?
She got to test the power wall.
You're referring to self love? That's what you're
I heard
referring to?
I heard that Mella got the first I heard she got the first nuclear powered fucking vibrator.
No, that would be your girlfriend.
There's a nuclear
Yeah,
buzz. Okay.
That's where you got that joke from, your
No,
girlfriend.
that's weak. That's good. That's great.
oh
Yeah.
that was
Come on, baby. Do
my
better,
fault.
man.
That
Do
The
first
better.
projection is heavy with
well
this one.
actually
Do
you're
better,
right.
Mella.
But
Come
you
The
on, baby.
actually right.
projection is
Do
strong with this
better.
one.
Do better, Mella.
The
She actually
projection is
Do
you
strong
gotta
better,
agree
with
with
Mella.
this
us.
one.
That's
Do
why she
better.
me. That's why they call me Superman.
She can't come up
Solar
with anything better
radiation.
jokes. Come
That
on.
is
The
nuclear power.
projection is strong
Like she
with this
Yes,
repeated the
one.
line like
boy.
6 times, right?
Do you call your shower head Enrique?
That's funny.
When BGS popped up, I nearly gave him
No, she
the
calls her
batting
shower
order.
head Tyrone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
I better
God.
call Tyrone.
This is not the first time that you guys attempted to talk under my clothes. You make it seem like I'm shocked and embarrassed or
What's
something.
under your clothes that's so interesting, Mella?
Number one, my lawnmower got to get fixed. Number two, I'm not trying to get under your boo boo, sister girl.
Uh,
Are we talking about
Free,
self
I'm having,
love or something
and
in
Free, I'm
another
having.
kind of way?
What other subject do you have for us, Mella? Since
Oh, I
it's
got.
not under your clothes.
Why do women go back to their abusers?
Because you like it.
No,
Oh God.
no. Why do they go back to your abusers? Is because they learned that from their parents. They saw it with their
Mhm.
parents. That's
It's
why they go back to their
influence.
abusers.
It's called
No,
Stockholm
it's
syndrome.
no, it's called actually called socialization, right? Most women that go back to abusers, they've seen that with their mother and father, or their mother in their interest. They think that's what they're actually supposed to do. Okay, that's why.
Environmental influence.
Environmental influences,
Okay.
socialization. That's why.
All right. Yeah,
Am,
social.
am, I,
Yeah,
am, I, am,
yeah,
I wrong,
social. You're
Charles?
right. You're right.
Am I wrong,
You're
No,
right.
Charles?
because first of all, you got to think
That
about it.
sounds. That rings
Some
a bell of truth to me. You're
environmental,
right.
it's a combination of environmental influence and Stockholm syndrome. At some point, you're around something long enough, you're going to sympathize.
You socialize. Yeah. Stockholm syndrome actually comes from what is it? The Pavlov. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna
That's what comes from the Pavlov syndrome. If you're in once you're in an environment so long, you actually give up and you succumb to the environment that's around
come
you.
to it, and that's
Yeah,
basically what
that's
the
what.
message
Yeah,
I come through,
yeah.
and it happens to both men and women.
But
And we
but
can
but,
take this
but, but normally people that are abused like that, 9 times out of 10, okay,
came
they
from.
they put up with for a long time is because they came from that.
And by the way, we're going to take a break real quick, just a few-second break. Uh, I got to look at something real nice real quick. Hold on for a second, folks.
Uh-oh.
Praise be to Billion Miles. Good God.
Yeah, and what they have found out is what they found out with women that are in violent situations, okay, and has been borne out since the Violence Against Women Act is that most women are actually violent themselves. It's not just the guy, okay? They're actually violent themselves.
And it's mutual combat.
Mutual combat, and the thing is, men get tabbed with it. But the thing is, like Charles can tell you, 70% of the
Black
domestic violence actually even amongst white communities actually started by the woman.
the woman's the aggressor.
The woman is actually the aggressor.
You got to think. Let's think about this. Who has more emotional control, men or women?
Is there anybody, or you asking Melanie?
Well, I'm different.
No.
Men do.
Who has more?
In general, we're not talking about you.
Who
Oh,
has more emotional control, men or women?
Men do.
Mella.
it's situational.
No,
It's
And
not.
here's nuance. Here we go to the nuance shit
No, it's
again.
not. Not by a long shot.
it's
What's up,
men.
ABM?
Guess what? It was ABM, my fellow Baltimorean. Go Ravens.
And remember, I was just saying that when it's men, it's them, right? When it's black women, it's me, it's we, it's shared.
Since Mella wanted to come to the barber shop, she
Yeah.
wanted to go to the cigar lounge, wanted to come to the juke joint. I'm gonna be very vague, and I'm gonna put all my educational speak. Y'all bitches are violent as shit.
Yeah, and in fact, that's what got Charles to go in on May. Okay, May was trying to say it wasn't like that. Is because he said that black men are violent. And actually showed the stats coming from 1964 that black men are actually 4 times more violent than white men toward their mates.
You know, I didn't even think I went that hard, but I guess I must have had a moment there.
Well, the thing is, she could not prove us wrong. It's because I actually showed the stats. Okay, he said, "Well, that's look equal." I said, "Go read Subculture of Violence from 1964." Okay, tells you right there. Okay, black women have always been 2 to 4 times higher, more violent than white men toward their mates.
Today, you got to tell a guy who's been in law enforcement for 20 years through different departments
Mm-hmm.
who's the most violent. Who the fuck do you think I am to? I've never seen a black woman cringing in the corner,
Mm-hmm.
bleeding and busted up like I've seen white women.
Oh, that's true. That's very true.
If anything, it's the black man who's most likely to bleed because he's not trying to kill you.
Because he's afraid of the consequence. Because he knows if the cops are called, and he could be killed or go to jail.
Can I tell a quick story?
Go ahead.
Floor, man.
My second time seeing domestic violence, because the first time I used to live next door to this white man, used to come home from work, beat the shit out of his whole family every day.
Mm-hmm.
My second time seeing domestic violence out in the projects,
Mm-hmm.
and we could hear the argument inside because we was all hanging out at the store. We could hear the argument coming from the house.
Mm-hmm.
The argument with the dude and the chick spilled outside.
Mm-hmm.
The guy had a 40. This back in the day with the 40 bottles in the paper bag and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
they're arguing. She snatched the 40 from him
Mm-hmm.
and then busted over his head.
Mm-hmm.
We all saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody called the cops. Cops came and locked his ass up.
Yep.
Exactly.
And he's dripping blood out of his face. You can see the glass and shit still stuck in his face. He locked
Mm-hmm.
his ass up.
They
You
locked
know,
his ass out. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you how bold black women are. It's about three or four of us answer a call on Greenmount. And you know, one part of Greenmount is hood. If you go past one block over Greenmount, it's $1 million homes. Baltimore is such a dichotomy. We literally had an upper middle, wealthy middle class family, black man, come out. She took a brass vase because he's a lawyer. He gets
Mm-hmm.
called every part of the night.
Mm-hmm.
One of his clients is a female.
Mm-hmm.
She got in some real heavy shit. So
Mm-hmm.
he was calling. She put the bat signal up.
Mm-hmm.
Wife saw the call, the name on there. Without even questioning it, she took the brass fucking lamp and cracked him while he was asleep and split his shit.
Wow. Wow.
And he came out there leaking like a Jason, like a Friday the 13th movie.
Mm.
And she's looking like I did it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on view. This wasn't a call. This was on view. A call, well, we call what calls is something that's issued by the dispatcher. On view means something that happened right in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Or you came up upon it.
Mm.
And this is how violent they are. Y'all don't think about talking first. You think about actions first. Till you run across the right motherfucker who will slap you to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, y'all lucky we don't live in a full. Y'all lucky we don't. And it took. Let me tell you what. I laughed my ass off for two reasons during Obi-Wan Kenobi. Because the chick who played Reva is from Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And James Earl Jones did the voice, God rest his soul, of Darth Vader. And I said, "Yep, that's what a black woman will make you do. Force choke the ass.
It was funny. It
Force choke."
was funny.
I mean, he was pissed when he came.
Yeah.
No, if you see Darth Vader force like he road marching, you about to
Yeah.
get shit choked out.
Yeah. 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 And the thing, you know what, Charles, the thing I get sick of is that you think that pro-black women, that
Mm-hmm,
the pro-black men wouldn't say this kind of stuff. We're actually in a conference with a bunch of pro-black folks, okay? And the
mm-hmm,
black woman just start going off, right? Like how we, she said black men cheat on us and black men are the most abusive men on the planet, blah, 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 blah. Man, I had to get off that call, okay? I'm getting so sick of them lying on us like that, okay?
mm-hmm.
When the, stat- when the stats actually go the other way.
This is funny. This is somebody who lived it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think I'm pro black, what colors do you see on my picture?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in perfect sequence too. So you're telling that
I
my
was
wife.
I was in a conversation with a fellow army veteran. You know how you just go to 7-Eleven and you get gallons of water or packages of water and take it back to your house. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
going in there to pick up like 2 cases of bottled water, just to stock up. And there's this person I had on my Air Force hat, and he had on his Army skull cap. He's an elderly Caucasian man. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't approach him. He approached me. He said, "What do young people listen to for music these days?" Just out of the blue, no reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Well, uh, I'm told they like rap music these days, but as you can hear the sounds overhead, I think young people like to listen to what makes them feel good. They I know for myself, I enjoy classic R&B. I enjoy uh, rock music. I enjoy everything that I've listened to that I appreciate. And he didn't want to hear that soft shit. He wanted to hear the real. He's like, I'm asking you for music references, And I was like, oh, okay. I said, well, uh, think about the lyrics. Like, for instance, in The Temptations, the way you do the things you do. Like, it's about the lyrics. Like, if you're looking to entertain a young person, you know, play the music that you like and then introduce them to the lyrics as to why you like it. And he and I struck up a conversation, and he turned out to be just a guy that wasn't looking for anything. He was just somebody that's a that just that just likes to talk. He literally just likes to talk. It was really refreshing. He was
So
so to fast forward to my point, right? There's this guy in Chicago that apparently, well, he set somebody on fire, and now I could have taken the opportunity to expound upon the negatives of black men in the face of this white man, right? If I was such a black man hater. I'm not a black man hater. I don't go around looking for opportunities to expound upon why we should hate black men. I wanted to get that fully clear as we continue on this live stream. I'm not here as a biased individual, okay? I'm here because, believe it or not, longevity matters. I'm familiar with you guys for what, years now, in terms of
Mm-hmm.
your conversation and how you conduct significant details about your thoughts and experiences. I'm here genuinely. I have no agenda. I'm just playing around since I had to clean up the kitchen after cooking a meal for my family because this is the anniversary. We just experienced the anniversary of my grandmother's passing, and I cooked the meal. So instead of them being generous to help me clean up, I got to clean up, and I'm up tonight. Okay, I cook for my family all the time, and I'm up at night cleaning things up, and I'm listening to you guys, not just you, but everybody on YouTube this time of night. That's why I'm here. I'm up. I'm awake. I'm retired. I'm up and awake.
let me explain this, right?
So you all making fun of me is not gonna work.
Let
What
me
are you
let
talking about? You
now
talking about in the chat? Is that what you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
let me
No,
let me
say it to the chat next time, so we do, not at us. Okay.
let me explain
Okay.
this for a minute. Okay. Number one, there's many of us in the chat who either has children by black women,
Mm-hmm.
married to black women, or currently
Mm-hmm.
date black women.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get some things straight real quick. See, where black men find hate is out of unreasonable subterfuge. You like that word? You like that vocabulary words, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice
Un-
word.
Great word.
Unreasonable subterfuge.
Big word.
Big
Hold,
word.
a whole dime.
You
See,
got to be educated to know that.
see, you got to understand.
She don't want to hear some of the words I use during the sportscast.
Mm-hmm.
See, some people like to say, you might hear some of them Negroes on this panel right now say, black women like compromised men.
Mm-hmm.
I like to say, out of my big wordisms, black women like men who wallow in obsolescence.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Fastball right down the middle.
Nolan Ryan, that shit.
You goddamn right.
And I'm gonna tell you this, right? I can't hate anything that's beneath me. The only thing I can do is give it my pity.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the saddest part about it. When you tell the experiences that growing up with black women and a black man, and you can see the goddamn tear in his eye. You know
Yep.
the first thing a black woman will do? They will lessen that fucking experience about him.
Damn
What
straight.
did you do? It's one thing if you say, what did we do against a woman we dated? But you're
Mhm.
talking about a lot of people's experiences with their mothers and their sisters. See, when I get asked who hurt you, you know what I proudly say? Bitches like you. And I'm not saying that about you, Mella, but that's what I tell women who ask me that foolish statement. And I say this with such great joy because back in the day, it used to be frowned upon to blame black women for their fucking iniquities and transgressions. But when you've been fucked with so much by your own community, what can you do to me that hasn't been done? At some point, a black man with common sense and grace about himself is going to say, What consequence are you to me now? What you gonna do? Stop dating me? No, you're not. You're not. Hold your goddamn horses, T. Riddler. The man speaking. Now, when you make statements like that about we hate y'all, we don't. Because if we hated you, we would even talk about you. See, true hate does not formulate words of history and historical fact. True hate would talk about your eradication. At one point, when did you hear any, and I mean any black podcaster, whether he's a part of the Black Manosphere, MRA, or anything, ever talk about the extermination of black female babies? I'll wait.
You haven't.
But how many people referenced the abortion of black male babies to such a point that even a man who's not even part of this fucking sector, Dr. Umar Johnson, had to check Cynthia G on her statements? And why did that same Fox Soul show, why did they have to hurry up and get off the air before he was about to air her out like the goddamn Air Force about to carpet bomb that motherfucker?
And to add to what you're saying, Charles, if more black women dealt with bitches like Cynthia G, Umar Johnson wouldn't have had to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because frankly, that is kind of sassy, a man having to argue back and forth with a chick. They always want to say these niggas sassy nowadays. Well, I agree, that is kind of sassy. That means that's your fucking job as a black woman. You should be doing it.
You failed.
But every time I bring this up, black women always pretend like they have no idea who Cynthia G is. I never heard of that. And then they just forget all about it and move right along. But they stay telling us. It's like BJS was saying earlier, the mommy complex. They always have the mommy you. Very little mommy and of other women.
Well,
Oh, yeah, by the way, Charles, you're invited to Thanksgiving, bro.
Oh, appreciate it. Just send me the address. And I'm going to say this first and foremost. See, every time a chick mommies me, I daddy her. See, back in the day when my grandfather grew up on the family farm, which he ever so honorably is buried, how do you think my great grandfather disciplined all 12 of his kids? There was a little part of the farm called the woodshed.
Yep.
And a lot of you motherfuckers need to be taken to that place and made real familiar
with the
who's
woodshed
to be fucked with and who's not to be. Now,
corporal punishment is your solution?
And I'm gonna
to
tell you,
behavioral modification, like that's your solution.
Sometimes it's gonna be corporal punishment. Sometimes it's figuratively, because here's the thing, right? Man, who are you, Max? Because if you're not, hold on.
I mean, what is the cops gonna do to you if you get out of line? They're gonna talk to you gently.
Now, who are you, Max?
What? Hello?
Now, Max, what do you have to do with the conversation?
The wrestling stream. Yeah, what about the conversation? Hello?
Okay, you might have to come back because this is
I don't know if you come in peace, Max, so goodbye.
You're a fucking moron.
Here we go. All right.
Low IQ.
You're an idiot.
Here we go. All right.
Okay, talk to yourself. Goodbye, because we don't talk to dumbasses. Go take your disco ball headed ass with your cheap ass fucking cologne and get the fuck off my shit. Nobody can hear you. Kicked and gone.
Kick him.
Who's this other person up here? You can't. That's the reason why I have this up here, because you can't flash shit. Greg, your camera's down, and you got to prove to me who you are. So I'm not going to let you up yet. Now, back to the conversation, because this is how pro-black I am. You don't come in my house to take a shit and don't flush and clean the toilet. Now, Black Uru, I know you didn't have anything. You didn't say anything yet, so you got the floor if you choose.
I'm just admiring the conversation thus far. Try
Mhm.
to see
Okay.
how I might fit in.
Oh yeah. And by the way, people forget the scientific method. It's right there.
Mhm.
So if a lot of you motherfuckers don't know how to research, there you go. Screenshot that motherfucker. Now,
If we, I don't see feelings in there anywhere.
because
So do I.
you know that shit that's called conclusion and analysis.
Yeah.
Those two words said "fuck them."
They sure did.
They said "fuck your feelings."
They said, "Fuck them."
And by the way, that's how you deal with trolls. By the way,
Yeah.
fuck them.
Oh, man, people ask me why I'm not married. I hate black women. Most black women, man. You tell them something, okay? They hear what you say, and they actually remix it through their feelings. It comes out completely different on the other side. Repeat what I actually said.
Exactly. I'm such a hated, arrogant individual. I was called bitter by one of my homeboys. I said, "How am I bitter if I'm still with women? There's women. I get more hate, big head. Hell, I gave Kevin the same thing about hell, big heads.
Yeah.
I'm like this. When people think about this shit, there's a lot of shit that Kevin got from a lot of people.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yourself and others and myself as well. I'm
yeah.
the one who came up with the phrase "hey big head."
You
Mm-hmm.
did.
And here's the crazy part.
Yeah.
Women aren't stupid. I don't play women like you're the lesser creature. I treat women like they're the intelligent creatures God created you as for.
And they hate that.
They
When
absolutely
somebody
hate it.
holds me to a goddamn standard and accountable,
Oh, they hate that.
you want me to baby you? I had to tell them, well, you got to treat me with patience. I said, I tried.
You know,
I tried that.
I can't. Like I was telling May earlier. Okay, I can accept if you're a high school dropout. Okay, I can work with you. But you have 3 master's degrees. Okay, coming up here playing dumb. They can't remember stuff. I, I can't
Yes, she
stand.
can.
I can't stand intelligent people playing freaking dumb. I can't. I can't do it. Ooh,
Maybe
ooh.
maybe
Yeah,
they were drinking.
no, she wasn't drinking. Okay, she does
Oh,
it all the time. Okay, it's not the first time you get a intellectual woman and she can't defeat your argument. She starts playing dumb. Just getting her feeling what I feel or what I
she
really get.
starts getting coy. Okay.
Oh, nobody in my circle. Come on, you read stats just like I do. Okay, and you're black. Okay, ain't no way a black person in a big ass city like Atlanta, LA, or DC can run in, could actually be in a bubble where they can't see the dysfunction. You know where to go, where not to go for a reason. There's a reason that you moved to the suburbs. You tell me you don't see this stuff. Come on.
It's the fact they don't want to see it.
No, they're lying. It's not they don't want to see. They're lying.
But VHS.
Yeah. Hey Charles, hey, if you see her, man, let her know that I named my alter ego VHS. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna be.
I, I, I thought it was so apropos that named my alter ego VHS.
He always said.
Hey,
Why not
BGS,
8-track?
why are
She
you
always tells
using
me.
Now,
why are you
tells me
using the
have
word
her-
apropos?
tell me the story because she's talking about why not A-Trade. Go ahead and tell me the story, Charles. There's a
The
reason.
story was like this because we were talking about Roe v. Wade years before it happened, about approximately 5 years. And my ex was upstairs in my house when I was on the stream. She was watching a movie.
Mm-hmm.
She was listening.
Mm-hmm.
So she hits me back years later and said, "Remember?" And she came to my house again. Remember that time when you and that guy? What's that guy you be on the channel with? What's his name? VHS.
Mm-hmm.
And I died laughing.
Oh, okay.
And she was like, "Y'all
She
was talking about that.
misremembered. Okay.
Y'all was
I
talking about."
thought it was a slight toward his age.
Yeah.
Okay. My
It was
bad.
it was because she was giving us props because she was basically telling her college professor, she was bragging on us that
Mm-hmm.
my ex boyfriend was predicted this shit before y'all. So I'm around smart people all the time. So I'm like, dude, I said you should have got me when I was cheap, but
Yeah. I fell out laughing.
Yeah,
I
context
bet you
matters.
did.
Thank
I
you for
bet.
explaining.
I bet you did, man.
Context matters.
And
That's
why
funny.
not 8-track? I never had a
Hey,
set.
BGS. I'll ask a question. Jody asked me when I used the word apropos on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you using those big words? Don't you know you're black? She did that while I was doing she said
Wow.
that exact question. She walked by me and said that question while I was on the air. The entire crew and myself was just cracking up.
Do you know May with 3 master's degrees did not know what the word cantankerous actually meant?
Get
And
the fuck out of here.
She didn't.
She did.
She didn't.
so she doesn't. If she doesn't know what cantankerous means, she
Wait a
doesn't know
minute.
what the legend means.
She didn't know what
She
cantankerous
did
means,
not
and
know
I
what
use this word, and
yeah.
I and me jokingly being accused of using big words, especially from and toward my children,
Hmm.
didn't know what that word was.
Yeah. You know what? I used to use a lot of huge words and stuff like that, but I got tired of people. You know the blank stare with people.
Yeah,
Know
I
what
understand.
I got tired of that. So I learned to actually uh, 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 bring down the verbiage. So I don't use a lot of huge words, even though I probably can. But um, I
I
got to the point I
I
don't use
tried
anything.
doing.
Hey,
I
BJ,
I
closer to
try to
your
do that
mic.
on some occasions,
Excuse me?
but
Come closer to your mic. You sound distant.
Oh, okay, yeah. I actually tried to. I used to use a lot of huge words because
hmm
it's STEM and all that kind of stuff, but I got tired of those blank stares.
oh yeah, I still
Okay,
get them.
yeah, the blank stare.
I
So
s-
I've learned to actually uh, uh, bring my language down to close to the common language. Okay, so I
Yeah.
don't use a lot
you
of
know what
huge
I
words.
keep here. You know what I keep in my desk and that I read from time to time, especially
Hmm.
before I go on the air. A
Hmm.
glossary.
Hmm.
I have different sports glossaries, one for football, one for basketball, one for baseball, because
Hmm.
I do I combine audio and video all the time,
Hmm.
and I read it before I go on the air. Now, granted, my wife will catch me reading those words and she'll lean in and she'll get this wicked smile in her face and she'll go, "You know what I'm about to ask you, right?" And I go, "Yes, that's why I'm laughing."
Yeah, it's funny because I've actually gotten the blank stares a lot. I get it all the time still, and I
Mhm.
enjoy it because it tells me
Me
what
too,
type
man.
of people I'm dealing with because that's my barometer. So when I'm around,
Yeah.
even I don't give a fuck if they hood or hood. They be like, "Yeah, you one of them book reading motherfuckers, aren't you?" I'm sometimes audible, but yeah, I'm one of them book reading motherfuckers.
Uh-huh.
And it's proud because people will brag on it. They be like, "Yo, that
Yep.
motherfucker is so athletic and so smart that he's just." And it was funny because I almost dropped a tear. One of my homeboys said, "He's such a fucking dichotomy.
Hmm.
It's
Mhm.
working. It's
It's
working."
what it is. I gotta get to bed. But Charles, could you do me a favor? I put a comment in the chat with both my links on it. I am trying to get my studio back up and running, folks. As my computer crashed in BGS, I'll have to send you my wish list. I'll do that in the morning. But if anybody can help get a snowman and his family back on their feet, I truly appreciate it.
Okay. What's the baseline that you need as far as a computer?
In terms of specs or
Specs
No,
instead of specs. Yeah.
yeah, the specs.
64 gig of RAM with an
Hmm.
i5 processor.
Okay. Okay.
And I choose 64 because as you guys know, I do a lot of video casting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And I'll say
All right.
this,
RAM is cheap. So.
Yep.
and I'll say this for a lot of times. It's not, I know Mela is making just, you know, making, comical responses to it.
I'm definitely being Carol Burnett up here. Definitely.
We don't hate black women.
No, we
I'm just.
don't.
We,
Unfortunately, not.
I
No.
because
never accused you guys of
no,
that.
no.
So.
No. She was talking to the chat. She wasn't talking to us.
I know you're talking
Oh.
to the chat, but I'm just gonna put it out there. We don't hate black women.
No. Yeah.
It's,
Yeah. Yeah.
we we are disappointed by black women heavily because, believe it or not, black men actually think the world of black women.
Hmm.
And what hurts us the most, I've said it many a times. If you get a fit black woman in a gym, there's no gym that you could dig out the ground that's more beautiful. When you get a well-meaning, well-attitude, well-adjusted, well-emotionally balanced,
Oh yeah, that's like finding a gym in the
that
dirt.
is finding a gym. That's
Yeah,
like you got to go to fucking the moon's a titan of
yeah.
Jupiter.
That's an American black woman.
In an American black woman, if you
Hmm.
find that,
Yeah,
it's what you
yeah,
won't be
yeah.
already taken.
You go someplace else, you can find them all over. But for an
Mhm.
American black woman, yeah.
It's like
Mm.
going to the Congo.
Hmm.
Word on the street is the Congo has bent riverbeds of diamonds the size of your fist,
Yeah, but getting to them is the problem.
and that's the dichotomy black men
Hmm.
have.
Hmm.
There's
It's the
that word.
fact,
There's a
it's
big
the
word
fact,
again, folks.
the fact that men
Dichotomy. I don't think dichotomy is that big a word, but maybe I'm different.
it's not
Okay.
that
See,
word, but
If,
it's
if,
not, but
if you want to see a book that has a lot of big ass words, okay,
mhm.
read Tommy Curry's The Man Not.
oh yeah,
You'll be in the dictionary every page, okay? Every page you'll
That's
be
my that's my
something.
kind of book.
we don't
Oh,
even have the
if you read the man, try to read The Man Not, okay? Every page you'll be going through the dictionary.
Hey,
we
that's my kind of book. A book
we
that
Hmm.
don't
makes me
have
do even
we
more research than I'm doing when I'm reading the thing. That's my kind of book.
Oh, yo, you be what like Dr. Tommy, what the hell does that word mean? Let me look this one up, okay?
Dad got me doing that
Hmm.
when I would hear him talk with mom and he would use words and I would always ask what that
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
He got tired of breaking it down for me.
Hmm.
And one day he wrote a list of words down, gave me a dictionary, and he said, "Look them up."
Yeah, yeah,
That's how I got started. Let me say
yeah.
goodnight. Thank you, gentlemen. I thank
All
you,
right.
lady and gentlemen. I appreciate you guys very much, very much.
Rest
I
well.
appreciate. I
That's so
appreciate.
big.
That obfuscate is very common, believe it or not. They use that all the time, um, especially in sports. They use obfuscate a lot in sports, believe it or not, to hide something, cover stuff up.
Mhm.
you know. When you want to talk about a Herculean task that you have to have such a point that you have to have tremendous amounts of augmented strength
Mm-hmm.
and fortitude.
Mm-hmm.
Find a black woman that's actually all the things I described.
American black woman.
The American black woman,
Yes.
and it's sad because once upon a time, so long ago, in a neighborhood far away,
Mm-hmm.
black men a generation away, well, 2 generations away,
Mm-hmm.
because my parents are approximately what, 2 generations?
Boom. Yeah, I guess so. I think
About
the current generation is Z, so it's probably like one, two, three.
because compared to me, my parents are boomers. I'm early millennials. I'm so damn.
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm closer to Xers than I am millennials.
And now we're in the generation of Z's right now, so it's like
Hmm.
three.
And my dad and my mom, which is your generation and
Mm-hmm.
generation,
Mm-hmm.
at one point, you motherfuckers could throw a rock in 1,000 women, and wherever that rock landed or hit, you would find a wife.
And Charles, that's not true. Okay, I'm gonna tell you it's not true. Okay, that was my mother's generation. Okay, it's the silent
Yeah,
generation. Okay, the crack started to show with the boomers.
yeah, that's when the
Yeah,
crack started,
started to show. Yeah,
but a lot of
we
them
had to
were,
be more selective, but we're still relatively on code then.
yeah,
Okay.
but the majority of your women were still trained.
Yeah, they were still trainable. They still had a little bit of their mother in them. But,
Yeah, they
but
had more issues than Jet and Ebony.
oh
Give me,
yeah, and Xers went out when all hell broke loose was under the Xers.
and it's funny because I've always told you one of the scariest things I ever had is when I
Hmm.
had COVID really badly. Remember when I was so weak I couldn't
Yeah, I
perform?
remember that. I mean, we were worried about you then. I remember that.
I
'Cause
will tell
you
you
were in the hospital like 3 days, right? Behind that shit, weren't you?
five.
Oh, five. Oh my God. Okay.
I
If you
told
weren't, it would have killed anybody else but Superman.
Oh yeah, and I told him get that fucking respirator the fuck away from me.
Mm. Oh yeah. Okay.
That shit killed my old lieutenant
Mm.
because the brachialysis
Yeah. Yeah.
that
Yep.
is because that's a muscle. Remember, If
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't breathe on its own, it won't. That's why you
Mm-hmm.
force yourself to breathe. That's why y'all kept hearing.
Yeah, and the thing, the respirator actually make COVID worse than better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because brachialis won't breathe. It's a
yeah,
breathe.
and then the COVID virus will actually
Right.
set up in the respirator.
Mm-hmm. You
Yeah,
know, we'll spread inside that
you
motherfucker.
spread inside that motherfucker, make the lungs worse. Yeah, yeah.
And when I looked at my mother cleaning my
Mm-hmm.
house, 3 bedrooms, a finished basement, living room and dining room, and my
Mm-hmm.
father fixed the shit, I was like, oh, that's training.
That's training. Yeah, it is training.
He never complained one time.
Yeah, that's
My
training.
my generation, if I'd have had a wife in my generation, I'd probably be dead. Probably be dead. And I hate to say that about my generation of women, but yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And it's scary because one, you lose a lot of faith because we still hold men to masculine standards of the 40s,
Mm-hmm.
but women get to escape into this new age 2026 model of woman. And remember, mothers used to shame their daughters for getting 10 pounds overweight.
Mm-hmm.
These chicks are coming out here looking like they're at a sumo bar
Yeah,
show.
yeah, yeah. I know. I witnessed that. That was the millennials that actually changed that shit for them. Believe it or not. Okay.
And I've told a lot of women, I've worked with a lot of women.
Mm-hmm.
One chick I worked with, and she lost 60 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And her dating uh, portfolio went up.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, why is it different? I said, let me tell you why.
Because you're healthy.
You look better. Because one, we go by the comic book theory. If I go into the store, guess what type of artist they're gonna put on the cover of the comic book? Usually they're best because it's the rule of attraction.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not beauty to the eye, then I won't pick it up.
Anybody will tell any anthropologist will tell you why are men actually attracted to slimmer women? Sign of health.
Yes,
Hmm.
that's about the health. Um, it that's pretty much it in a
Yeah.
nutshell. BGS, you're right. It's about the health. The
Mm-hmm.
you perceive more likely than not this individual that's toned and in
Mm-hmm.
shape and
Mm-hmm.
fit is healthy.
Yeah.
Thereby, she is useful. But if you got somebody that is not healthy, they're going to be a burden, and nobody's signing up for a burden.
And not only that, Mella, I'm an artist.
That
Okay,
goes for sickly men too.
I'm an
Yeah.
artist.
Yeah. Well, anybody. Yeah.
I'm an artist, right? When you're drawing the quintessential head of a woman, it's an oval. When a woman gains shape, it starts to look like a square. Guess
Mm.
what the quintessential shape of a man's face is when you're drawing or painting them?
It's a
Square.
yeah, a square or yeah, square.
Because women
It
love a square jawed man.
mm-hmm.
So in other words, you start looking more masculine the bigger you get.
When you say they love that,
They're attracted to the shape
okay, okay, let's get
genetically.
specific.
Genetically.
Why,
Yeah.
why, are, wo-
Genetically.
why are women attracted to muscular men? What are the traits of a muscular man, Miss?
if he,
Oh,
women,
hold on,
how can
answer,
I put this?
answer
How
the
can I
question.
put this? Because
Just
I want to say this.
regular words. Yes.
I want to say this. In the previous discussion, we were talking about abuse. So
Okay.
I believe character traits supersede um, aesthetics for me.
Yeah.
For me,
Oh.
like in
Yeah.
any event that a man has this, you know, Olympian physique,
Mm-hmm.
but he's an abusive jerk, I'm not going to
Mm-hmm.
be attracted to him. I don't
So
care what he's shaped.
Is that his body or is that his personality?
In the event that he is aesthetically pleasing to the
Hmm.
general public, like on
Okay.
sight without saying a word, it's like, oh my God, he's fabulous. Look at those muscles. Look how gorgeous he is.
Yeah,
But
okay.
as it turns out, he's a sociopath.
So why are women attracted to men with muscles? That's what we're trying to ascertain.
They aren't intelligent enough to really
No,
No, no, no, no, no, no.
discover the scope.
I,
here we go. Yeah, all right.
I
Okay. Here we go.
It's like a man being attracted to a woman
no, no, no,
who is
No.
Mel,
physically attractive, but he
Mel,
has yet to
Mel,
discover
Mel,
whether or not she
pause,
has a high
pause,
body count.
Why do black women make something very simple complicated?
pause.
I'm not
Because I'm not
understanding.
here to be a puppet.
We're not being a puppet. I'm asking you something about the raw.
Well,
It's not that simple. It's very genetic. It's in literature. Okay. Why?
since you
It's
already
because
know the answers, just expound on it.
oh,
No, we're asking a woman why
As
oh,
if
yeah,
I
oh,
represent all
yeah.
women.
Mella,
That's
Mella,
where the downside comes in. You
Mella,
ask the
pause,
woman.
pause. Yep, that's the problem. Mella,
What?
why are
How
women
I feel and my
feel?
truths.
So,
I
Mella,
said I think.
My
I don't
feel and
use
how
I
my
don't say
truths.
feel.
It's
I
my
say
Mella,
think.
truths. My
Mella,
truths.
I think. I don't feel.
type,
My
what type
my
of man?
truths is he's a
I'm
jerk.
gonna ask you this
He
question:
is such
What
a
type of
jerk.
man physically are you attracted towards?
Pardon me? Am I attracted to men who have
What,
muscles?
what are
That's
you
what you're asking
physically
me?
attracted? No, he asked you what physically are you attracted to?
Physically.
Physically, yes.
Don't bullshit us because this is a non-bullshit channel.
I'm
Oh,
attracted
you gonna get some bullshit. Don't worry about that. Go ahead, Miller.
I'm attracted to men that look like they're not gonna die tomorrow.
Oh boy. All right, here we go.
I'm gonna do you this. I'm gonna humor you once again because that's a
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not answer it the way you demand I should?
no. Because guess what? That's too broad of a fucking statement. What men will get you looking at him and make you like, oh shit?
Someone that's tall, not fat, with a clean, tidy appearance.
Does he have to be skinny
Okay,
fat?
here we go. I answered the question, and you want to keep probing, right?
So you're saying not fat
You're
would
being a
be mean.
narcissist right now.
I'm not because a narcissist would
I
never
asked,
talk to you.
I asked you to consider that I actually answered your question.
In other words, you said not fat. Not fat can mean skinny, muscular. What is it? What
I
type of
said
body?
tall, not fat,
So he could be
who
muscular.
doesn't look like he's gonna die tomorrow.
So could he look like?
That is literally my answer.
So
Literally.
does he look like a track
Now,
star? Or
what are you? What's
so
this
in other words,
addiction
listen
to further
before,
probing that you got?
before
What's
you
that?
because you're too vague. Because we need to nail down what is.
Well, an answer is an answer.
Yeah, stop whining. You
That's
came up
like when a man can't accept no, they want to know why.
because they want to know how to
A
improve.
no is a complete sentence. My answer is my answer.
So in other words,
You can
does
explore it for yourself, but don't
does he
ask me to
be
explain my answer. My answer is my answer.
Mella? Does he have to be a guy who runs the 100 meter race, or is he a
Charles,
marathon runner?
Charles, that means he's not gonna die tomorrow, right?
That's a vague ass statement. Ask me
Yeah,
what I'm going to do.
yeah. That means he's not gonna die tomorrow.
Ask me the same question,
Because
Mella.
he's gonna be running a marathon, right, Charles?
So, how are marathon runners built?
He's 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 gonna be running a marathon, so he's not gonna die tomorrow, right?
In other words, how are marathon runners built?
See, you like to interrogate because you're in law enforcement. That's what you like to do.
So in other words, if we're asking you a question
I
and
answered your
hey, I
question.
a person, guess what? I could get a 60-year-old woman. She doesn't look like she's gonna die tomorrow. Maybe a week from now, but tomorrow, no. So in other words, what type of physical shape Is it gonna make you
You
really?
don't know how to corner me, Charles. You just don't know how to do it. I apologize, but you don't.
I know how to corner you.
No, you
Here's
do
the
not.
question. Here's the question. You're just
I've already answered your question, Charles.
you're upset because you left a vague statement, so he could be a little pudgy.
Charles, I literally answered your question.
He could be a little muscular.
So we're
He could.
talking about coulds. The
No,
coulds.
that's
Difficult.
this is the reason why.
I'm not his puppet.
This is
I'm not
the
gonna
reason
do this with
why.
him.
This is the reason
I'm not his
why
puppet.
a lot of black women, a lot of black men do not like speaking to black women because something so simplistic can be so goddamn difficult.
No, what's difficult is not accepting an answer as an answer.
So wait a minute.
Why is it that it's
It, because
unreasonable on my
I'm going
side
to
but
tell you
not your
why.
side
I'm going
when
to
I've
tell you
given you
why.
an answer?
Because when you ask us
You're
the same,
unreasonable, Charles.
when you ask
And you
us
won't
the
admit it.
when we ask you the same shit, we explain in great detail, but you expect men to take your
I
bullshit
I
for
don't
one
expect
gospel.
anything but reasonableness. You're not being
No,
reasonable.
neither are you.
Why?
Because
Because I'm
you're
not your
saying,
puppet?
if you're saying,
I'm
let me
not
put
your
it this,
puppet? Is that the problem?
no, because this is the puppet. Did I ask you to say what I want you to say, or did I ask you to explain yourself a little further to get the comfort
There's
to get
no further
the
explanation. I answered your question.
because I'm pretty sure if I get a bum out the street who's not fat,
I'm pretty
it
sure
doesn't
that
mean you're gonna die tomorrow. You're
you
gonna
can
you're gonna
actually
shoot that motherfucker.
you can actually talk
Again,
about
but then again, hold
my
on.
answer as
Then
opposed
again,
to keep throwing casting a line for further answer. Like this interrogation tactic, it doesn't work on me. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. I
He
would like.
interrogating or is he just asking for clarification?
He's pressing me into believing that my answer was not sufficient, which is a false statement.
So when he asked for clarification, you got difficult.
There is no need to clarify a complete answer. That is my complete answer. Period. He won't accept it, and I think that's unreasonable. If he wants to talk about it, he can do that. But to keep further drilling me, that's a boundary issue.
I think I
What don't
think
you
when
understand about?
I think
This
when women
this
come to the manosphere
this
and then
comment.
act surprised about what they hear, I think this is a good demonstration of it.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say the same thing. This
Yeah,
is
I'm
a
not here to be a
perfect.
puppet. Like
This
when
is
I
a
literally
perfect.
answered a question and to keep,
This
fishing,
Mella,
fishing and fishing,
Mella,
that's
Mella,
ridiculous.
Mella. I haven't said
Am
much.
I here to entertain you?
No, no, not at all.
I
Okay.
mean, why be here if we're not entertaining each other? That's crazy.
It,
Like,
it's very
what's the point of that?
constructive.
So it's entertaining when black men say that they're frustrated with black women. That's the entertaining
that's
part of
why.
this conversation,
That's why.
For
or is
some,
that
yes.
his true statement?
That's
You're
why
For
you got to
some, yes.
understand something. This is that
I didn't
difficult
ask him to
to
explain his
show.
statement.
It's the reason why a lot of black men die early in marriage. Because one, when we ask and we try to be involved and involve you in black male conversations, and we ask you a simple question, when you say the guy
I
doesn't
answered your simple
out,
question.
so
I
in other
literally
words,
answered your simple question.
so in other words,
Did I not?
you say, yeah, you answered it, but
Okay,
here's the
thank you.
problem. So in other words, right, the same vagueness you gave us would not sit well with you.
That's not
Now,
true, Charles. I have to accept your answer for what it is, Charles, because I'm
so
a reasonable person.
so in other
When
words,
I ask a question and
we
someone gives
accept
me an answer, I accept that that's their
so
answer.
in other words, when there's a dialogue going on, like an interview, right?
Oh, we're interviewing. Oh, okay.
I said
So
It's
what?
not what you said.
like an interview, Because if you make a statement, does that person have the right to get a little bit more clarity so he can comprehend and capture the essence of what you're saying?
What rights have been established with dialogue in this manner
So
on
in
this
other
panel?
words, so in other
You-
words,
You're talking about decorum. That's what
what
you're looking for. Decorum.
Mella, take 5 seconds, breathe. Let
No,
me
I'm straight. You're the one that's being
wait a minute.
unreasonable.
Wait a minute. You asked for clarity, right? Just now, you just asked for
I
clarity
did
about
not want to do this
about
with you, Charles. I did not. I
no.
literally answered
That's
your
a perfect
question,
example that you fell into
and
the
you
trap.
are escalating it.
Mm-mm.
And I don't have to do that with you, Charles.
Mommy.
No, I've just asked you for clarity. You just asked me for clarity when I asked you for clarity 10 minutes ago.
I'm not
See,
asking you for anything, Charles.
no, you asked me for clarity.
I'm not asking you for anything. The word clarity did not come out of my mouth,
So, in
Charles.
other words, if you're telling me,
Charles, the
wait,
word
Ella,
clarity did
Ella,
not come out of my mouth, Charles,
you didn't have to say the word clarity.
because you are unreasonable. You're
I'm
putting
very
words
reasonable
into play
because I
that
have my
don't apply, Charles.
that
You're
shows my
unreasonable.
ability. Now, here's the question. When I asked, you said he doesn't have to look like he's going to die, which to me is very vague. Does he have to be muscular, skinny? Does he have to be athletic? Does he have to be the regular Joe Smo? Does he have to have a dad bod? Because there's different descriptions of a person's physicality and body that, guess what? Which would you prefer? Because everybody on God's green earth has two
As a
sets.
personal
This
preference.
this
A
is not going
person,
to be isolated to your satisfaction, Charles. I think you
uh,
need to
I'm not
accept
being
that.
satisfied
You just need
because
to
here's the
accept
thing.
that.
It's not about my satisfaction.
I think
It's
it is,
about
Charles,
clarity. It's not.
So
It's
what makes you
clarity.
think is his satisfaction?
because he wants details that I have not conscribed to.
In
I'm
other
not
words,
conscribing to details, Charles.
in
So if you
I,
other
so
words,
hold on. If you have personal preferences, you think another man thinks you're subscribing to?
I said conscribe. I didn't say
Conscribe.
subscribe.
Okay, you
Somebody get
corrected
this
me.
man a book,
Conscribe.
please.
so in other words, if I want a little bit more clarity because it seems a little confusing, do I not have a right to ask for clarity?
You're a veteran.
No,
You
what
have
I have to
all
do.
the rights
So in other
and
words,
then
let me ask you this
some.
question.
That
If I
doesn't mean that you're going to get what you're looking for, Charles.
so in
And
other
for
words,
whatever
so hard,
reason,
what's so
you
hard?
won't accept that. You won't
So in other
accept that
words,
my answer is my answer. You won't accept it
in other
for some
words,
reason.
as long
What are
as
you
he,
looking for, Charles?
what's your personal preference?
What are you looking for?
What's your personal preference?
I answered that question. What are you
So
looking
as
for?
long he doesn't have to be muscular, right? He doesn't have to be skinny. He just
What
has to have a pulse.
What are you looking for, Charles? I answered your question.
What I was looking for, a person who could answer a damn question. But anyway, how you doing, James? How you feeling tonight?
Hey, James.
What's up,
Thanks.
brother Charles?
Thanks for being here.
Hey Charles, I just bought my first AR.
Welcome to the family. Got to take you up with that motherfucker. Well,
Sir.
what brand
What
did you get?
What is it?
Radical Firearms. I got the 10.5 inch.
Not bad. Shit.
How much was it? Like a
There's
grand?
there's nowhere in history. There's no time in history 10 inches never did damage.
No, the Radical Firearms on the lower end of things. This was about 630 altogether.
Hey, that's a
Okay,
good
that's
deal
decent.
because you know what the beautiful thing about an AR? A 630 AR can turn into a $2,000 rifle very quickly when you put attachments and you put different triggers. So it's the AR is basically like the it's like the old school Impala back in the day. So you can really soup that gun up. And the beautiful thing about an AR is this. And me and James actually spoke about this offline. When you have a shit hits the fan scenario, an AR is not just a defensive weapon. An AR with the 5.56 223 gives you hunting velocities, which means you could take down medium sized game. if you were in the woods or lost somewhere, or we had to get the fuck out of Baltimore.
Do you guys even know how to prepare an animal?
As long as
Process
you
an animal? Do you know how to
as,
do that?
I got a
um,
guy at my job. He think I'm joking with him, but I'm dead serious. I'm gonna go hunting with him one day because he does it.
Exactly. Like there are people that know how to process an
Show me how to
animal,
fly.
because most times when
and
you got
then there are others that just want to collect weapons.
because you got to
I
realize most
just want to
times,
collect weapons, but I know why I want to learn how to prepare deer meat.
good sausage too, by the way, good sausage.
When you know how to prepare it, yeah. When you know
But
how to process that animal, you
but
good to go.
you got to realize most meat becomes game meat is because you don't let
What
it.
are the odds that the average black man knows how to actually process an animal?
Well, it depends on what black man you talking to. Are you talking to a black man that lives in rural areas? Because he probably knows. Or are you talking to a city slicker? Like I used to live in North Carolina, and I know damn well you got some black men spend a lot of time in the fucking woods.
That's what's up.
So it depends on, I mean, where they from.
They can do.
Everybody's out of their environment.
They know how to purify water and all that good stuff.
You got to realize something. Here's the
But a
crazy part.
urban guy, he just likes to talk crap.
But at the same time, there's a lot of country boys who couldn't survive in the urban environment, could they?
Facts.
And people are made victims every day. G. So depending on your environment, that's why we call for how long? What did I call this space of mine? The multifaceted space where everybody can come. We got some people who are literally ninjas. Shout out to Neighbor's protagonist. That motherfucker's literally a ninja. If you ever see his Instagram, push ups on fingers. Has a katana, has an Air Force vet. You have guys who are more of the gruntish type. Like myself, Sandog, and James. You have more guys who are more, I would say, city slicker like an ABM. But trust me, ABM is not a fool, nor is he not capable of making himself and his family survive. Am I right, ABM?
I'm into my prep shit nowadays, so absolutely.
So you got to realize I preach multifacetism, if there's such a word, because one, not just a man, because notice how we call ourselves the multifaceted men and what women in my part of this space is because I think women should shoot just as well as men. But historically, guess what? Women were even better shooters than men, especially in the sniper position. I'm the first person to say this in this space. The three places we discovered in the military through documentation and studies where women will do right and direct action is investigations because it took a woman to find bin Laden. Number two, espionage, because if I put a nice, cute woman in a little red or black dress, most men are going to tell them her whole lives and the last time he pissed in the bed. And number three, sniper, because she makes a smaller target. She's flexible and she can hold that rifle longer and that position longer. And guess what? Women have the ability to focus a little bit longer because they have to focus a little bit longer because of that innate thing they have with children, especially young children. But when it comes to hand to hand combat, they fail miserably. So when people say we don't know the places and the roles, we actually tell you the roles and places. This is why multifaceted, because I pray to God that if shit goes out of hand and you have a single mother who's the single mother, not because she's a ratchet, is because shit happens and sometimes that's how the relationship rolls, that she can protect her family. I will not be a guy who wants to see a woman with her kids and she's not capable of defending herself with either a firearm, a bludgeoning tool, or a bladed weapon. We're clear on that, right? But James, you didn't say anything yet. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, I totally agree with you, man. I think this perception that black men were not multifaceted But at the same time, um, I think people um, fail to recognize that urban environments and rural environments are totally drastically different, completely. Even from a an aspect of just tactics. Like you're not going to go in a rural area at nighttime without night vision. That is not happening. Most rural guys I know, especially the guys who do hog hunting, they got thermal night vision, clip-ons. You know what I mean? They know the terrain. There's so much aspects that come with that game. Versus if you're in an urban environment, um, even if this thing went black, there's going to be some type of lighting. But at the end of the day, most people ain't gonna go to a dark alley. Most people in the city don't prepare for food. Most people don't have X amount of water, right? You're gonna see looting, chaos. It's just, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Um, yeah, the necessity regarding the dynamics of strategy apply differently in urban communities rather than um, isolated areas where there's just open space and the need to hunt for your dinner. You won't eat if you don't go out and hunt it. In an urban community, you just go to the corner store and get whatever it is you're looking for. And yeah, it's a different dynamic in terms of strategic thinking. There's more planning that's necessary when you live in rural areas rather than urban areas. In urban areas, there's really not much planning because things are conveniently close. In rural communities, you actually have to plan your life and the activities day to day. You have to plan it.
I
Um,
mean, I definitely agree. I'll also say is black folks don't shoot. That's just a fundamental fact. I mean, it's one of the things that me and Charles have talked about. You know, if you think shooting is not a perishable skill, I don't know what to tell you because that shit will fall off a cliff faster than you think,
I don't
especially under
know.
stress level.
Like I go to the range, I see more and more black people every fucking day. Maybe it's just where I'm at.
Hmm.
It's like
Shout out to Free State. Shout
damn
out,
near more fucking
shout,
black people at the range than whites.
shout out to Gundry. Shout out to Free
I
State.
go to Gundry. I go, Gundry out Owens Mills.
And I tell people, I'm an instructor. I had to like, I'm like, wait a minute, my fucking shot is off. So I was like, let's go 15 yards. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm right handed with my left hand. Okay, we back to center mass again. Okay, that's how quick your perishable skills will go. So that means you got to take over. That's why sometimes when I train people for their fucking gun permit, I will shoot because guess what? I want to be able to know where to tell you, okay, now I see where you're shooting because I'm going through similar effects. Guided slightly here by a few centimeters. Bing, bing, bing. Sometimes you have to trick your eye and your hand at the same time. You got to look at, especially if you're doing distance shooting. Most times I like to teach close quarter shooting if I have the ability on certain ranges where guess what? You're not doing the fundamental shooting. You're pulling that shit straight out the holster and you're cocking it sideways, boom, 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 getting shots off because the fight is that close. The average gun battle is within 15 yards or less. So, what does that tell you? You may not get fundamental shooting. If I had to teach combative shooting, one, you would probably have a knife in your hand, stabbing the target, and then boom, 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 boom. You might do a palm strike or a jab, and then come boom, 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 boom. It gets ugly out there. Okay?
yeah, because obviously we're not talking about hunting anymore.
I'm pretty good at hunting humans.
Apparently.
And sometimes you're right, LEPD SWAT also learn that land navigation, CQB, first aid, alert, and small unit tactics. This is the saddest thing of all. What happens if you coming from the range? And this is one thing I teach people: before you get off the range, refill your goddamn magazines. Separate your battle ammo from your range ammo. What if you're the guy and there's an active shooter at a school nearby and you see a police officer wounded? You might have to hurry up and patch them up if you can, if it's feasible, or go into that school and defend those children's lives. Oh, I forgot. We multifaceted. We don't just talk about the narcissist shit. We like to talk about shit that's really ugly and really light. We can joke, we can play, but if it comes to the survivability of my people, we're gonna get to it. Why is it that a white boy can freely go on a fucking range and shoot up all kinds of shit, but if I talk about firearm safety and shit, shout out to damn, what's his name? Because we did a firearm seminar online. You would think that the white boys would actually fucking take to that. You think black men would take to that. But guess what? You should know why I'm particularly one with the 40 caliber, the 45 caliber. I know you get more rounds with 9 millimeter, but what have we learned on the range when it comes to the 9 millimeter, especially if you're shooting steel targets? It takes 2 or 3 rounds to knock that steel target over. My 45, I'm pumping that shit down a little. I'm pumping that shit down with one bullet.
I do like 45s.
If I had to teach a woman how to shoot, I'm going to take the most powerful handgun that I have. It's probably my 357 that was inherited to me by my granddaddy. And if I could get you to shoot a target with a 357, and when I qualify you, it's either going to be with a 22 or a 9 millimeter, which probably most women are going to shoot 380 or 9 millimeter. That confidence builds up. My goal is to make sure it's like your driving instructor. I'm not teaching you to be an expert. I'm teaching you enough to make sure you go train on your own. Okay? Because your safety is not just a suggestion. It's actually paramount. Because hey, once again, little old Mella, black female, right? What if you see an active shooter trying to shoot little kids and you have your firearm at you? It's your duty to protect those children.
Absolutely.
But, people don't say that because I don't talk all this thing about hate. I don't come from a space of hate because hate keeps you bottled up in circles. I'm aware. The awareness. You see James' picture right there? That's long range shooting. That's what snipers do. That's what anybody who's capable of a long range shot would do. They would actually use those 3 to 4 points of contact to stabilize that weapon system and get the best shot possible. Am I lying, James?
Nope, not at all. Not
I
at
want to
all.
say good night to Black Uru. He
Well,
typed good night in the back chat. So
good night.
good
You
night,
always
Uru.
see, man. And you got to realize, you being Air Force, what's the most valuable asset the Air Force has to guard?
Oh my gosh. Go ahead and tell me, Charles.
Well, if you my former partner at the last place I was working, she was security forces, which is the Air Force versions of the MPs. You have to protect silos and also airstrips where the fucking planes go. If you get to our fucking missile silos and our air defense capabilities, we're fucked. We're fucked.
Yeah, I did like the MPs. I worked on the flight line, so
And
uh,
how protection does the flight line people
I'm
need?
sorry, what?
How much protection does the flight line people need?
How much protection?
Mm-hmm.
The ultimate protection because we got to get those birds in the air, baby.
So guess what? Am I lying with the statement I made, Mella?
Uh,
If we don't get those planes in the air, we're fucked, aren't we?
We got to protect the planes.
And the pilots.
They fly the planes.
Because if you fuck our pilots, we're fucked.
Who else is gonna fly it but the pilot?
Because number one, strategically, air superiority is a motherfucker.
It is. It's what makes us the greatest.
And people say, and I know some people are going to disagree with me. Yes, China has the tech, but China does not have anywhere near the experience. America's been known for doing this historically for war for over 100 years. We may not have the best all the time, but what we have, we have great ingenuity. Now, let's look at what's really scary for the world. The people of the 40s and the 50s, which means World War II and Korea, those people were actually dropouts of high school or didn't complete it, but they were much smarter and much capable of the young men and women of today. There should be no reason a 15-year-old boy can't fucking do 30 push-ups straight. There should be no reason that you can't compete in a sport at a decent level. We're not saying you got to win championships, but be decent, competitive. So you're telling me that we don't have competitive and capable young men, which is the majority of our military. So what happens is that when we don't have those capabilities and we're not bestowing that knowledge and that mindset to young men and women, what is that going to do, Mella, and anybody from a combative standpoint?
Oh, it definitely cripples the uh, superiority. So, it, as a matter of fact, I wanted to tell you this because while I'm searching for the video to share with you, not that you're going to play it online, but you might want to view it. There, there's this video that emphasizes the power, strength, might of the United States Armed Services compared to others throughout the world. And it goes into this comprehensive explanation and charts. But it also is unbiased because it will expose that, let's say, China, for instance, they have more soldiers. I'll put it that way. But when it comes to the when it comes to what we have in our possession as a country, as a nation, we are superior, hands down. You know, there are countries that where we might rank third and or second in some areas and aspects, but overall, America is superior. We believe in investing in the defense of this country. It's indisputable. That's the way it is. But I'll look for that video. If I drop off, it's because it's involuntary, and I'll be back, as they say in the Terminator. In the Terminator.
But you also
That sounds funny. I'll be back. That sounds funny. Okay, but I'm gonna look for this video and
I'll be back. If you want me to view it and give my opinion on it, I sure will. You got
okay.
to remember, there's a lot of everybody who follows me, including yourself, for prior service or current service, either in the military, police, or fire departments, or even armed security or high level armed security. Meaning these people have been overseas doing security or had some type of accelerated training like sniper school. So a lot of people would have found me, a guy like myself, and said if I'm talking bullshit, they would have called me out on it. And I haven't been called out since the last 10, 11 years I've been in this space. This is the craziest part. When you look at the experience of the average American soldier, hell, the average American vet, we've been so battle tested through two theaters of war at some point that there's veterans you don't want to go back. You don't want us. I No country will truly invade us because God knows the cost in blood would be too high for them. They would even if you get one of us, eight of us are putting muzzles to your head. And this is the part where, what's that old song? Experience is a good teacher. This is like you, and I believe what LAPD SWAT has the phrase that pays. The warrior ethos isn't being passed down. I told my son and my godsons, there's some things we have to do, even if you start working. Wash dishes, mop the floor. If you see me do it, do it. Why? Because that's a victory. Why? That takes discipline. Why? Because when you move the fuck away from me, you got to do that for your own house. Learn how to cook. You know why? Food poisoning is a bitch. And one thing we don't take in consideration is that how much we lose as a people if we don't have enough. How many times I want everybody who's listening to the sound of my voice on the chat and the panel, how many goddamn years I said push your young men into the military? Anybody can answer. Anybody can answer. We're trying to fight. The black community has had an invasion of unjustified homosexuality. And people say, what do you mean unjustified homosexuality? My definition of unjustified homosexuality is you're trying to force homosexuality on children instead of not letting them make decisions when they're adults. Because I think sexuality, whether if it's hetero or homo, is an adult decision, just like sex within itself. Am I making sense, folks? Anything sexual is an adult act. You leave children to be children. You don't indoctrinate. You educate. But yet, I'm one of the guys villainized for being one of the co-writers of the Gray Faulkner Initiative of pushing your boys in the fire, police, and the military. But guess what jobs are fucking recession proof? Guess what jobs are recession proof? Guess what skills we're lacking? You want to talk about masculinity? What's your rite of passage, black people? I challenge you on that. You're right. McDrama Bear, that right there. What about that? LAPD SWAT. Being uncomfortable is a good thing. Learn to be comfortable being uncomfortable. What's that, Marine? Distro? I also did a tour on recruiting duty. Exactly. One of the most filthiest things you can ever do as a self-respecting man is seeing a boy you see so much potential in because you see yourself in him and he does not have the fortitude to even try it. One of the biggest frustrations I had in my coaching, 20 plus year coaching fucking career was when I had more faith in the athlete than he had in his goddamn self. And trust me, let's go back to Distro for a minute. One of the biggest issues of recruiting, especially when it comes to young black men, was their mamas.
I
Oh,
was
you
ready to say something similar.
go ahead. You got the floor.
I was just going to say, you know, a lot of these little boys, they grow up with their mothers cutting their fucking nuts off with the passive aggressive shit all the time.
Hmm.
Or half the time, it's not even passive aggressive. They straight up telling you ain't shit.
Think about it. At least in the military, they're going to break you down, but they're going to build you into a better creature. You just get broken down for the sake that she can't fucking stand because she can't stand you because you look just like your daddy. I try to turn a one night stand into a marriage, and I'm fucked. There you go. That's you know what. I'm gonna make a T-shirt out of that, and a portion of the proceeds are gonna go to you, the destroyers of the warrior class, your mama. A woman,
But you niggas supposed to build something.
how can we build? How can I build a wall when you constantly take a bazooka to the put the brick up? How can I build when you constantly put fucking C4 on the wall and blow a hole through it? You motherfuckers will allow your mothers to put thermite on your dreams and break a hole right through it. Uh oh, look who's in the building, folks. Uh oh, the boy must be deconstructed in order to build a man. Jack,
Come on up, man.
get your ass on this panel, Captain Jack. Keep me down by the goddamn railroad tracks. Put that 40 in your hand. Lord knows I'm gonna be a goddamn shooting man. They don't want to hear that shit. People don't want to hear that shit, man.
Don't they just expect shit to happen? They don't understand that shit is a process.
There's a reason why. There's a goddamn reason why basic training, they take you out your place of comfort. There's a reason why you got to learn to be the hardened man at some point. Some of the chicks I talk to now, because I learned you can't talk to just one, like Lay's potato chips. In some cases, I'm not saying all, but some cases. Uh oh. Let me see if I can find this motherfucker. You know, add to the goddamn stage. Goddamn iPad fucking with me right now. Hold on for a minute. Let me go back.
Like, share, subscribe to the channel, man.
So if anybody's waiting, I had to go back in and out. Sometimes on my iPad, it covers or it doesn't show the whole picture, so I got to go back in and out. Ladies and gentlemen, the official, the official, what do we call the official advisor of the Black Line Security Firm LLC? Oh, hey, Captain Jack, meet me down by the railroad track with that M4 in your goddamn hand. Lord knows what.
You're going to be a killing man, a
A,
shooting man.
a stabbing man, a shooting man, a killing man, a
Yo, you know the thing is that there is, you know, it's the thing of nature versus nurture, right? And so if one is out of balance, you'll say if one is out of balance, these things interfere with your development. And so when you're transitioning from a boy to a man, your mother or the women in your life will fear these things for many reasons, right? So let's say, for example, if you're the product of like strong fathers and strong uncles, and then there's a woman where she may say, well, I may appreciate those guys like being leaders, right? But I want to call the shots, right? Or I'm just fearful of what may happen to my son when he transitions, into manhood. So if you think about Zack Snyder's 300, if anybody's seen it, right? So when Leonidas was a boy, right, before he went out into the woods, right, they had to hold his mother back, right, to let him walk into the woods, right? But when he came back after killing the wolf and turning it into boots and a coat, right, no one was more prouder than his mother when he returned. So the thing about it is that you have when boys are making that transition, they have to be separated from their mothers, right? So look at basic training, right? Look at all the warrior skills that still exist, whether it's basic training, boy scouts, the wrestling team, the boxing team, all of that stuff. You're separated. You are now separated from your mother. You are now separated from your home. So if you look at the military and a lot of our army cadets and everything else, what are they telling you, right? They're telling you that you had to leave your home. You had to leave your mom, right? Or maybe even your wife in order to come, like I said, in order to come into this world of warriors or men in order to do whatever it is that you're going to do, right? And so I'm speaking from it from a military context, and I'm certain it happens in many other contexts. But if you notice, is that at least for those of us who have been in the military or engaged in martial arts and stuff like that, there comes a point in time where you're taken out of your home and you're separated from your home, and then you have to go on to that journey and matriculate, into manhood. So like I have friends who are in MMA, right? And sometimes once a year or every other year, those guys will go to Thailand, right? And they'll be there for a month or a couple of months, like just to train, and then they come back. So it's a thing of the problem is that the young men are never actually taken out of the home, and they're never like I said, they're never separated from their mothers. So if you are able to separate them, so you take a guy who was raised in a single parent home, and that guy goes to Marine Corps basic training, he'll never be the same guy again.
Correctamundo. And by the way, did you know on this panel, 3 out of 4 of the people on this panel right now are vets?
I know.
No, no. Now, did you ever think on this multifaceted channel we would have a woman who's a vet on here, whether we agree with her or not? Did we not give you full respect and honors with your veteran status, Mella?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So there you go. Shout out to you, Mella. What were you? Army, Air Force?
Air Force.
Okay, cool. What you do in the Air Force?
Aircraft Armament Systems Specialist.
Okay.
Basically, that entails, back then they used to call it a AFSC, which I think in the Army is MOS. It's that kinship, right? It's a job, it's your job. And my particular uh, job was loading AIM 9 missiles on F 15s and F 16s. And it was something that I would not, if somebody told me in elementary school while I'm playing with my dolls and wearing pretty dresses and figuring out how I'm going to style my hair, that I have the aptitude to be on the flight line loading AIM 9 missiles and 50 millimeter guns, like on a fighter aircraft, I would just be like, oh, you crazy, you tripping. But
But
as fate would have it, that's I'm a Desert Storm veteran, a Bronze Star. But you know what I credit the Bronze Star with? It's simply because of the timing. It's not because I was deployed to Saudi Arabia. I served at Osan doing Desert Storm,
but you're a war,
and
Mella.
I'm a war, right? I'm a war veteran, and I get the status of having a Bronze Star for the capacity of my FSC in
But
conjunction
you,
with the
you,
war. That's how that happened.
do you
They're
comprehend?
like, "How you get a Bronze Star? How you get a Bronze Star?"
Do
I
you
said, "Because I was loading them damn missiles."
do you
Fuck.
comprehend how important your job was?
I
Notice we
comprehend that I, I comprehend that I'm not um I don't know if I should say this online, but um, I'm responsible for destroying people
No. You're just
indirectly. Yeah, like the
you're
weapons I
also
loaded destroyed people, and I don't. So when somebody says thank you for your service, I think about the fact that I played a part in destroying people so that we can go to Target and catch a sale. That kind of fucks me up
well,
sometimes.
sometimes I have to make peace with things like that because you're also responsible for making a lot of soldiers like myself come home.
Yeah.
So, Mela, I will tell you like this, right? Again, so even for me, right? So I'm a retired Army captain. I was an armor officer, right? I was a cavalryman, right? So cavalry is a sub branch of armor. So I was a tank platoon leader, scout platoon leader,
Well,
support platoon,
just
right? A headquarters troop XO, and I'll tell you this, right? Uh, America did not invent war. From the dawn of time, human beings have competed with each other, right, for the control of resources, right? Whether it's, rivers, salt, access to herd animals, all the way up to petroleum and everything else. And so it's not this thing of, in isolation that, the United States is doing this and the United States are doing that. Many other nations are also competing for the control of resources. And your control of resources dictates your ability to live in peace, right? So there are people out there that are resource rich, right? And they were probably living their Smurf-like civilization. And as a result of that, right? And so as a result of that, they've been made subject to people who desire those resources or who compete for those resources. So at least my interpretation of it, when the Bible says that the lion shall lay with the lamb, it's not that magically lions and lambs are going to change their function in nature. To me, it means your ability to live in peace is tied to your ability to put your foot in somebody's ass. And if you don't have, like I said, and if you don't have that ability, you will not be able to live in peace, right? And so think about people who live in nations that don't
Mhm.
have the ability to put their foot in somebody's ass and see if whether or not they could actually live in peace.
Mhm. What changed me was becoming a wife and a mother.
Yes.
Um, Prior to that, I did walk around with a "I'm gonna put my foot in somebody's ass" mentality. But that is not going to work when you want to raise a well-adjusted child, when you want to be a dutiful wife. So
Yeah.
I've experienced the privilege of duality, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah. And again, right, because again, and it's not a fight, right? Because men and women will not have the same reality because we have different biologies, right? Different biologies, different assignments into nature. And that, like I said, that is absolutely correct, right? But until human beings find other ways to manage confrontation, this is where we are. Because again, just like you, I would like to, and I'm working on things actually to help make war obsolete, right? Because we now live in a time where the technology is available for us to do so, right? So kind of think about like how the cotton gin, right? How the cotton gin impacted slavery, and you no longer, in a sense, had the need, right, for so many people to be out there picking cotton and everything else. So my perspective on life is that I hate the sin and not the sinner. So if I wanted to get rid of slavery, it's not about getting rid of white people and Arabs and the African slave traders. No, it's about eliminating the variables that make these things necessary. And so now with the technology that we have, like artificial intelligence, 3D printing, you may be on the cusp of other forms of intelligence like synthetic intelligence, right? So now with these types of things where people may be fearing that they're losing their jobs, the menial things that you may have needed slaves before could be taken over by this technology. And so as a result of that, you will no longer have you will no longer have human slavery. So at least from my perspective, technology, mastering of science, tech, engineering, and mathematics, this is kind of our way out of all of this type of stuff, right? That we've had before. So it's not a holier than thou. It's about using technology, from my perspective, to eliminate these variables. But again, I get where you're coming from, but
Mhm.
there are certain things that are a part of human nature and also a part of the overall human condition. So again, because
Mhm.
other groups of people, because I've been around, so I've been out through Africa, I've been through Asia and everything else, and what other groups of people do to each other for control of resources is far more horrific than anything the United States has ever done. Right? Far, like I said,
Yeah, it's wild out there.
yeah. And so again, and that's something that a lot of Americans, that's something that a lot of Americans don't see, right? So again, Central African Republic, right? So for control over the gold and diamonds and the mining there, remove America and anybody else. Those people cut each other up to bits in that country, right? You know, so again, people are fighting over gold and minerals all across Africa. Again, as we speak, right? You have these different militia groups, and and all of this other kind of stuff. So human beings have always fought each other and competed, like I said, and competed for resources. So when you hear some of these people, and so from some of these other nations, right? They may be talking like they may like peace, but that's just because they're currently in a position where you're not in, right? But if you were to put them in the same position, they may be far more horrific, right, than anything than anything that we've done, or as a result of the United States. So
I'll
like,
tell you this, with all due respect, I certainly had to forget about Mr. Rogers when I was on that flight line. You know, my sense of kindness and loving spirit is solely based on the the introduction that we're all here to love one another, right?
I
And
understand.
so that was my mentality in my youth. And then I'm introduced to a reality that I took an oath. And what I found out is that I have the integrity to maintain an oath
You know what's the
to the
dichotomy of
death,
that? Well,
because I could have very well been one of those young ladies that just said, that copped out, like, I'm crazy, kick me out. I didn't sign up for a war. Because I didn't. I didn't sign up for a war. I signed up for education benefits. I
And,
joined in '88. There
and
was no war. And,
that
and then here comes my job kicking in, and I had a decision to make. Am I going to have the fortitude of integrity to believe in what I said out of my mouth, or am I going to just be this flaky individual? And I decided to stand up and do what I said I was going to do.
and
And
that's
fortunately, I lived through it. Fortunately,
and that's where women like you get my honorable respect. You didn't cry. You didn't.
likewise to you.
You just here's the part about it. You got to learn how to be a dichotomy if you're going to be a soldier, an airman, a guardian, both space and coast, a marine, a naval, a sailor. You got to have a dichotomy. I am capable of such kindness, but at the same time, I'm capable of such destruction if needed. If I had, I'm pretty sure every veteran on this panel and on this post will fight another war so their children would not have to, and do it with ingenuity and strict ruthlessness to make sure their children would always live in freedom. How many times have we joked about Chair Force and all this, but you see that goddamn bomber coming over your head when you're about to get overrun by fucking 1,000 men and you only got 30 motherfuckers in a platoon, and they dropping that fucking load, and you're like, thank God we survived this shit. There's many a time. There's many a times you see a down pilot in the fucking Air Force, and he sees my army ass or somebody come and rescue him. And I've never, trust me, when I rescued Marines in Fallujah, when I was part of the QRF, if anybody want to tell you how tough the QRF is, ask any service member how tough the QRF is. And
I'm gonna tell you something right now, Charles. When I was on, like I thank God that when I left Kuwait, as you're driving into Iraq, that road, there's one that says Baghdad and Highway 8 that says Fallujah. And you could just feel, when I looked at Highway 8, I could just feel the heat. I'll be honest. I thank God I never had to make that left turn.
oh, I'm gonna tell you, I've had.
Okay.
I'm a 50 cal. I was a 50 cal gunner. I was a saw gunner. I was a fucking. I could. There was no weapon system. Hell, we even trained with fucking MP5s. We had MP5s in my unit
Mm-hmm.
because we had to go. We had to do a lot of raids, so you had to get short barrel shit. So imagine going into Fallujah and a foot away from my face, you feel something. You can't barely see it, and the only reason I knew it was a bullet because of the heat and the tracer.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you're like, wow, what the fuck was that? And
Yes.
and people question, you're not that tough. If I'm not, but guess what? I'm tough, sir. I'm tough through circumstances at least.
Correct.
And that's the point when you tell young brothers and sisters, we're gonna shape you up and we're gonna train you. Why? Because my job is not to fuck you up that you're gonna quit. My job is to fuck you up to make sure you can find a little itty bitty something in yourself that says I will not quit.
Yeah.
And
You know, I'm sorry, Charles. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
go ahead.
I was saying, Mella, where you're important in your experience was that if you know, now that you have sons and daughters, because it's even important for young women too, right? To kind of pass on that martiality, right? So you now have an understanding of it, right? And so, you know, and I get it, right? You know, being a mother, and no parent wants war for their children, right? But we are now, think about it, in 1988, right? You were certain of a bright future. Today, we have no idea what the world is going to be, right? And so for me, I have a daughter, right? And so my goal is to get my daughter to have certain skills that, God forbid, if the world collapsed tomorrow, because we have no idea where it's going, that if the world collapsed tomorrow, that my daughter will not have to be a slave or a prostitute in order to eat. So, you know,
Correct.
so you may look at these skills and be like, you know, damn, you know, that this is not what I want for my kids. This is not what I want. But we're at a time now where you don't know what 2030 is going to be. You don't know what 2050 is going to be. So for us, looking at the year 2019 from 1988, we were looking at it through the lenses of peace and security that we thought could last. But now, like I said, now who knows? So by not preparing your children for a potential world to come, right, they might be subject to the things that you have to fight against, right? So these things are important. So for me, I'm Muslim, right? And the Bible also teaches the same, right? And it's important. In Islam, we have hadiths about the importance of knowing how to ride a horse, how to shoot a bow and arrow, right? And how, like I said, and how to defend yourself, right? And so for women, because they may not walk in the world of men, I'll sell it to you. I will sell it to you, right? In regards to, just like how I told you, right? You don't want your sons, right, to end up dead or slaves, and you don't want your daughters to be somebody's housemaid or in a harem somewhere or even on the street just to eat, right? And so, like I said, so what you've learned, right, you have to pass it on. So think about it in this manner, right? My goal, and he said it in Black Panther, any father who hasn't prepared his children for his death has failed, right? And so it's our duty to prepare our children to live in a world where we don't exist.
Mm-hmm. And
Right?
I'm say this real quick.
Yeah.
heavy as the head that has the crown. When you raise children, like my son today, well now yesterday now, had to be reinstated in the school from fighting. But let's look at context. He saw 6 guys from another school about to jump on a buddy. Guess what he did? He said, "Fuck it, like we all ain't shit," and he went to join his buddy and start dropping fools. How would you feel about your son? Would you call that an honorable act?
Yes.
Then how many of you would be proud of your son or daughter saying that my friend's in trouble, even though we're outnumbered, I'm going to help my friend?
Yeah, correct. I would be honored. Yes.
That's the type of will you want to instill in your children. You want to be able to instill within your children a will of fire. Shout out to Naruto.
Yeah.
You want to, because people don't realize this. If you break down Naruto, which I can't wait till you start your channel, because either my channel or we'll simulcast, we're going to break down Naruto.
Facts. Yeah, it's coming, Charles. So inshallah next year, it's the reason why, like I said, it's not a, like I said, it's not a manosphere channel, because just like I said, when I first came, and like I said, and no insult to the people in the space, I was like, because you know this, I was like, you guys are too old for me to train you. You're set in your ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you are 30 plus, 35 plus. You are who you are. Right. And so I can, say again, so I can't, unless you're willing, right? Most people at a certain age, it's very difficult for them to deconstruct and reset themselves again, right? So it's not even in the military. Look at the life of Malcolm Little, who will become Malcolm X, right? He was able to do what? He was able to construct himself and be born. And that's what Jesus talked about, right? In the Bible, peace be upon him, right? He said, Jesus, is it possible for a man to reach his mother's womb? And Jesus said, no, be ye reborn by the renewing of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so for many people, or many of us, once we hit a certain age or a time in our life, that's very difficult, right? It's very difficult to, because everybody is programmed one way or another, right? And so for some of us, it'd be very difficult to walk away from programming or culture, right, to deconstruct ourselves and then rebuild ourselves to something else. It's a difficult thing to do. All right. And so it's not a greater than or lesser than. It's just simply, again, what many of us human beings are.
Mm-hmm. ABM mentioned in the back chat that he can't hear. I'm not sure if he's referring to the.
ABM, can you hear me?
If he can't take his
I just saw it myself. ABM, you still there? Let me check in the back chat.
Yeah, but shout out to you. But Mello, do you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yes, of course I do. You you said it very eloquently, as a matter of fact. It's and Charles, what he said in response, that was eloquent. We want to make sure ABM can chime in rather.
I just sent a message. Hopefully he could hear us. If he got to go back out and come back in, well, I'll let him back in.
Mm-hmm.
But this is also because
how can he receive? So you're gonna put the link in just in case.
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay, cool. All right, beautiful.
So Mella, I have a question.
Yeah.
So when I served in the Army, when I was a scout platoon leader, 2 of my battle buddies were scout helicopter pilots, right? So a Kiowa helicopter in the Army is a scout helicopter. It's very dangerous because they fly low to the ground. And so we were fighting called hunter-killer teams. So it was me, my tank platoon, and the Kiowa warrior. And the Kiowa warrior pilots who flew with me were 2 little petite blonde-haired girls, right, who were with me. And so I'll never forget when the Captain Marvel film came out. I reached out to her and I said, and I said, hey, I'm gonna go to the movies to see you. And she replied to me, and she was dressed in the Captain Marvel uniform. And I just wanted to know, what is life like for a woman? How does a woman who's been in the warrior class or who is a part of the warrior class, how does she relate to other women who have never been in it? What's that like?
I recall the circumstances, situations, and occurrences to discover that there were times that, how can I put this? What where I'm judgmental, where I am judgmental, has come down to this: either we have something in common or we don't. It
Yeah.
doesn't negate whether or not we have being a woman in common. Our experience, I try to relate to women in terms of what we have in common. Are we mothers? Are we wives? Do we uh, care for our families? What are our shared experiences with caring for our families? Not just our own families, but um, you know, our communities. I look for what we have in common. So I'm not going around peacocking like, hey, you ain't never been in my shoes and you don't know what I've been. I don't do that. Um, and as I've mentioned before, had it not been for being a wife, twice married, being a wife and a mother, I would have a totally different story to tell. But the experience in the military during that time was exceptionally intimidating. I really, it was beyond. It was almost surreal. It was like to speak on it now. It's like a blur. You know, it's a blur because for me to have been trained and exercise and execute the responsibilities that I had under that extreme pressure of intimidation. And believe it or not, I was only protected amongst my people because the branch chief, he wanted to win an award. He wanted to win an award as the best branch on the installation. And to make sure that I was protected was part of that. So, because believe me, it was the nature of the guys that I worked with to tease and intimidate and just coerce. It's their nature, but they didn't practice that with me because they had to answer to that branch chief. And if it wasn't for that branch chief sitting them down in some private area talking about if she comes in here without a smile on her face, it's your ass. So I was I'm fortunate to, I guess it was just my fate. I'm fortunate enough to not have horror stories. I'm fortunate enough to have only been responsible for doing the job I was trained to do. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't have any horror stories other than the job itself. And when it comes to relating to women in a way that where I understand they could not ever conceive what it is that I experience. Like for instance, these helicopter pilots that you talk about, that's different, man. That is different. That's like it's not fun. It's just a sense of responsibility. That's what it feels like. It just feels like an immeasurable sense of responsibility. I'm sorry, it's the middle of the night. I can't be more concise. So to break it down to a fraction, it's an immeasurable sense of responsibility. It's very intimidating, uh, frightening, because what you don't want to do is fail. It's not in your nature to fail. And so there's a lot of pressure you put on yourself in addition to the immeasurable responsibility of of performing the mission. And I wish I could be more concise, but it's the middle of the night. I'm a little
No, it's
fatigued.
fine. No, because
Yeah,
what happens is that what I'm trying to do, Mella, is that again I'm trying to understand, right? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, right, men and women are not going to be the same, right? But again, you know, God put us on this earth together. We share a space with one another, right? And like I said, and the goal is to understand because
I didn't want to say something as silly as it was scary. That's
well,
silly.
no, well, if yeah,
I didn't
and
want
if
to
it is
say
scary,
anything
no,
that's silly.
and I'll be honest with you, and if it is, it should be scary, right? Again, it should be scary
It's
because
too simple to describe. That's too simple of a
oh,
term.
I yeah,
It was
I get
more
it.
than
Yeah,
scary. It
correct.
was
I get
more than scary.
yeah, no,
Because
I get it, right? Trust me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I have I fought in the second Iraq war. So I get it, right? So when you were doing the first one in 1988, I was in junior high school. Well,
It
so
was
old,
I
old
19.
motherfucker. When the first Gulf War happened, I was in the fourth grade. You old motherfuckers.
We are older than you. Yes, we are. So
yeah,
ABM is
My
back.
bad.
I'm glad
But,
of that.
but we're all
yeah.
middle aged. That's the
So
funny part.
because what I wanted to ask Mella is like what I said, because I would see a woman with your experience being vital to changing our culture,
Hmm.
right? And so this is why I asked you
I
this
was
question.
one of the first in that career
Yeah,
field. Yeah, that's
yeah,
true. I didn't
and,
even know that until somebody pointed it out to me.
yeah.
That,
So
I'm this so-called historic figure, but I can't be Googled, you know, because quite frankly, it was a large, it was they just opened up the career field to women the year I joined.
I'm gonna tell you,
yeah,
Mel, experience.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna tell you from experience, Mella. One day, I'm gonna post. Of course, I'm gonna have to black out some important things.
You know how I got that job? I
And, and I'm gonna say this real quick,
I
guys.
wanted to get out of Chicago as soon as possible
Exactly.
before I changed my mind. I didn't plan to do that. I
I'm
just
gonna.
wanted to get the education benefits. And I said, I'm thinking about joining the military, but I need to get in as soon as possible before I change my mind. That was my whimsical mindset as a 19-year-old girl. And here I am confronted with the execution of my integrity. And I did it.
But think about it.
Don't ask me how I did it, but
How
I
many?
did it. It was just my fate to go through it.
How many chicks would have slept their way to the top? How many chicks would have claimed I'm pregnant? Would have got purposely pregnant, slept with a
I
command?
wasn't raised that way.
How many chicks would have said I'm crazy, get me out?
yeah,
I wasn't raised that way.
And then you got to remember the key thing you just said,
I
being
was not raised that way.
because this is the whole thing about the person who was the most important to a child, especially a male child in the warrior ethos very early. The mother, because the father usually has to be out there working. The mother,
yes,
the standard of saying you have a responsibility to God and country. It's either because, like we said, when Cynthia G came on the panel and she said, "Why can't we fight? Why can't y'all fight? Y'all got guns. Why can't you fight white supremacy?" The question was, how many sons are you willing to give in birth to the cause? Because you could talk, because you could hear the difference in vernacular. There's some people who never understood nor never served under those heightened pretenses. Because anybody who experienced war, like I had to tell you, my father's a Marine Vietnam vet and the infantry. Okay, he was cool with it, but imagine what his father felt, who was a Korean War vet in the infantry. I'm a quartermaster baby, but my crazy ass volunteered for QRF. We did joint missions with special forces.
but
We had
but
to.
but you know what it is, Charles? Not to cut you off, right? But the
Mhm.
global war on terror and wars going forward now are all asymmetrical. So we are all combat arms now.
Oh yeah, we're all combat arms. No
All
matter.
of us are now, yeah.
And this is the
Back
crazy
then, it
part.
wasn't.
When people ask me what's the difference between that, I said back in the day we had a drawn line where we would just march up to the line. Don't you cross it, we'll shoot across it, and we'll march forward if we have more numbers than you. Asymmetrical means you're surrounded by that motherfucker. Everybody's the enemy. That little kid that's 10 years old that I tell you about that I almost had to shoot. We had guns pointed at a fucking 10-year-old boy putting IEDs down. He wasn't a jihadist. He was just given this job because he's trying to feed his fucking family.
Correct. You know, it is funny you say that, Charles, because when I went to the war, the first people I met and my first intel or my informants were the kids. Those are the ones that I made the relationship first.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what I'm saying, Mella. So for women like you, right, who have had this experience, right? How would we be able to or in the world of women, how would you be able to impress upon them the importance of what you've learned in the military and passing that down to your children, especially your sons, right? How do you, because I know that a mother wants to love and a mother wants to nurture, right? But again, like I said, I have a beautiful 4-year-old, right? But sad and most unfortunately, I am 43 or 44 years older than that child, right? And so my goal, if God allows me to do it, is to get her completely independent of me by the time she's 16, right? I want to transfer, if not all of my knowledge, you know, like I said, in that particular time frame. So when you look at the material condition of our community and understanding that we need certain types of men to become leaders, how would you recommend that? How would you see women such as yourself being vital towards kind of changing that culture and giving other women a different perspective and outlook in terms of how important that is to produce the productive young men that the community claims that it wants?
It all comes down to self-actualization. Um, I had spent too many years being so-called goofy
Mm-hmm.
by virtue of not understanding what it is I am to be focused upon. When a child is given a focus, correctly, of course, not. How can I put this? What is my best asset is the fact that I was loved, or rather, I am as a child being loved and unharmed. If it were not for those factors, I would be too emotionally distracted to have a focus.
You know what, Mella? I want to say this, and I don't mean to disturb you, because there are parts of the manosphere that I don't like, or things that are manosphere adjacent, right? So, for example, you said something so beautiful and so powerful, and I just I want to confirm this with you. So I was you know, they have these shows, and on one of these shows, you had guys chastising some girl for being an OnlyFans model, and you know, she's like, I don't need a man and feminist and all of this stuff. And I'm like, bro, right? All right, if this woman is promiscuous, everything evil has a supply chain. Everything has a supply chain, right? So you're yelling at this girl because she might remind you of the girl that turned you down in high school or college. But if a woman is going to become an OnlyFans model and engage in certain things, or people in general, promiscuity a lot of times is the result of sexual abuse. So now, if God forbid, and it's horrific because these are things that we sweep under the rug, right? So if I come from a single parent home and my mother's boyfriend has been trying to fuck me since I was 12, forgive me, Charles, right? Or since I was, you know, or I had an abortion because I was pregnant with my uncle's baby, that does something to you. That does something to you, and you will never be right after that. And to your point, Mella, one of the things that I don't think that we address a lot in these spaces is men and women sitting down together. So the way men and women have come on the internet and exchanged notes with each other in terms of dating and mating, men and women have yet to sit down together in spaces like this and talk about family life, right? And and talk about family life. So if you're with an
A lot
abusive
of
man,
them don't want to talk about it because it was horrific for them,
correct,
which
yeah,
is something I
agreed,
can't relate to. And
correct, yes,
so instead of,
yes,
yeah, oftentimes what
agreed,
I've discovered with having conversations with different women online, I've learned that it's best to not come across as if we're going to be BFFs, because whatever they experience is not something that I can relate to. It doesn't compute with me. So there is not a genuine conversation we can have, because then what's ruminating in their mind is is far removed from my existence. And so
right,
I don't mind having a conversation with anybody. I really don't. It's just
yes,
that I had to learn that there are people that are disturbed
yes,
because of their childhood experience. They call them ACE, right? I think in the psychological community, they call them adverse childhood experiences. I did not experience that.
Yeah.
And
correct,
and I'm not saying that to boast. It just shocked me. It was like a revelation that came across my mind. Like, oh my God, I'm talking. I'm trying to figure out like why one particular woman over here and another particular woman over there is snapping on me out of the blue, unprovoked, when it didn't occur to me that they might have reason to be unstable. They might have a reason to be. See, I'm practicing catch up, right? In these previous spaces throughout a decade, I am riding the wave of conflictual behaviors and argumentative patterns. I'm following the wave. I'm like, this is what they're doing. I'm gonna, step it up and try to figure it out and be the best at it. When it didn't occur to me that these people are clowning because they've had adverse childhood experiences.
But you got to remember,
They've been violated or something,
you got to remember, it's the
and
same.
that's why they're acting crazy.
You got to remember, it's the same way us as military vets can't see the world anymore. Because believe it or not, Mella, you're more black pill than red pill. Because most women you come in contact with never had to have the confrontation with themselves emotionally, spiritually, and physically, and mentally, that I loaded up weapons in a plane that destroyed people, but at the same time, I had to save lives. Because you got to remember,
That's a heck of a dichotomy, isn't it?
the fucking dichotomy. And this is the thing I had to learn when I took an oath, because I've taken many oaths. You swear in 2 times as a cop. When you first take the job, before you get hired, and when you graduate. What's the one thing that I had to always tell a rookie? Sometimes you may be called upon to save a life. You may have to do what?
take one,
Exactly. You have to have the will of strength of Hercules, Thor, Shango, Jesus Christ, and Samson to live with
It's
that.
it's different than pointing a gun in somebody's face. You
It's no
know,
different. It's
like
just
loading, uh, loading on the aircraft
it's
is
no
a different aspect of participating in destruction.
it's no different
It's a
from you.
different aspect.
It's no different from you being in Remington at the Remington factory loading bullets and manufacturing bullets. You don't
That's
know,
one way to look at it.
because guess what? That
But
same
I think if I had to like be on the front line, I think I probably would have chickened out.
you never know. You don't
But
know.
no,
because
you,
You never know.
to see somebody's face explode
yeah,
is
It,
but
different
Mela,
than loading a
Mela, you
weapon
really
and
don't
letting
know.
them handle it.
Truth be told, and I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to over talk you. You never you never really know. Like if you watch, so for example, if you watch the Wonder Woman film, right? So in Wonder Woman's cohort, she had a guy, he was a sniper. He was known for being a great sniper. And they went into war, and what happened? He had shot people so many other times in war, but in this instance, right, his nerve had deserted him to do it. You don't know. So I combat tours. You could throw me into World War III, and then somehow, despite whatever I did in OIF, you might see me running like Cobra Commander, right? You know what I'm saying? With the with the tanks turned backwards. You never know how you're gonna respond from one situation to the next, which is why we get the training that we get, right? Which is why they, for the most part, they tear us down and they rebuild us, right, to respond to that circumstance. So, and I think, Charles, you felt the same thing in Fallujah. Like when shit happened, right? All the shit that they put into us, that kind of took over, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That kind of took over. So now that I'm separated from the military and I've been a civilian for quite some time now, who knows what I would do, right? If you would have put me back in those circumstances.
That's why people look at me as insane. And they said you escaped one war zone to go into a much more.
Oh my God, Charles, my soldiers who became cops, they will tell you I cursed them out like I didn't know them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was like, bro, what you signed up for was far worse. It's worse.
Because it's progressively longer.
Yeah. I was like, Iraq is damn near 10,000 miles the other way. What you just signed up for is 24/7, bro. There's no relief from it.
And to have that type of wherewithal, that's why there's times when, even now, I'm taking a Coke and I'm taking an XO brandy, and it took my godsons and even my son till they started seeing some tragic things in their life. And when my oldest godson, well, one of my oldest, Rob, when he came and he saw a guy die in his hands just from arguing with a dude, and he had a heart attack in the middle of the argument, and he's trying to resuscitate the guy, and he could literally see the life out of his hands. The first thing he said, and this is before he even turned 21, he was just 20. He says, do you have a cigar? Yep. Do you have a drink? On deck always. And I just let him talk. Why do you think we just let him? I think Mella dropped off. She probably come back up in. And I tell people, why do I let him talk? Because guess what? Now you're entering a world that I was in since 17. It's almost 30 fucking years, man. 30. I have the audacity to start a security firm. And I said, you know what? Even the Bible said, by his stripes we are healed. That statement is so simplistic but so deep in many ways. Yeah. By my stripes we are healed. I'm not a overly emotional man by normal standards. Even when my son got reinstated at the school, they were like, "You have anything to say, Dad?" Nope. I cannot justify and yell at my son for doing something that I did in the military, jumping into fights, or with my friends when we were club hopping, or my partners when we're on duty or off duty, and I'm punching a guy in the goddamn face to make sure my partner's not hurt when we're not even on duty. What am I going to justify? I like that side of Mella. You welcome back, Mella. Even if we don't agree, at least you're welcome back. I give Mella all the praise ever because, hell, matter of fact, I may even make Mella a moderator so nobody mutes her out. So people say I'm not fair. I'm very fair. And as you can hear with Mella, at least she knows this is the thing I think guys in the space should actually appreciate. Whether if you agree with Mella, like Mella, whatever. How many times you get a woman to candidly tell you that she had to fight within her soul and her beliefs that I've loaded up munitions to destroy people. But what did I say to comfort her, Sandog?
What's that?
How many lives did you save with those munitions?
Yeah, yeah,
It,
probably.
countless. It
And
reminds me when Peter Parker, when Peter
I'm listening.
Parker, when Peter Parker actually had a conversation with God, the one above all,
Yes,
and he went on the beach and he says, and jokingly, because people forget, well, if you call him God, Elohim, whatever you call your creator, Allah, every book says he has a sense of humor if you read the text correctly.
yes,
That's why every emotion you feel is given as a gift from him. So he even said, just for just for laughs, I even included team ups. Look at all the people you saved. He says the guy you just swung down who was about to get hit by a bus, you didn't know him from a can of paint, but that was a neurosurgeon. How many people you think he saved because you saved his life?
correct,
How many
correct,
kids did we save from a prostitution ring in Iraq?
correct.
How,
You know what else? You know
go
what's
ahead.
the best example of it, right? Which again, which a lot of guys didn't get, and it rubbed me the wrong way. The Ender Man of Steel.
What? You know what, motherfucker? Two things we got to do a simulcast. If you start your channel this year, which
Yeah,
I'm gonna pressure you like a whiny wife.
yeah,
We're two guaranteed motherfucking things. Number one, we're gonna break down Naruto from a war, from not only a even.
You know what I'm going to do, Charles? I'm going to bring you in when I break down the Turing exams.
Oh yeah, we're gonna break down Naruto, and we're gonna
Yes,
break down Man of Steel from
yes,
war veterans. Not only an NCO, even though I was an E4 promotable, they didn't give me my
yeah,
because I wasn't kissing ass. But
yeah,
also, we're gonna call it an NCO and an officer, a gentleman and two officers. Because technically, if you're a police officer, you're an officer. Because, like all officers, guess what? Just like you wore that black stripe on your leg, right?
yeah,
And as a police officer, guess what stripe I wore?
mm,
Black stripe. So guess
yeah,
what? Only what type of people can wear black stripes?
mm, yeah,
Officers. I may
yeah,
not be a commissioned officer, but I was an officer.
yes, correct.
So we're going to break down that not only because it's esoteric in nature, whether if it's Christianity, Judaism, Buddhist,
Oh
or
man, we got to do it because, matter of fact, if you look at Thundercats 2011, because I wanted to talk to you about that too.
oh my God, I love
You know
that.
what I'm saying? Thunder,
That's
I'm gonna that was a lost. I wish they would have finished it because if you noticed when Lionel met Panthro in 2011, right? What happened? Panthro was the one that gave Lionel or taught him the value of the moral authority to lead, right?
what
So
was because it was different from the '85 series.
it was different. Oh, I love. Oh man, that Panthro. I
Because what he
love how
say
that
every time
Panthro.
he kept going to Panther
Yeah.
whooping his ass.
And in 2011, I don't know if Lionel understood that Panthro was actually training him,
Yes.
right?
And
So
what did he say? And what did he say at that show? He said, I'm going to teach you the trial of strength. The original trial of strength was deep.
I'm Charles, if I was a billionaire tomorrow, dump truck of money and guns to people's heads, finish this goddamn show.
Yes. And I'm,
That,
I'm,
that
I'm going to play that. I'm not going to show it. I'm going to.
Thundercats 2000, when he met Anthro, that shit, that I cried. It like I said, it went so hard. You know what I'm saying? Because again, and that's what I'm saying but I was going to save that one and I'll bring you in for that one too, because I was going to save that one for my course on leadership, right? And the value, and like I said, again, and the value of NCOs, because a lot of people have a misconception, especially within the officer corps, that a leader is only made through a classical formal education, right?
No.
And leaders are made through life experience. That they're made through so many different ways, right? And you have to be prepared to receive that intelligence, right? You know, again, my first platoon sergeant, God bless his soul, like I said, in heaven, Chuck, you know, and I told you the story, right? And so again, for me, right, I believe I was damn good. But guess what? You know who taught me about how to fight my tank? My driver, my loader, and my gunner. Right? They taught me how to fight, and my platoon sergeant taught me how to fight the platoon. So my, you know, said my driver and my loader taught me how to maintenance a tank. They taught me how to service a tank. They taught me, right?
You know,
So you know what I'm saying? What happens is, so now, right? So this is where their expertise as tradesmen helped me as the professional, right? But what a lot of people don't get is that the tradesman has to come first, because the tradesman is what creates the profession.
he's the boots on ground.
He's the boots on ground. And so, when I told Matt, like I said, I'll share this story for the chat. When I met my first platoon sergeant, I had gave my platoon my speech and I introduced myself. And me and my platoon sergeant, we went off to the side and I said, hey, you know, my dad told me some other stuff, because my dad used to be an NCO too. And he said, well, what did he tell you, sir? He said, I'm a brand new lieutenant and I don't know shit. And I should only speak when you stick your hand up my ass and do like this. he said, okay, well, what else he told you? Well, he told me if I ever lost my Kevlar or my compass, if you replaced it, don't ask you where it came from. Shut the fuck up and say thank you and move out smartly. And he said, okay. He said, what? I said, I can't remember. He said a whole bunch of stuff. But, I remember he said this. He told me, no business means none of your fucking business. And my platoon sergeant put his arms around me and said, sir, I think you and I are going to get along just fine.
Exactly. And that's the one I learned being a commander. There's a reason why most people in security or in the police department, if they're in command, high command, or they're the commander, they wear stars. Do you know the highest rank I wore when I started my company?
What's that?
Colonel.
Oh.
I didn't wear a star. You know why? Colonel was the last rank you get to serve with your people.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You're the officer, right?
Yeah, that's true. No, it is. Yeah, once you lieutenant colonel, right? Because that's kind of like the last, like it's tangible. You're in there with the troops, right? So lieutenant colonel, brigade commander, right? You still got the troops, but it's not the same. But once you get that star, it's completely different.
And I had to explain that to the guy.
Yeah.
Why don't you because you're the chief, you're the commander of the unit. I said, remember this. Who's the first, no matter how much I drank and party, who was the first person to get up and shower? You got us up. And we were amazed. Who was the last person? Who gave you all breaks for 2 to 3 hours and took car? You. Who was the last person to eat? You.
Correct.
What did I tell you? I gave command to 2 different people who were my lieutenants. My boy was my second in command, so he was my lieutenant colonel. I said, you got it. After 9 o'clock, I'm off. I'm going to have my speaker. I'm going to have my liquor. I'm going to have my cigars. The only time you should call me is when it's above your pay grade. And I'm going to give you the plan to execute. For example, there was a missing 14-year-old boy in the convention of 10,000 people. And they called me. Yeah, we got a mom who came up to us and we had a missing person.
Yes.
As intoxicated as I was, my mind was still analytical. I said, if I was 14, and I made them think too while I was thinking, if I was 14, where would I be? I'd be in that party with a bunch of scandalous bitches, scantily dressed bitches dancing. I said, tell everybody to focus on that crowd and you'll find that kid. The proudest day of when I trained these young men, 15 minutes later, I received a call. We found them. Mother slapped the shit out of her in front of him, but guess what? I said, you know what? Y'all been amazing. He said, when we found him, the mother hugged and kissed all of us on the cheek and slapped the kid in front of us, and we looked the other way. The owner of BlurCon and the staff looked at us like superheroes. The guy said, and this is how powerful it was, and none of them were 21 yet, by the way. They were like 19 to 20. He said, we just mentioned that we were hungry. Did you know they hurried up and went to the damn kitchen and made us all big ass Dagwood Bumstead sandwiches?
Yeah.
Because they appreciate your skills now. Yeah. And now they think we're serious. And one time there was a little discrepancy because I made one of my lieutenants the commander the night and another one the next night. And they were arguing, and I'm drinking and smoking my cigar, and I kindly saw them bickering. And I took everybody. I said, everybody come here. And they're like, what's going on? They were actually respectful to call me like, Colonel, what's going on? I said, number one, you don't do. We can argue, but we don't argue in front of them, because when people see dissension, they see an opportunity to take over.
Correct.
There's only a little bit of us. There's 10,000 of them. Why do you think they respect us? Because we're too unified. I'm going to tell you this one thing I've learned in the military. I'm going to give you the opportunity to solve it, because if I solve it, y'all might not like the result. They solved it in 10 minutes. And I said, and it was funny because this is the one thing you do as a leader. A leader always teaches. He learns from his troops, but he always teaches.
Yes.
And you're the officer. Correct me if I'm wrong at any point.
No, correct. Again, well, hey, you're the trainer, right? Hell, like I said, you even train us, but because I'll say this and I'll go. But like I said, inshallah, Mela, if she's still out there, because part of us changing our culture is the women, and so somebody like Mela, right? And that's what I was saying in regards to, and it will be very difficult, right? Because again, right, we do have a lot of us that come from a broken background, but why is Mela important? Because Mela would have with her, not the same way as it was in the past, but an updated version of the concept of Republican motherhood, right? So Republican motherhood was an ideology in the early United States that emphasized women's roles as guardians of civic virtue, responsible for raising virtuous citizens to sustain the public, right? So it was something that came about as a result of the American Revolution. And so, I wanted to talk to her about the concept of, Republican motherhood, right? And how, if at all, could that be a possibility within Black America and again, America as a whole in general, but especially within Black America as a culture shift, as a culture shift that we would need to change our condition.
And exactly, because it's like this.
Yeah.
What happens is, and the always elegant, forever beautiful, Claire Huxtable herself said it best. Where the women go, so does the culture. And people don't understand what BGS, Angry Man, Obsidian, and so many others, and soon to be Sandog, because Sandog you're going to be, really, if you want to think about it, Sandog's probably, as soon as he gets his channel, he's probably the highest ranking motherfucker who has military service that'll start a channel that's where it's not Black Manosphere, but Black Manosphere adjacent. You're going to be the highest ranking military officer that we have. And that perspective alone is different from everybody else. For example, I'm not the highest ranking police officer in the Black Manosphere. It will be Dr. L, who was a captain. I was the highest rank I had was sergeant and acting lieutenant. So those perspectives of looking at things from a different, like I had to explain the difference between when one of the guys, when we were doing executive protection at BlurCon 2 years ago, I had to explain the difference between administrative command versus operational command. I said, look at Brett. Brett's out there with you. He's second in charge. He's the lieutenant colonel. I'm the guy who has to make sure you get paid. I'm the guy who had to make sure you have lodging at the Hilton or the Hyatt, which means you're not getting bullshit places to sleep. I'm the guy who had to make sure you get your food that's not out of your pocket. I'm the guy that has to go and talk to a chick who might have been sexually assaulted. I'm the guy who had to escort people with Brett. And just in case, we had some of those cosplay toys, as anybody who know, some of those are actual weapons. Those are bludgeoning tools. Some people make them out of real metal. You got a guy who was trying to assault a female, and we had to take it. And he's 6'5" and 350 pounds. He's built. He's as big as an NFL lineman. And the first thing we had to do was make sure he's disarmed, and we had to walk him out. 30 minutes later, we get a call by the police, and we showed them our credentials as former police officers, and they're like, "Oh, we get it now. You guys aren't. No, you guys have plenty of experience. Hell, you more experienced than us. You got to think. My second in command was writing fucking search and seizures for. He was a drug detective. My first second in command was HR for the federal government. So I don't have ordinary people. I remember when Darren, when he was my first second in command, and we had Cree Summers and Rachel True on our watch, and he called for all the units he can. And he was like, "I'm sorry, man, on the radio. I'm sorry. I don't know if I was supposed to." And I said, "Dude, you were supposed to. You have the authority to do so. Even I came down. If you need us, we're here." And this is the reason why you have to instill the will. Shout out to fucking Naruto, the will of fire. Yes, call out for the help. There's nobody greater than the sum total of our parts. LAPD SWAT 1 says, "Man of Steel, General Zod was the ultimate nationalist, evil, but I will follow him into battle everywhere." See, that's the guy who.
Yeah, but he wasn't evil. His duty was to Krypton, right?
Yes.
My sole purpose is the preservation of my people. And because of you, I have no people. Because that's the paradox of Man of Steel that I like. Because again, if I'm looking at it from Zod's perspective, what is Zod in his world engine? How am I different than human beings, right? How am I different than when European ships showed up in the Americas? How am I any different? What am I doing for beings that they don't do to themselves?
How am I different than Shaka Zulu when he met with the English?
Yeah, correct. How am I different than Genghis Khan?
How am I different? Because first of all, historically, and I'm a historian by not only trade, not only by taught, but almost by degree. The British did not fuck with Shaka Zulu, King Shaka.
Correct. And they honor him till this day, even for us in the army. Why are all our helicopters named out of indigenous tribes? Because they were dishing out those ass whooping.
Yeah. You got
the British slurp Shaka Zulu till this day. They talk about him.
Mm-hmm. He's the boogeyman. Look at Hannibal. You forget that if you go to a war college, one of the greatest college tours I ever took was of the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. Yeah. I almost became a sailor because I was so impressed. When they showed me the wrestler room, I was damn near hooked. Yeah. I better be glad it was a fucking sweet talking fucking recruiter to make me a soldier. That motherfucker could have sold fucking water. That motherfucker could have sold water to a whale.
Yeah, but Charles, I gotta bounce, man. It's always a pleasure, man. You gotta let me. You need to goddamn give me a schedule or something, and then I can work it out.
My schedule is freed up, and I'm gonna say
You got to give me like a TV God. Remember the old TV
Oh,
gods,
yeah,
right? You know what I'm saying? You
like
when you
when
playing through your extreme.
cable guide happened, and you went through the fucking the guide channel. Oh yeah, even the books back in the day at the supermarket. Like,
Exactly.
you got my number. Call me when
Yeah.
you're free, and
Okay.
the first thing, we're gonna simulcast. You get your goddamn ass the first thing we're gonna do is talk about this goddamn Man of Steel, because too many
Yeah.
conversations we have offline about Man of Steel is
Again, and that's the paradox. So and like I said, for the guys who engage this stuff from the concept of fantasy, that's a paradox that they don't understand. Is that, hey, sometimes in order to save a life, you have to take one,
and
and
that's
that's a and that's a paradox that a lot of these dudes don't like I said again, and I get it, right? If this stuff is fantasy, if it's escapism, you know what I'm saying, that's one thing. But if you're engaging in stuff for escapism, you really can't claim that you may know it from a limited canonical perspective, right? Because when it comes to comic books, it depends on who the creative team is. So for some people, Superman is Jeff Johns. For some people, it's Jim Lee. For some people, it's Straczynski. For some people, it's Romita, right? For some people, it could be Frank Miller. So when you say, I know the character, even when it comes to canon, your perspective of that character will be limited based upon the run. So for me, for X-Men, what I love is obviously Claremont, Quesada, and Lee. Those are my runs. Those are my favorite runs of X-Men.
Even when I had the pleasure of speaking to the guy who created The Boys, I forget his name,
Bryan Singer.
The Boys. It was Enos. Even when I had the pleasure of speaking to Dan Jurgens, and it was so funny because my son and his best friend David, when they were real little, I said, "You know who this guy is?" They're like, "Who?" That's the guy who killed Superman. Man, they would look like they were ready to whoop his ass. He was like, "I'm sorry, I brought him back." They were like, "Man, you killed Superman. You were the enemy." You got to understand, even though they're Spider-Man fans, that tells you how important Superman was to the culture. He was so important that even little kids who may have been an Iron Man or Spider-Man fan says, "That's the guy you don't fucking touch." No matter how you feel about Terry Bollea, you don't talk shit about Hulk Hogan. Anybody address? No matter how much you felt about Mel Gibson, don't talk shit about Lethal Weapon. Yes, I could be flawed. And guess what? The one thing I liked about Man of Steel, Superman was flawed. He was highly questioned about himself. He wasn't what you saw in Superman 2025, whiny. He had to buckle down and grab his nuts. Superman could have literally, when he flew his powers, he could have flew to another fucking galaxy and said, "Fuck you, humanity." But he defended you. Even when you didn't like him. Even when you were suspicious of him. Fuck you, humanity. He took out his own people just so you could survive. And if you're telling me you got more out of Superman Legacy because, oh, he got greater feats, that Superman looked more super than he did in this movie, where he had 3 years of experience and his powers are supposed to be even greater than them. But he took more of a manly stance. But I know you got out of here.
Yeah, man. But that's it. Yeah, because that would be the thing, right?
If you're free Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday, just call me and I will set something up and we'll start your stream. We'll simulcast podcast and introduce you to the
Yeah,
space
do that.
officially?
Do that. I'm gonna be free all day Thursday.
Thursday it is.
Oh,
Because guess what?
all right, so I'll reach out. Yep.
If you want to look at a guy who from the enlisted and a guy who's an officer, the first official show for Admiral Spoke, aka Sandog, aka Will, we're gonna do a military war vet's perspective of Man of Steel and break that shit down like a set of Legos.
Charles,
Go ahead, ABM.
are you gonna do it after the game or before the game? You know the Ravens play at 8:30.
You know goddamn well we're gonna do it after the game.
You know what, man? I want to meet Lamar Jackson so bad, man. I want to Lamar Jackson, Shador, and Justin Fields, and now Jackson Dart. But I want to meet them. I want to meet Lamar Jackson so bad. My dream when I meet Lamar Jackson, I want a cardboard mat and a boombox, and I want to challenge him to break. I don't know why, but for some reason, I feel like I have to battle Lamar in the breakdancing competition. I don't know why.
You know what's so funny about Lamar? He's one of the few professional athletes. Everybody who meets him never has a bad thing to say about him. Lamar can literally walk the streets of Baltimore and the hood and he goes in the hood of hoods. A lot of people forget that. Am I lying, ABM? He will go in the
Not
hood
at all.
and he is so well loved. He is actually protected. They be like, yo, that's our nigga Lamar. Don't you fuck with Lamar. We're going to gun your ass down.
So, Charles, can I ask you a question?
Please do.
If the Ravens win a Super Bowl with Lamar, will you have a city left? Are y'all going to burn it down? Are you going to be out there like Bane? Like, I give the city back to you, the people. Are y'all going
Dog,
to...
if Lamar wins a Super Bowl, this city is going to go batshit.
If Lamar wins the Super Bowl, I'm going to go out with my Punisher fucking thing with nothing but purple and black on me. And I'm going to be like, it's not about justice. Now it's about punishment. I will be so drunkenly ecstatic.
They will lose their fucking minds in this fucking city. I'm telling you.
To God, the police will have police officer in uniform flipping over fucking.
They might have to not do a parade.
They might not
because I don't think people will allow. I don't think people will be able to hold themselves back because you see how Lamar is whenever he goes somewhere. You know what I mean? They mob him.
Yeah.
You know, motherfuckers just want to touch him and shit. I don't think people would allow a fucking parade.
Nah, and
they would rush the goddamn car and try to drag him out the fucking car and shit just to touch him.
Yeah.
Now without adequate security.
If he wins,
will be no security. That's why I asked him. If the Knicks won a basketball title tomorrow, there will be no New York City.
Worse than the blackout of 70 from the late 70s.
Yeah, worse.
I'm gonna put it to you this way: if Lamar wins a championship as a Raven, number one, nobody's gonna harm Lamar. If something happens to Lamar, all of Baltimore and all of the Ravens fans around this country will burn this country down. Nobody wouldn't be killing. It will be two things. It will be peace on earth. We flipping every goddamn. If somebody even try to hurt Lamar, you will see the combined effort of the FBI, the Baltimore police, the Baltimore sheriff, the Baltimore school police, the Crips, the Bloods, the GDs, everybody looking for you. You will be the most wanted motherfucker in God known history. There will be no fucking stone unturned for your blood. That's how love. There will be motherfuckers to join Baltimoreans around the country. He's a Florida boy. Florida will join us. Okay.
Okay. Where do you go to college?
He's from Louisville. You know, he's a Louisville. Yeah. There will
So
be
you gonna see Jim Cornette come out there with his racket because remember he's from Louisville and he represents he still loves Louisville
bro,
Cardinals although he prefers the basketball.
bro. If I was president, I might be out there. Like, wait, is
Hmm.
that the president burning a car? Like, I might, like I said, you know,
if
again, because outside the, I
championship.
love Lamar. Outside the Giants, the Ravens are my favorite team.
He is like the most beloved goddamn football player. Miles Garrett plays for one of our rivals in the AFC North, and when he hit that fucking. It was so bad. Who was the one dude who played for us, but he played for the Browns the year before? He was on the other side. He couldn't sack Lamar. Miles couldn't sack Lamar, and somehow he got that ball to fucking Mark Andrews and scored a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Miles Garrett just shook his head, walked up to Lamar, shook his hand, was like, "I'll be goddamned." He was like, he's top two, but not number two.
Yeah.
And that's how much Lamar, if he wins a championship, and I hate to say this, and I think it's so blasphemous, if he wins one championship, he may surpass Ray Lewis as greatest Raven of all time.
Yeah, that's blasphemous.
I'll do you one better.
That is blasphemous. How dare you? How dare you?
I mean,
I'll do
Bring out
you
discrimination
one
to me.
better. If Lamar wins the championship, he might top some of the
And his Super Bowl MVP.
some of the old Baltimore greats that everybody loves. Eddie Murray,
Johnny U,
Johnny U, Brooks Robinson.
Bubba Smith.
Charles, do you think
Like all of them might have to get behind Lamar.
Huh?
If I lay down the cardboard with the boombox, you think he battle me?
Lamar's so fucking cool and niggerish, he would.
Break out the cardboard.
I mean, when this motherfucker go to West Baltimore to get some fucking banana shit,
Banana smoothies or some stuff like that.
Banana pudding, that tells you what dude he is.
Oh man, banana pudding.
I mean, you gotta remember, Lamar, he wins a championship. I'm flipping over my fucking truck by myself.
So you won't be out.
I'd have to stop. Wait. Do you have the insurance? You better have insurance.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have insurance. But guess what? I'm bending steel. I'm punching old ladies in the gut. I'm doing.
He's gonna be. Oh, we gotta play Mark Henry's intro theme, huh?
Charles, even the police will be tearing the city up. So I'm right. If Lamar wins a chip, there will be no more Baltimore.
Dude, when we won the championship in 2012,
y'all lost yourselves.
After I had to arrest this guy, family, he was drunk. I was so pissed because nothing came over the radio for hours. Dude, drunk fighting this. And I can tell you exactly verbatim what happened. The whole family was holding the door. The father, the mother, the little brother and sister holding the door in the basement because he was so drunk out of his mind. I said, open that door. They were like, you sure he's violent? I Undertaker choked that motherfucker. I had this motherfucker.
Choke slammed?
No, I threw him into the other room. My partner who came to back me up said, all I seen was a body fly out the other room. And then I saw you jump on top of him. And then all I heard from you was like, cut that motherfucking TV on. I had to make sure we won. I was like, Lord Jesus. If we didn't win that
all right,
I would have been, y'all would have seen my ass on TV for Baltimore police officer Charles Fulton Jr. for excessive force. It was by the grace of God. If Lamar wins a championship, hey, we're gonna play that old club mix. I'ma burn this bitch down.
Wait, you sure your ankle can hold up? We don't need you overexerting yourself.
Shit, you want to stand in front of me when I do a front kick?
Well, if this was if this was like MMA classes, I gotta hold the pad. I better get some body armor.
Shit, I'm gonna send you across the goddamn room. I'm gonna become a Captain America the shit out of you. The dude that fucking Winter Soldier or that fucking cruise liner.
The fucked up part is you're gonna hear me screaming like Marlon Wayans in the process.
Oh no, you want
Shit.
yeah out your lungs, man. You don't want to know what happened if that was a championship in both. Shit. Oh, but the first championship. Oh my god, man, I got laid more than a fucking old school welcome mat. Oh my god, the second one. Oh my god, we went to a ski trip, and you know how many? And we had a ski trip from everywhere on the East Coast, from Philly, New York, Boston, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, and everybody on this ski trip. Do you know how many bragging rights? Oh my god, I wanted this one bitch so bad, and she had this SpongeBob fucking sleepwear with the shorts. I mean, ass stuck out like an old school air conditioner out the window. God, I was lusting after her. I got another chick, but shit, I wanted that bitch. God damn, she had skin as dark as the Kents of Jerusalem, as dark as the curtains of Kendall.
Alexa, play "Liberian Girl" by Michael Jackson.
You gonna play that "Me So Horny" by Two Live Crew.
Oh, me so horny. Oh, me so horny.
Oh my God,
Good God.
my testosterone's gonna be in the 2000s, but if that motherfucker win, I'm talking to every bitch in the United States. Bitch, I'm from the city of champions. Fuck me now while you can, or I'm fucking your family. Or I'm fucking all the women in your family. Okay, here's my number. Believe it or not, y'all want to talk about arrogance? I'm gonna show you arrogance, but definitely
I'm gone, guys, man. I'll holler at y'all, man.
Hit
And
me
I'll
up
be
Thursday.
calls on Thursday.
Hit me up Thursday. Call me Wednesday or Thursday. Get your stream yards, and we're simulcasting, and we're gonna do an Officer and a Gentleman. The first show we're gonna call it.
Yes.
And we're gonna break down Man of Steel.
Done. And Nyama, I'm busy watching kung fu films about tiger style martial arts. So stay by. Right. I'm telling you, I'm creating a whole society, bro. You got me.
Oh man.
We've been talking about my people, and he keeps referring to us as tigers because you can't say Tigrinya right. I don't blame him. It's cool.
I'm gonna put.
I love it.
Detroit
Funny as hell.
Detroit 313 basically said if Lamar wins a fucking championship, 3-6 that shit. Oh man. I see. I'm gonna play the forbidden song in every club. I bet you won't hit a motherfucker. Oh my god!
Shit. I mean, if it got at the rate this is, knowing you, I'm surprised you haven't gotten endorsements from any condom company, man. I'm surprised the Skin hasn't called you and said, Mr. Faulkner, we need you to be our face for our new campaign.
Well, if you're part of my ilk, they gotta make them bigger. But anyway.
Or they got Skin large. Now they gotta bring in the Skin extra large.
I was told Superboy Prime or Prime Superman. Superboy Prime is supposed to be from a reflective of Prime Earth. But guess what? Superman Prime is the old school 1950s to 1985 Superman, where he had superpowers out his ass. There's no Superman more powerful to him than Superman 1,000,000, or probably the what's that? Basically, the plot device, Cosmic Armor Superman. There's no other Superman more powerful. I think he might even be more powerful than Cosmic Armor because Superman Prime was so powerful that he had to be stopped by the Spectre to not go any further because he was literally going to be in the realm of God. And he said, don't go any further because you're about to enter the realm of the Judeo-Christian God, meaning God Almighty. And the Spectre had to basically ask him because he was that powerful. because the Spectre at that time was powerful as shit, but that Superman had so many powers is that eventually he would overcome whatever that fucking what the Spectre could do. And when you're looking at Cosmic Armor Superman is like the Infinity Gauntlet. He's a plot device. He was not meant to be a character. He's a plot device, just like the Infinity Gauntlet. There was nothing the heroes could do physically against Thanos in the comics in the Infinity Gauntlet because he killed half of him. He didn't kill half of humanity. He killed half of the universe. Anything that lived, he killed half of it. That snap in the comics didn't happen at the end like the movie. It happened comic number 1. You had the Hulk and what's his name? The one that Batista played.
Gorak, I think it was called.
I forget the character Batista played, which the one that Batista played is a very much weaker version of Drax. Yeah, that's his name, Drax the Destroyer. Drax the
Destroyer.
Drax the Destroyer was actually made and constructed to actually kill Thanos. So he's not a weak character. He could go toe to toe with the Hulk. So when you put this motherfucker sent wormholes to put the Hulk and Drax through wormholes through time. He turned fucking Thor into ice. He put a fucking helmet in the head of fucking Cyclops, and suffocated to death. He turned the adamantium bones of Wolverine into rubber. He basically killed all these heroes. He made a female clone of himself because he said, well, if death don't love me, I love myself. And that woman was just as strong physically as Thanos and beat and bludgeoned Spider-Man in the head with a rock. He actually, that same female version of Thanos, ripped off the helmet of Iron Man with his head still in it. That's how vicious that comic book. Like, when you look at the Infinity War, that was a very toned down version of the Infinity Gauntlet because all your heroes died brutally. And then the next part was he was challenged by Galactus and all the fucking celestial powers of the universe and won. Even when you saw him go against Eternity, he won. Okay? It was brutal. That shit was brutal. That was the same time you had around the Punisher, Wolverine, and the Batman, The Dark Knight Returns, when comics got grittier and more brutal. That's when it was like, okay, what happens when the heroes can't overcome this? So when people talk about strength, I don't look, because this, I'm going to say this. Yeah, we always said in comic books, can Batman be Superman? And in traditional, I'm going to answer the question very candidly. No, Batman can't be Superman in no traditional sense. Even in the comics where he had kryptonite knuckle dusters, he said if I punch him again in his face, I'll break every bone in my body. He's that dense. Do you think that at the speeds he can fly and just pushing, have you ever seen a punch so fast that you couldn't see it?
No.
Have you ever been hit before in the face with a punch you couldn't see? I have.
Been blindsided,
It was straight ahead. You couldn't see it. Boom. You just saw the white flash and his hand come back. Some people just have that type of speed. My jab was
That hand speed is ridiculous hurting people.
jab was that fast. My right hand was fast, but my jab was much faster. You couldn't see it. I've actually dropped people with it because it just was snap. You like it was, especially if I hit you in the chin, it was like the rubber band effect. Pow! You couldn't see it. You couldn't react to it. And my son has that ability where you couldn't see his punches. Even when I wrestled, you couldn't see me take you down. I've learned from even faster people than me. Like, so imagine.
I'm surprised neither of you boxed Golden Gloves growing up.
It's called being with your mother more than your father, because your father would have made you do it. And by the time I went to my father's house, I was already a 4-time wrestling champion. So,
Mm.
and you gotta realize that
Mm.
you're looking at a guy who can move 5 to 7 times faster than you could think. It there's more situations Superman will just obliterate Batman than even then the only reason he wins is because Superman's holding back whatever mind control or whatever poisons he's under. So have at thee. Now, if Batman's the king of fucking prep time, how much prep time can you have against a god? There's only but so many things you could do. Oh, there's times when he spit kryptonite fucking dust or kryptonite gum in his face, and once in a while, oh, he's falling, he's poisoned, but guess what? Did you prepare the fact that you're gonna fall if he grabs you? That's still a 230 to 250 pound man holding on to you, and he's as dense as lead. So there's only but so much. You know who's the? If it's like, for example, if Wonder Woman wants Batman dead, there ain't shit that he could do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I never like it, because a lot of that shit is based on a lot of anime. Even though we always had that battle, a lot of battles. If Thor could be Superman or the Hulk could be Superman, remember, there's a reason why you pick Superman versus your favorite hero, because he's the standard. Okay, when you're the standard, 9 times out of 10, you can't beat it because he's already the standard. He's the what you measure against. And when you look at anime, it's always Goku beat this person Naruto, or this person God level this, because and then they'd be like, well, we have Super Saiyan 5, this person and that. No, because here's the problem with canon. I get fan art and I love it too, because it shows the creativity of people. But when you go outside of canon, and this is the bad part about mangakas, unlike comic book writers forget the material very closely. Now you see a lot of integration of, like, when you have Dragon Ball Daima, where it's in between Battle of Gods or right before Battle of Gods, and it's right before Battle of Gods and right after the Buu Saga. So now you have a lot of dichotomy where they're rewriting the story, not before Super, but right after Dragon Ball Z. So they're taking
Mm-hmm.
off cues from American comic books. Now, what happens when you have a lot of those people who write shit like One Piece, and they have to literally write this character like Luffy? Okay, Gear 5, basically he's got Toon Force. At some point, it's going to become boring, because what can't he overcome? You're going to have to make an enemy so powerful and so terrifying that he has to die at least once. What you think we had Doomsday for?
Hmm.
So writing is one of the most difficult. You're going to have fantastic artists, because art's always going to increase itself. That's why you have comic books. If you look at comic books from the 50s, visually from today, people went through anatomy classes and learned how to draw the anatomy of the human body even more detailed. It's going to look spectacular, but how can I write it to make it make sense?
And that's the word, right? And that's the thing right there. Any creative writing has to make sense and logic. It has to be logical. I
And
know
it's
I know even if it's fantastical, it has to have some level of reality to it. It has
and
to be completely. It has to make sense to the story.
even in if it doesn't make logical sense, because sense real world sense,
Mm-hmm.
it has to make sense in the world it is. There has to be some limit,
Mm-hmm.
meaning
There has to be a logic to it.
Yeah, meaning that why is Superman so powerful? Okay, his planet didn't had higher gravity and they had a red sun. So in other words, if you have a higher gravity, you're going to have denser muscle structure and bone density.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that they basically have some type of fucking photos, off of the light. So imagine if he has a higher wave of light, which is going to be yellow or blue, damn near white. He's going to be even more powerful because he can siphon more energy. So it's going to make some type of science fiction to
But
science.
longer wave and shorter frequency.
Yeah. So they even said, okay, well, you had an island or a continent of black Kryptonians. Well, if you have black Kryptonians, those black Kryptonians will be more powerful by default because darker skin absorbs more light. But because they don't want to make a black man the most powerful all the time, they had to say, well, they'll burn out their power faster because they're absorbing so much more, which doesn't make sense because I asked you an ABM and you being a child of the direct continent, how many black people in Africa actually get skin cancer?
Very few, and it's usually for black people. Skin cancer is usually on the most vulnerable parts, which is the palms of your hands and the soles of your feet, which have the least melanin.
So
that melanin we have, the purpose of that all that excess melanin in your skin is to protect you from the sun's rays, but more importantly, it limits how much vitamin D you absorb, because one of the most dangerous things for a human being is to have malabsorption, but having excessive absorption, because too much vitamin D can be detrimental, just like too little.
Yeah. So you're just right. You're the Goldilocks. And
you need to have an optimal range. You need to have an optimal range of that. Same thing with testosterone. Same thing with androgen or any other hormone or enzyme in your body. Too much or too little has its pros and cons.
Well, they're affected to it, but it's not as hard. It's not as hard as because remember when you look at Superman in Kingdom Come, he's even like Superman said, he's been absorbing solar radiation for 70 years, and he has barely aged, if any. So now he's been absorbing solar radiation since a child. You got to remember, it's one thing to be a Kryptonian and you're just absorbing it for an hour. Imagine if you were a baby and this is all the fuck you know. His body. This is
acclimated to a point.
It's not even acclimated. It's mutated.
Sorry.
Not just acclimated. It's mutated because he's to the point where he's doing shit that no other Kryptonian can do before him. So if he's developing flight at a teenager, but because I think flight is his last power he develops, because super strength is because Kryptonians are naturally stronger than humans by the order of hundreds, if not thousands of times without sunlight naturally because of the denser gravitational pull. By the time he's 70 and he's not even really aging, he's not flying. He's developing wormholes. He's defying physics. Okay? Probably by 30, he should be defying physics on a very, not even theoretical, on a fucking God level. By the time he's 30, he's on a God level plane compared to somebody who's just stepping into the light at Kryptonian. That's why Zack Snyder's Man of Steel was so fundamental. It took Zod longer to do it than, even though he was quicker about it because of his military training. But look how much Superman didn't have military training. Imagine if it was military trained Superman like Zod. That fight would have been over in like 5 minutes. Zod's
Not to mention, Zod came in as an adult while Superman came in as a baby. And as a baby, you have You learn from a very young age how to adapt to the new environment based on your exposure, and your body in that full level of flexibility is in you like that, and not in an adult. When you get older, when you become an adult, it's harder for you to learn to adapt to certain changes in environments.
And then you got to remember, if you had a black Kryptonian and he's absorbing many times the solar energy, he's a god by the time he's 30.
Charles, stop talking about yourself. I'm saying that because AB's not here.
I'm just going to say it. I mean, if you want to look on the theoreticals from a science fiction or, you know, he's a god by the time he's like 25, 30. He's a god. Like, there's nothing you could really do to him because he's like basically at that.
Also, how he was socialized. Remember how Superman was socialized to be raised as a human. He was raised as a human being. He was socialized like a human being from two parents.
He was socialized as best as they could.
As best they could.
Because he knew that he was not human. So in other words, the only limits he had was on himself. There is nothing on God's green earth. Like, I mean, that's the reason why I said sometimes bad writing, even in Superman and, you know, The Dark Knight Returns, when he gets drained of his energy from a nuclear weapon. That doesn't make sense because he could walk in the sun, which is millions of nuclear warheads going off at a time equivalent. So, it's like dropping you know what would happen if you dropped a nuclear bomb, hurricane? What would happen?
Oh, you'd be creating a huge vortex, I think?
No, nothing would happen.
Because the hurricane would absorb it.
Because the hurricane is several times more powerful than a nuclear explosion. How big is a hurricane?
Ooh, the entire system and everything. Ooh, you don't want to. You don't want to get caught up in the eye of it.
A hurricane, the eye of a hurricane, can go as far as many states at once. So it would do nothing. It would be like it didn't happen. Even if it exploded, it would absorb it. It wouldn't happen. So when we're looking at a person who's absorbing all that energy at a fucking heightened rate, even though I know this is nerd time, but we like to be a little nerdy and intellectual, nothing would happen because so a black baby from Krypton drifted here. He would be so goddamn powerful that, you know, you would have to refer to him as a god. He wouldn't. To call him a god at that point would be the closest thing your brain could even call him. Even in our belief systems of Christianity, Buddhism, and, you know, Islam,
and so on and so forth,
and all these religions, to call God God is actually limiting him. Because that's the only way you can actually perceive that level of power.
God-like powers, you would say, but
you know.
And if he came to Earth as a baby, and he was raised if he was socialized a certain way, you might be, especially, or if you understood like his constitution from a very young age, his mentality, whatnot, you might end up having a supervillain or a superhero.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think the kids should be called the greatest parents of all time in fiction, because you had to raise a baby god. And what type of discipline
you taught him actions that had consequences.
And what type of discipline? You must have been so convincing. Think about how gangster Jonathan and Martha Kent had to be when you got this motherfucker shooting death rays out of his eyes at 5, and you had to not show fear. Think about it.
Because the child could pick up on the fear. Remember, children can sense their parents is like unease or content and whatnot, but it leaves them very confused. So it's not just they raised him. It was like Jonathan in particular had to give him the proper guidance and understand, yes, you're going to go through some changes, but you need to understand what's going on and how to help him understand, make sense of it. Because you're 5 years old and you have those rays coming out,
Think about it.
you got to learn how to, like, you got to be taught from a young age about the dangers of what that could be
You
and
gotta,
explain it to a way a 5-year-old can understand it.
you gotta,
Because he's still trying to figure things out about himself. He's like, what's going on? Because remember, it would scare him what's going on. It's just like having a child with certain disorders in them. Like, like say you have a child who's like suffering from some kind of skin disorder and they don't understand it. And it's all confusing to them.
put it to you this way.
Hmm?
Most of the children I've raised, even though my son's biologically mine, the first child I actually raised was my nephew. He could wrestle, he could box. Meaning, the average person he could potentially kill very easily. And I had to be big and strong enough and wise enough and smart enough because he's going to challenge me, and I have to be able to put him on his ass and tell him there's a difference between sports and there's a difference between fighting. Even with my son, my boy Terrell said it first, introduced him to boxing, is that he had to admit, your son surpassed me. Like, if he wanted to hit me and put me down, he could easily do it. And I had to tell him, I said, why do you think I work out the way I do? Because I remember my son was trying to box me. And he said, you slow, Daddy. And I threw a jab at him and he couldn't see it. He was like, oh.
Boy, don't ever get cocky.
It was like the same thing when Mark Henry said about Ron Simmons. I was checking him out. And what did Ron say?
What are you looking at? What are you looking at? That's what he said. What are you looking at?
Don't you ever think you could eye me down? I said, I remember my son the other day was like, I could take you, I could outbox you. I said, let me ask you this one question. Do you want to still have can you still have a boxing career with a broken arm? The day you want to strike me in anger, the day I'm going to cripple you. Let's just say it out. You're going to catch me. I give you credit. You're going to catch me because you're fast. So am I. But what if I hit
So
you?
what do you do? But here's the thing also. Certain dads, what they also do is like they also understand that they're still dealing with a child who's still immature. So they have to use mind games and let the boy know that no. Hear me out.
When he children
Some fathers, you are all right.
You with a son who's built like mine. You let him know.
Mm-hmm.
Put your hand against me. Whatever hand you draw against me when you think you're bigger and badder is the hand I break. Tell me how great your career going to be with a broken arm. I said, if you're lucky, if I take your arm and not your legs,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to heel hook you and not let go. Or knee bar to make you feel like your knee's about to explode.
And he be tapping and it's like, all right. You tapping, boy? Don't tap on me now.
No, if you strike me, I'm not. There's no tap out. Break. And just look you dead in the eye. I will break it. No. And we'll go to the hospital. We'll say it's a training exercise.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, Grandpa Grandpa Faulkner gonna be there. Like he look at you like, well, what were you thinking?
My father wouldn't say shit. He would be like, you shouldn't have challenged your father.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't challenge my father because guess what? You may be great at wrestling, but how are you about street fighting?
And he's got a flat fist. Papa Daddy Faulkner got a flat fist. Charles Sr. got a flat fist.
So guess what? You may think he's trying to punch you in your face. What does that man punch you in your throat?
Or in the solar, or just below your sternum.
If you put people, see, this is the part I'm trying to tell you. If you put a father, see, this is the difference between boys and men. Boys are trying to get the nice, clean knockout and be showy and impressive and intimidating. Older men are trying to end the fight brutally, as quickly as possible, which means
Decisively.
he means he's trying to be brutal. So
Mhm.
if you try to come up against, that's why I tell people you could ask ABM. I tell a lot of people on the street, stop trying to fight these older guys, who the older boomers and these young boomers and these older Xers, because they came up in the street. That's why you see the difference of daddy in the home, because I got to bring multiple people to a fight because I know I can't. Why do you think I have to tone down my son? Not saying he's not capable, he's very capable. I have to tone him down to be like, you're going to intimidate a lot of people because they can't take you. They're scared of you. I've been that way when I was your age. People are
How
trying
tall
to
is he now?
6'2", 170 pounds of muscle. There's times when
6'2", 100. This is a giant welterweight right there.
yeah. So you got to think about it. There's things I do to make my son and my godson still marvel at me, and they're like, they'll come in my room and they'll see me curl in the 60s, and they'll go to the 60s. They'll be like, "How the fuck did you do this?" Like when you see Aaron Donald like lifting 150-pound dumbbells and benching them, that's not too common for me. That's not
Not to mention he's been doing it his whole life.
that's not uncommon for me. Even when people jokingly and grab me and I grab them just to be like, "Hey, I understand you joking, but just in case you want to get a little frisky," and they're like, "Okay." I remember when I was in the police academy, and this is when I
Mm.
lost 45 pounds and I went down to 200 from 245. And one of the guys, when they had defense tactics, and they were like, "Go," and I took him down, and I'm wrestling him on the ground. I didn't strike him yet, and he's like, "My God, it's like wrestling a bear or a lion." It's like even college football players were surprised how strong they were. Like, yo, and that's why the class of '62, when the instructor was like, "Okay, you get a guy like Faulkner," and it's like, for real, we ain't gonna fuck with that. All the females, all the males said, "No, we shooting him. We are shooting him. We are not letting him get close."
What's his name? What's his face from our StreamYard chats? Our brother up there in Germany. Oh, BK. Oh, brother, our brother from BK.
Yeah.
What's his name? Forgot his name. One of whose daughter who's been raising his daughter in Germany this whole time.
Oh
What's his
yeah.
name?
God damn, I know who you're talking about. Oh, God damn, what's his name?
Because remember, he said it himself. He said, "Charles, if I see you, I ain't gonna fight you. I'm gonna shoot you."
Yeah, man, I've been used to that for years. Like, it took me a while to be like, "Damn, why would you shoot me?" And I was like, "Oh." So imagine you got to do this to a 17, 18-year-old, and these are even wrestlers. I'm like, you may be 128 pounds, and a guy 180 come against you. You could take him down to the ground either with a double leg, or
Mm.
you could pin him to the ground and you can choke him out unconscious or kill him. He can't be.
Especially since most guys don't know how to grapple. Most
Yeah,
people don't know how to grapple.
and
Now, shit, I'm putting my kids to Hapkido.
nah, Hapkido's cool, but I would tell you put your kids through
Keto, no
basic,
wrestling is sambo or sambo.
basic wrestling, basic boxing, basic ground
Mm.
fight. Nobody's gonna fuck with them, and let them learn a few leg kicks, boxing and leg kicks, because nobody has no normal person up against those.
That's kickboxing Muay Thai right there.
And I would tell
Or
people,
Savat.
and even with that,
Mm.
American boxing have better hands than Thai boxers. Even with their use of elbows, they have better hands. You got to get
Mm.
close to elbows. Bit, 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 bit. Like, oh my God. He didn't go down. Yes, he did. He's just on the kitchen counter. That's all. And It's not about being this brutally masterful guy. It's being efficient. And a lot of times, a lot of females or males who so happen to be your best friends, quote unquote, know that you can fight. Well, you can wrestle, box, or do anything. You're just an overall tough guy. They will abuse that.
That's why sometimes you need somebody who could read the room a little bit better than you can and know that it's not a good spot. Let's pull out. Not because you're scared. It's more like you understand, like, you do not want to put yourself in situations where you might have to combat yourself, or you have to be in a situation where you just have to understand, assess learn how who has a better, somebody who has a better read on the situation. Assess the situation, realize, all right, this is a cool spot, or you think something's up. We're like, something ain't right. Back
Yeah.
out. Just like the way quarterbacks have to read the defensive line and decide, call an audible or call a timeout.
It's no different than some of my godsons being challenged, especially if
Hmm.
they're
Unfortunately, if you got to fight, that's the thing. Because if you learn it, if you teach these guys how to grapple these, combat sports. That's the thing, is like you have to learn this. You learn to be disciplined. That's the problem that some people forget.
and even if they, let's say, you got lighter guys who wrestle for me,
Hmm.
that time is more powerful than Superman. Dude, I don't know if he's smoking on something good, but name me any time Saitama was ever more powerful than Superman. Let me put it to you this way: One Punch Man is a parody, which means it's ridiculous. There's no real standard in that planet. Even when have you seen Saitama move planets?
Never.
Ridiculous. It's like you don't see him. He's not as durable as somebody who's when he's not aware of something. Even Goku. What did they show during the Cell Saga? If he's not aware of damage coming to him, he's susceptible to it. When Krillin threw the rock while he was in Super Saiyan, and he's like, "Oh, Krillin, why'd you do that for?" What would happen if he threw a rock at Superman? He probably wouldn't even notice it. Like, so when you look at that power, this is the reason why I kind of hate anime when it comes to that shit, because that's when a lot of this shit came about. Majority of the versus shit. It was there somewhat during comics, but look at it. Instead of just enjoying your favorite characters, people always got to put a versus on it. Then on top of that, do you think
Hmm.
Superman? Let's answer this question real quick. Do you think Superman would have any problem in Saitama's universe? No, no. It's like if you put Superman in Avengers 1, Superman would even break a sweat beating the Shatari. No, no. Hell, Batman would give. I'll put it to you this way. We're not even going to do comics. We're gonna do MCU versus the DC extended universe, right? This is the difference in scaling of power. Instead of loving the characters for who they are in their movies or perspective media, movies, cartoons, whatever, you put one member of the Justice League against the entire Avengers from Avengers 1. You can start with Batman.
It's a no contest.
You can
It's
start
no discussion.
you can start with Batman. He's going to give majority of them problems. Even the heavy hitters, Thor and Hulk, yes, they will stop him, but he would give them problems. Let's say you go up the ladder, the Flash. There's none of them fast enough to take the Flash. Let's go up another one. Aquaman. Aquaman might kill the whole team by himself.
Only person who could probably give him some problems is Namor the Submariner, what they would say, but we don't know.
Namor in fucking Black Panther was nowhere near as powerful as Aquaman, and Namor is not as powerful as Aquaman in the DC extended universe. Now let's get to the Cyborg would have his way. Tony Stark would be violated by himself. Tony Stark will be demoralized. He will be telling the courts, "Tell him we're Cyborg with the anatomically correct doll." Now, Wonder Woman is going to kill the Avengers by herself. Just is. We don't have to even go to Superman. Remember, it was only Batman, Aquaman, Cyborg, Flash, Superman. Who else am I missing? I don't think I'm missing anybody.
We can add some other characters into this. I mean, like
this is the reason. I'm not,
but
because this is the reason why I'm doing it. Because you can see the difference in power. Do you really think? I'll put it to you this way: Loki would have been a joke against the Justice League. Steppenwolf would have killed the Avengers. Go look at. If you look at the Josh Whedon version, where was Loki as menacing as the Josh Whedon version? He would have died. He would have died greatly. Loki would have been a joke. Loki would have been a joke for the Avengers, for the Justice League. But go ahead, Larry.
I mean, I think it's just that, like, just to take it out of comic books into other things like sports. Like when people talk about like dream matchups and whatnot, it's like sometimes they get a little too much. Like you want to compare certain guys from one era to another, and I'm like, it wouldn't work unless you had like a video game that could, where you could actually do something like that, and it would make sense sometimes. It's like comparing legends, boxing legends of different eras, how they would have gone against the guys of now. I'm like, you don't. I mean, like say like Sugar Ray Robinson going against Sugar Ray Leonard. I said it wouldn't work. It'd be a mismatch in certain ways. Just like people talk about like, what if Mike Tyson fought some of the great heavyweights of the past? And like George Foreman said, he would not have made it because those guys were killers. Mike was a problem for some people in his era, but going against guys like Ali, Ken Norton, and everything. I mean, yeah, he dropped Larry Holmes, but Larry Holmes was old. That's some people would say, but
I'm going to see this way. Ali, Larry Holmes in his prime would have been a problem for Tyson.
Yeah.
He would have been a problem. He's always had issues with guys who are much bigger and taller. Always.
Has anybody seen the 30 for 30? The 30 for 30 between the Buster Douglas fight with Tyson, 42-1. I saw it, and they talked about how Tyson's camp came ill prepared for that shit because they didn't take Buster seriously. And Buster's camp, they came in with a game plan because they realized, oh, okay, we've seen him fight other guys. We see what we need to do. And they took him into deep waters because Tyson, was a quick finisher. But how does he last? Like if you take him into the middle rounds, what happens beyond round 3 and 4? What happens after that?
Let's look at your theory of Saitama. Saitama can't fly. He has no vision powers. He's never moved at the speeds that Superman has, even on average. Number one, what weaknesses does Superman really have? People
besides kryptonite, none.
They like to say, well, magic is not kryptonite. Magic is
No?
not an. Here's something that I
You think
know.
Zatanna would have it? You think Zatanna could defeat Superman? Get real.
Even if she has the power to do so, you have to have the ability to move quick enough to do so.
Hmm? You gotta understand how fast this guy can think, how fast this guy can, his thought process is.
Now, we can look at real world statistics, such as having weird and negating effects of 10 different kryptonites. Yeah, that's called real world. Like, if I have,
Because see, the thing is, we're not being realistic in these cases. Some people just don't want to look
do
at the intricate aspects of it.
we have something called plutonium? Do we have uranium?
Hmm.
Do we have other
Yeah, we
radioactive
do.
in the real world? Right?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. The radiation levels are different. Do we have mustard gas? Do we have all these things that are poisonous to the human body? Some things
Hmm.
are not going to be as quick as others. Now look at Saitama. Saitama has to breathe. Superman doesn't. Let's look at Saitama, and this is the reason why a lot of these anime characters and anime starts to get boring because they didn't learn their lessons from American comics. You can't make heroes ultra powerful because it gets that's why he's a satire character. He's not made to be taken seriously.
Becomes
He's a
redundant. The trope.
satire. And then let's look at it. I'm physically denser than you. It's like looking at a guy who's made of muscle versus a guy who's a lard ass. The density is so vastly different. Who can take the abuse and who can't? Anybody
Mm.
Saitama fights. It's like years ago when people said the Hulk versus Superman. Superman will put down the Hulk even while he's getting stronger because Superman's holding back, the Hulk isn't. Anybody that's holding back still has reserves. Okay? At some point, he's going to kill you. That's why people like to say, Batman's the greatest hero. No, he isn't. He's the greatest fuck up. He's so relatable. No, he isn't.
Wait, who?
Clark Kent's more relatable than Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne will
Mm.
look down at people. First of all, tell me one billionaire that relates to him, regular human being. They don't. You already got a president who's a billionaire, and most motherfuckers complain about him. So stop it. So, and this is the reason why you can break this shit fun. You lucky I don't start another channel just to break down your favorite heroes, okay? When it comes to power. Well, Goku could be Superman. Goku's a fucking idiot. Okay? Goku's a fucking idiot. I don't care how much he can fight. I don't care. He's an idiot. Guess what? Flash Thompson is a fucking idiot. Idiotic people do not win fights. Emotional people do not win fights. People who are reserved. It's a historical fact. Here's the fucked up part about even Saitama. You look at these characters, and people want to go, no weaknesses. They had to give kryptonite to Superman. Why? Not because he's too powerful, it's because the motherfucker who was voicing him during the fucking radio show needed some time off. They gave him magic because it disturbs the natural order. Last time I checked, Saitama is not above magic. Saitama can't fly. Saitama is durable, but he's not invulnerable to most physical. It's like Goku. Goku is an idiot. Same
You said he was
idea.
a parody. No, One Punch is a parody. So parody. What's the point of a parody?
To make light of something.
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, this is mangaka are no better than old school because mangaka, when the media you see it modern day, takes a lot of cues from American comics where they gotta do retroactive continuity. For the longest time during Dragon Ball, Goku was never thought of being a Saiyan. He was not an alien. You just thought he was a super strong boy from out the wilderness who trained. Did Goku have a lot of limitations? Yes. Even in the Fleischer comics for Superman, he had limitations. See, being a hero is not saying I'm powerful and I can do all this shit. It's about overcoming your limitations. That's good writing. How does the hero overcome?
The hero's journey. I mean, how do you overcome adversity? Has always been the biggest question. You don't know because you see, it's in adversity that you know your greatest strengths. That's the problem. Most people, or when it comes to creative writing, how do you know your limits? How do you know your strengths if you don't know your weaknesses?
And then on top of that, let's look at your statement. From what I recently gathered, Saitama is stronger than Superman in regards to not having many. Saitama is not that bright. Saitama needs air. Saitama is beatable, just like Superman. Superman is formally trained in fighting. Saitama is not. Here's the part where you're looking at the crypto. Radiation takes different holds.
Mm-hmm.
Some radiation takes years to affect you. Some radiations actually heal you. So it wouldn't be unsubstantial. But if you look at like Dragon Ball, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
you got all this Saiyan shit. What's the point? Why can't we have a saint, a human, to match a Saiyan?
Because there's levels of this shit.
You're physically compatible. You're physically compatible
Mm-hmm.
to. So that means potentially humans will beat you at some point. So at some point, you have to put some type of fucking MacGuffin in there for the Saiyans to even beat Frieza because he's naturally stronger than you. Why do you think Black Frieza embarrassed them both? Frieza didn't train; he was just naturally strong. He got the little house, the little realm of spirit and death, whatever the fuck they call it, and he trained for the equivalent of 10 years. You telling me Whis and Barris, who knows all this shit about everybody in the universe, couldn't keep tabs on Frieza? You telling me
Absurd.
all this time Frieza from the first time he lost to Goku, because you had to put a MacGuffin in there, which was what? Super Saiyan. Because if Goku stayed the way he was, you probably wouldn't read him anymore. It wouldn't be interesting. How the fuck did Gohan really lose the Cell? I mean, we got to look at this instead of saying the growth. Now, you're looking at a character that's been around since the 80s, and he wasn't really out, just like you have a character that's been around since the late 30s who's been much more fleshed out.
Not to mention the audience that these comics they also target.
That's why I tell people we're looking. If you're gonna do a death battle, you got to do the quintessential character.
Quintessential.
What does quintessential mean?
It's it's synonymous with ultimate or the ideal, the standard bearer.
It's the standard. What's the standard Superman? The standard quintessential Superman is the Chris Reeves.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yes, Christopher Reeves.
Christopher
And
Reeves.
he built himself. He built his body for the role. He
Think
filled
about
out all his 6'4" frame for that role.
the other quintessential Superman is Henry Cavill.
Oh, Henry is an absolute nerd because remember he stayed true to the form. Because remember they talked about like he was he was so invested into the character that he took every minute detail and brought himself into the film, like how he was like his facial hair, body hair, and everything. And he was well versed.
So in other words, here's the quintessential Goku. The quintessential Goku was the Goku with Super Saiyan 1. That's quintessential Goku. Probably before that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at quintessential shit. Because Goku doesn't fight to survive. He fights because he wants a good battle. Which is stupid if you're supposed to save a planet. You're going to put people's lives at stake for your bloodlust. Superman would probably knock him out and imprison him in the Phantom Zone for that shit because you're a detriment to humanity. People think it's
Exactly.
Goku's the self-made man. We like Goku. No, Goku shows you what younger people like. Goku has no real responsibility. Superman's the man of responsibility.
Goku is immature as hell.
Because even in the Tournament of Power, you put universes at stake, disrespecting literal gods. That's the quintessential thought of what young people today do with adults, and that's why y'all like Goku so much. That's why a lot of young people love Marvel, because a lot of young people love to challenge authority. Until authority doesn't fight back and show you who's out.
It's be like her and adolescence is juvenile. Also, like I once argued with my dad once. I've had my arguments with my dad growing up. You know that. But the funny thing about my arguments with my dad was this: I I didn't argue with him like I was trying to challenge him. I was trying to plead my case. And the way I argued with him, it was like because we grew up big fans of soccer. I argued the same way like a player would be pleading his case to to a referee, not to reprimand him and such. And it would be futile. Even though I was trying, and there were times where I had to, even when I did challenge my father, there was a reason for it. Especially when, not because I was disrespectful to my dad, it was just because I didn't think this was right. I didn't think it was right, and I said, "Don't you? Wait a minute, isn't that right?" Or something like that. And he'd have to like sit me down and explain to me, "No." And there were times he'd look at me like, "What makes you say that?" Some children just want to challenge, but younger people nowadays, they just want to challenge things for the sake of challenging things. It's impulsive. It's like, what are you trying to do? And Goku is about himself half the time. That ego. It's recklessness.
You can look at the difference between him and Vegeta. takes whose role more seriously as a father?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Look at the dichotomy of Goku and Vegeta.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, let's look at the Hulk. There is no Hulk that can challenge him. And I'm a Hulk fan. He's probably my third or fourth favorite character. There is no Hulk that could ever challenge him. Here's the thing, anger, that any psychologist will tell you. Anger has a limit.
A very short fuse.
Just like happiness. He can't be angry all the time. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, logically speaking, his limit of him being angry and stronger, I want you to go back to the statement again I just made. What happens to a guy who's holding back? Do you think Superman will allow him to get so strong?
No.
And remember, this is a guy who's sucking up solar radiation every second of the day. There's no level of strength he will overcome him.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Look
nothing.
at I mean, another example you use, like you talk about fighting angry. Since you said fighting angry.
Let's look at speed for a minute.
All right.
Let's look at speed. What speed can fucking Hulk match a Superman?
None.
Heat vision alone.
You gotta understand, just because remember, you're talking about the levels of his skill set and what levels are at. Now Hulk, he's compromised in certain ways. He's strong and he's resistant and he's durable, but he's not that quick. And not to mention, he's fighting from rage, which means he doesn't do a lot of thinking. Even when he does do some thinking, it's kind of short term because he's trying to do something. He's mostly reactive. He's being reactive, not proactive.
There's not too many. Oh, well, the Scarlet Witch does this. Here's the thing about Scarlet Witch, Professor, and all these other characters. They're powerful, sure. But I'll give you this one. You can't.
What's that sound?
A microwave.
Oh, okay.
You can't defeat people who are just going to move faster than you can think. That even goes for Scarlet Witch and Professor Xavier. You can't beat a person.
Or Doctor Strange, for that matter.
You can't. There are human limitations, and you're talking about a guy who has no human limitations.
Because he's not human.
It's
Keywords,
like
human limitations.
It's like the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut, since he became an avatar of the ancient god Sidorak, has no human limitations. He doesn't have to eat or sleep.
Even he's not more powerful than Titan Hulk. Sit down.
Even he's more powerful than Titan Hulk. He is.
What?
I'm the Juggernaut, bitch!
What's the Juggernaut's abilities, man? What's the Juggernaut's abilities?
Yeah, he has the power of Sidorak and shit, man. Yeah,
What's
makes him
what's
super more powerful. But he wears a helmet to be in protection from being mind controlled and shit by like Professor Xavier, his
so what's
brother.
But he's like basically once he starts going, you can't stop him. It's like
the force
he
of nature?
defies. He's a force. He basically defies Newton's second law of motion.
But
There's
wasn't
nothing.
his power once taken from him before?
One time,
Last time I checked.
one time, but not now. Like,
What happened? Did he come in contact with Rogue?
y'all need to read these characters. Even Rogue can't drain his powers. We'll put it to you this way: Rogue has a limit on what she can drain. She tried to drain Ares' God of War, and it almost killed her.
Ooh.
For example, Hercules is baseline stronger than the Hulk. Why are they going to give the Hulk the edge? They're going to give him the rub because he's more popular.
Oh yeah, that popularity. Popularity kills.
So let's talk about this. Because this is the reason why I hate popularity contests, because logic be damned.
But has
You want,
Hercules ever faced characters that is just as powerful as the enemies that the
yeah,
Hulk faced?
yes, he knocked out the fucking abomination who's twice as powerful as Hulk in base with one fucking shot. This is the reason I tell
Oh, excuse me, I had to
this,
stretch.
this is the reason why I tell a lot of motherfuckers, go read the books. Stop just going off the
Read
movies.
the books. Not just read the books. Also look for like profiles. Understand the profiles and
I
what their
mean,
strengths
after
and what
that
not.
claim, I will. Damn it, shit, hell yeah, shit. Talking about one
Um,
punch.
let me ask y'all something.
What
I
is
remember there used
Hercules?
to be like these.
Oh, hold
Uh-huh.
on. What is Hercules the god of?
He's a demigod, first of all,
What is he the
not
god
a god.
of?
Well, yeah,
Uh,
What is he the god of?
yeah. He's
um,
Zeus's son.
What is it, what is he the god of?
hang on, let me look up. Let me look it up.
I'll say
And
his strength, or I'm not
what's
sure.
his
No,
what's his
I, mean,
pinnacle power?
I forget. I slick forgot. Damn it. I'm like, damn.
What is his pinnacle power?
strength.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you gonna beat the god of strength using strength?
You can't. It's like Ric Flair going against Hulk Hogan. You can't out muscle him. You got to out slick him.
Kratos did. Ha ha ha. Took his own shit and beat his ass with his own lion mitts. Ha
That
ha
makes
ha.
even even God of War made no sense. You're nowhere near as powerful as the person who
Ooh, you better not say that, boy. You gonna have a whole flood of fans, boy, coming on your head.
shit because they're logical as fuck. How you gonna beat somebody whose realm is
It's
strength?
fantastical, but it's beyond sense. That's the problem. It's nonsensical.
You really think
That's
you're gonna overpower the literal god of strength? You literally
God of
create the
power and
And
physicality.
God of War 6 too, damn it, hell, is in the works too. Damn it. What is it, this new God of War where he's gonna be facing the Egyptian gods, in the Egyptian mythology? Yeah.
Hmm.
so wait a
Mhm.
minute. I'm supposed to believe this motherfucker is gonna be able to beat older gods than the Greeks and the fucking Vikings? Make sense of that.
It doesn't.
Even though it's
I mean, Kratos. First of all, wasn't a god. He was a fallen Spartan who was used as a tool by the gods. He wasn't a demigod, right?
in
Not like that.
the story he was a bastard son of Zeus. Further on in the
Yeah.
story, But think about it, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
If I'm writing a story and Hercules is the god of strength, how much sense would it make for Kratos to beat him in a battle of strength?
None.
Think about it.
Well, I mean, he did use a combination of other powers too. You know, what I mean, to make it to make it to that point. And one
But
thing that did, yeah, go ahead.
and then on top of it, it's a game that's supposed to give him buffs. But in a story, you're not supposed to beat the god. Even when you look at Marvel's Hercules,
Mhm.
the Hulk shouldn't be the strongest character. He
Yeah.
may be potential because of his anger, but one thing you find out about anger:
It
how
doesn't
long
last long.
how long do you stay angry?
You can't. I mean, look at I gotta use MMA examples here. Ronda Rousey. It talks about how she always fought angry in the cage. And what happened when she went against some and most of the fighters she fought, they were either
Well,
intimidated or they were not thinking, hold on.
yeah,
Until she came up against Holly
Holly
Holmes.
Holm. Yeah,
Holly Holmes, first of all, was not intimidated. She was not, and she was calm the whole fight. And plus, where she and her advantage was the fact that she knew how to strike. Rondo's striking was just uh, what's the word I'm looking for?
Okay at best.
Okay at best, okay, just to be nice, but you could not go against, but home, her thing was to counter strike and wait
Oh,
and wait for her to make one big mistake, and then boom, she dropped her with that high kick to the head.
but she allowed that
Got her in
fight
the
after
neck
that
though.
she allowed that fight though after that to cause her to go into retirement and her to say, well, she's ready to. And check this out, Charles. She says, damn, she was ready to be a mother and shit. She's ready to be a mom and all that shit. Damn, hell, she wants to be a wife. You know, hell, she don't want to. She's like, I'm done. I'm tired. I mean, so
Not no, yeah, but hey,
that
don't
fight
forget the
really
fight
crushed
against
her though.
Amanda Nunez.
I mean,
She because she got humbled and she couldn't understand that because like the last time she lost something like that was the Olympics. Remember, she's a bronze medalist, but she lost out in the semifinals of the Beijing Olympics in judo. That's the last time she had a devastating loss like that.
here's the here's the problem with her.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Gracies. The Gracies had a skill set many people didn't know. And if you pick certain opponents, that's going to go in your favor. What happens
Yeah.
when people get caught? What happens if you
Sorry,
can't? What
can you repeat
happens?
that?
What happens when people figure you out? You get caught.
You get caught,
You got
and
arrogant.
and that's mhm.
She got arrogant enough. Holly Holmes is in 2 fucking Hall of Fames already for kickboxing and boxing. She's going to be in a third for the UFC.
Eventually. I just think also, let's not forget the PR machine was behind Ronda, and she was like overhyped and everything.
She wasn't overhyped. She deserved it.
Well, she carried the division for a while, but eventually, but the competition really became as such.
It's just that if you're overhyped, you wouldn't have won. You wouldn't have defended those championships as long as she.
Yeah,
It's just eventually the competition. Women's
got
MMA,
better.
women's MMA benefited from men's MMA because they didn't have as long as a learning curve as the men because they could siphon all the shit they got from the men.
They train with the men. A lot of those
So
women oftentimes have male sparring partners for a reason, even in boxing. kickboxing. Women have male sparring partners for a reason.
So, in other words, women's MMA is at a higher level than boxing.
Mm-hmm.
I love Alicia Baumgartner. I love Carissa Shields. The majority of boxing is not them two. The majority of women's boxing is lackluster. Now, that being said, I think Alicia Baumgartner and Clarissa Shields are the top of their classes.
Mm-hmm.
MMA, because of access and popularity, and the downgrading of boxing, it took the women had a learning curve. They didn't have the fucking steep, so them getting access much more quickly, grew standard. So if we look at, for example, Holly Holmes just recently competed in Raw Wrestling and almost beat a highly touted female wrestler. Why? Because she was wrestling against and highly touted female wrestlers while she was doing MMA. So
Jackson Winklejohn.
you're not going to do the same thing for Clarissa Shields in boxing. Even when she did MMA for, I believe, Strikeforce for a little bit.
No, PFL.
PSL.
Clarissa Shields, she was in the PFL. Yeah.
So she did okay, but how would she do against high level champions? She would lose. Unless she has a puncher's chance, and I love Clarissa. But even she hits the ground, she's a baby, and there's more likelihood of them taking her down than her knocking them out. What happened with Ronda was and her mother said it best. Her coaches really didn't coach her the way they needed to, because they didn't even really pay attention to her until they saw her judo skills, and she was winning a couple of amateur bouts very easily. I need to go see that interview with her mother. What is her
Mother's
mother
a former champion in her own right.
What is her mother famous for?
Anna Marie DeMaris was the first American woman to win a judo championship.
No, not a judo championship, a judo world championship.
Judo world championship, sorry.
Let's not disrespect her.
Whose
Sorry
mom
about that.
was?
Ronda Rousey.
Ronda Rousey.
Oh wow. Oh wow, her mother.
Ronda
Okay.
is the third of four daughters. Secondly, so her mother is a PhD. She studied psychology. She's like in psychology and sports psychology and whatnot. Oh, let's not forget this. Ronda's late father was a veteran.
Yeah.
Was in the army.
You got to think about it. When she fought Holly Holmes, she thought that her stand-up could equal Holly. No fucking way. You're talking about a person who was a champion, a unified and even undisputed champion in kickboxing and boxing. Come on now.
And a southpaw.
And Holly Holmes has great lateral movement, great pinpoint striking. You're not going to beat her. You just won't. She was too far advanced than anything Ronda has seen.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest female fucking fighter in MMA history will always be Amanda Nunes, even over Cyborg. You know why? Because Cyborg was winning all these championships, a bunch of bitches who were scared of her. Amanda showed no fear and blew her out in 30 seconds. Okay? Amanda is just as technically sound. Amanda went toe to toe with fucking Holly Holm and submitted her. She went toe to toe with her in the feet. She went toe to toe in the feet with the cyborg, and this is the cyborg that was knocking bitches out. And she went up in weight to do it.
145. Let's not forget, she took down Jermaine Durandamy as well several times.
So we're looking at difference in skill in certain areas versus a complete
fighter,
a complete monster, which is Amanda Nunes. What other?
Who retired as a double champ, by the way. She's now retired as a double champ.
What other woman held two belts at the same simultaneously?
Never. No one.
Now you know what though. This reminded me. Now you know there's been recently like a surge of fans coming through with the notion of that the fights are fixed, basically. You know what I mean? And basically that the fighters have been approached with deals, type of shit.
Yeah, these are guys that lower in the rankings, and everything, but that's not what we're talking about right now, Ray.
Here's the part, right? People always come with their
I know that, but I'm still gonna say it. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Here's the part about the speculation. And it usually comes from a bunch of bill belly motherfuckers who haven't even done a fucking takedown through a punch. Of course they can say that. So, whatever. Want to keep their theories, let them keep their theories. Let's look at this very closely because I've been following MMA since the fucking 90s. Okay? I had tapes of the shit. When you look at Ronda, she had a skill set most women didn't have, which was judo, which was very rare at the time from MMA. You couldn't block throws because you didn't know how to defend against them. She had a solid submission game because she'd been doing arm bars to walk. Look who her mom is.
Mother's like what, a 14? Also, let's not forget who her mom was trained by. The late Jean LaBelle.
Mom quoted, and I said the coaches didn't train her properly for MMA because they were using her judo when she's supposed to be using her strength. First of all, this is the cardinal sin. You don't go to MMA to learn how to box. You go to a boxing gym. You don't go to MMA to learn how to wrestle. You go to a wrestling club. So if I was her coach, I would tell Ronda, I better not see you do another judo throw for at least 4 weeks. You're going to boxing, straight to wrestling. And what
get the foundations, get the basics.
You're not going to go toe to toe with no goddamn Holly Holmes. Are you fucking stupid? And what happened? You got your head kicked off your shoulders, and it affects you.
You charged in, and all she had to do was counter strike. Those oblique kicks, for example. Holly with the oblique kicks, and then when she was lighting her up in the face, remember, because Ronda came in this, sat on the stool after round one with a bloody mouth.
You got to think about it, right? She, being Ronda, was arrogant because she was getting all these wins, which she deservedly so. But instead of being calm, she got into arrogance. This is the reason why the narcissist returns. People call me arrogant, but why would you call me arrogant? Have I done anything that will be displayed as arrogant? What is the definition of arrogance?
A sense of superiority, oftentimes unwarranted.
Unwarranted. What does unwarranted mean?
Means it's undeserved or unproven.
So if I won 4 championships and I talk about them or other people talk about them, is it undeserved?
It's more than warranted. You've earned that right to be that way.
And you got to realize something. For my 43rd birthday event, a lot of people came, and one of the guys who I beat his guy. His guy beat me in the regular season. I beat his guy in the championship finals. He came over to us and said, "Yo, do you know who this guy is?" They were like, "Yo, that's my godfather. That's my uncle. Do you know this motherfucker had a match so fucking highly sought it that they stopped all the other matches in the tournament just to watch his match?" And you know what they told
Both
me?
guys fucking win.
You know what they told me? We thought he was lying. What the fuck would I lie to you, boy? And they
Shit.
didn't believe it when people said it. Now, arrogance, would you say that's delusion of grandeur? Which is narcissism.
At times, it narcissism, yeah. But
So
also, folks, let's not understand. When we say narcissism and everything, we're not talking about narcissistic personality disorder. That's something else. That's something y'all have to understand in a different way, in a different light.
even though it's part of it,
Mm-hmm.
it's a very deep mental issue, a part of it. Like you can't see nobody greater than thou. And well, this is
Just
even
a
why
rung below psychopathy. But continue.
it's a branch of psychosis.
It also
It's
can be looked at as another form of darkness too.
well, first of all, as somebody who has a cluster B personality disorder, I can tell you that narcissism and antisocial personality disorder, that's psychopathy and sociopathy, those individuals are so detrimental to any group overall.
Yeah.
Because like, to sum it up, this is erratic thinking. I have borderline personality disorder. It's no picnic, I'll tell you that much. But at least we're empathetic. The other two personality disorders and a third one called histrionic, there's no empathy, emotional empathy. Some can develop cognitive empathy, but it's a tool for exploitation. You're dealing with people who have absolutely no sense of self, and like, in the case of an antisocial, it's predatory. In the case of a narcissist, it's what you call parasitic.
Let me put it to you this way.
Mm-hmm.
Narcissist sees nothing wrong in what they do. When I had one of the chicks I used to date, on and off, she called her
Mm-hmm.
sex father a narcissist. He
Oh yeah, they
disguised.
throw that term around.
A narcissist would not disguise themselves. By definition, they see nothing wrong in what they do. That's where the delusions of grandeur come from.
Mm-hmm.
Where the grandstanding come from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
The covert and overt ways they present themselves, because some are somatic and some are what you would call cerebral.
They don't
Cerebral
hide.
ones think that they have a higher intellect. Somatic mean is more about appearance wise.
They don't. They don't hide it either. Whether if it's cerebral or in the physical, they don't hide it.
Yeah.
That's the reason why when Shorty called me a narcissist, you think you always got to be smart. No, I am smart. But why do you call me a narcissist when we can plainly see I'm not, I'm above average intelligence.
And you have emotional and cognitive empathy. You understand human beings and you're not trying to harm anybody.
And this is to a person who has a drinking disorder and other disorders. And that I can see, like, if you're drunk, it's one thing if
Mm-hmm.
you're in your house, you can't harm yourself too much or anybody else. When you're on the road and you carry a shorty after you've been drinking with friends and you still drink, that means you got a problem.
Oh yeah, that's
And
substance
then,
abuse. Mm-hmm.
and then when you come from your friend's birthday party, nobody celebrates me. That's more of narcissism disorder, closer to narcissism disorder than me. You always got to
Yeah.
make something make sense for you. I'm like, yeah, that's how language is. Why do you think I asked Mela earlier about what type of guys do you like? Well, not fat. Well, not look like they're dying, and not a. I'm like, do you want a muscular guy, a skinny guy, as long as they're tall, or it doesn't matter? Because when you ask women certain particular things, I like to say, were you ever at any time able to attract it?
Brother,
That
do you remember? Wait, Charles. Do you remember when BGS played that clip of Rebecca Lynn Pope and when she went off about how much she doesn't want to, she's tired of working with black women as a matchmaker?
because they want to accept
Do
her
you,
husband.
her husband Terry Pope, who is a pastor, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
Yeah, and she said she never thought of herself marrying a pastor, but she ended up doing. But she said like most of the black women she consulted as a matchmaker, they were given unrealistic expectations. And the thing about matchmakers is, and
You
my
got to
man
be.
mentioned this, they bring you down a notch. They bring you down to reality because they show you show them what you want, but they show you what you need.
No, they show you what you are.
They show you
And
what you are, but what kind of person you need as well.
what you can attract. Because first of all, here's the problem that a lot of people get. People ask me, "Oh, you don't want to date a big girl? What would I look like dating a big girl?"
Unless you're genuinely into big girls, you wouldn't want to.
And most people into big girls are what?
They call chubby chasers, or they're
No,
with them because they can't.
most men date to what? Two things. I've said it many times: their ego and their wallet. Who's on the higher scale? Who's on the lowest of the totem pole in the mating and dating when it comes to women? Are big girls high on the scale or low?
Low.
Shit, them big girls high on that scale one.
No,
Them
they
them
low.
them, them,
They
them,
low.
them, simp, them simps going after that boy.
No, they're not.
Mm.
They're low. They're low. They're low. What high profile men are fucking with fat girls openly? They may fuck them because they're here to be there, but what? How many of them are up there? Lizzo had to lose weight.
I've seen the pictures of her after she's dropped the weight. Mm.
And she's
Black
still
black
Ugh.
black women are saying, "Oh, it's okay. You guys don't want us big girls. That's okay. We're gonna go to Jamaica and get rubbed down."
and guess what? They didn't get touched. And here's the
They didn't
problem.
get touched because you don't
Here,
understand the circumstances of why they went with big girls over there for a woman. You
because
don't understand the culture, but continue.
they use you. And
Yeah.
everybody, what I tell any father, if your daughter's big, one, you did her a disservice. Two, you need to get her a personal trainer.
Hmm.
Because a lot of fathers don't want to break their little girls' hearts, but you will be harsh with your son selling drugs, but you wouldn't be harsh with your daughter who's putting herself through a fucking early heart attack or fucking diabetes, would you?
Clogged arteries.
You wouldn't. Do you know the hell a big girl has to catch? How do men look at big girls?
With disgust.
Or easy?
That too.
So guess what happens to a lot of big girls that people never take about? This is the part where people don't want to talk about the manosphere and how we think of women, and women don't even think of this shit. If your girl is not feeling attractive or she doesn't see herself attractive enough, guess what she's going to become? She's going to become a slut to get male attention.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really want that fate for your daughter? Get her in shape.
Get her in
Fuck,
shape and get her some counseling while you're at it.
fuck all the health shit, because the health shit's bad enough. Let's talk about the real demon in the bottle. How many times you been to high school? Who's usually the first person sucking everybody's dick?
The
Is
fat
it
chick.
pretty girls or the girls?
But the big girls are saying they got standards now, and you got to accept them for who they are. And that
Well,
ain't,
so hold on a
yeah.
second, Ray. I gotta say it. Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
How you gonna have a
Shout out to
stand?
that little white boy for saying that.
How you gonna have? And I get it, Ray's being facetious, but how can you have a standard when you don't even have a standard for yourself? And then on top of
Bec-
that,
I
let's
heard
Mhm.
that.
when these big girls get pregnant, who do they usually get pregnant by?
Unattractive dudes or guys who thought they were easy.
Or homosexuals. They're easy
Yeah.
licks from Pretty Ricky is what they
Mm.
call it. A nigga who need to fucking keep her home, who's desperate, will get that bitch knocked up pregnant or make her come, and then, oh, he cheating on me because he doesn't find you attractive. Have you
You're
noticed?
just a means to an end, fool.
It's very hard for men to fucking cheat on pretty women. Does it happen? Sure, but it's harder because it's hard to top it. See, the only time pretty girls get cheated on is if the guy's super rich or if the guy has more options. But most of the time, pretty women are not marrying guys who equal their fucking beauty. So the
Mm-hmm.
advantage is hers. See, nobody wants to talk about the cerebral part of Charles Faulkner figuring this shit out, right? Well, I saw this pretty. Well, Jay Z fucked Beyonce, and is Jay Z a billionaire? What did I just say?
Jay-Z has options.
The reason why we make women prettier is because it makes men stay in place. I give them.
Very.
Repeat that again.
Reason why God made women prettier is because women are supposed to make men stay in place. Meaning, men know that's the best option he can get. But once you start showing your ugliness, it doesn't have to be your physical ugliness. Guess what? We'll always seek refuge in greener pastures. If a pretty
True.
woman is nice and benevolent, that man ain't going nowhere. He ain't looking at no other bitch. Women kind of self sabotage shit because the first thing they do when they get a man, they want to be a bitch.
Or they try to ugly him up so another chick can find him attractive.
Do you think it's bad? Chicks. I try to get a lot of my chicks to work out. But guess what? They don't stick with it. And when we go out, why am I looking like the better man? That's not. People be like, that's
And
so
like Ric Flair, you custom made from head to toe.
that's so arrogant to say about women. I said, is it true? I said, I'm being honest. I'm telling you something that your daddy should have told you. Why are you getting hit by niggas that's beneath you? Why? And here's the bad part. You literally put your daughters through a fucking hell. Unless you teach her how to fucking do shit. But your daughter becoming overweight is gonna make her fucking feel very self-conscious about herself. She's gonna feel real low. And I would wish that more than anybody in the world. wish none of that.
I question a lot of things and I have a reason for questioning these things because I asked, what is the point? I also ask, where did you come to such a conclusion? Why do you feel that way? No, sorry. Why do you think that way? Not feel your way. I understand you're going to feel a certain way. What I want to know is, why do you think that way? Where did you come to this type of thought process?
Yeah,
Where do you come to these conclusions? And they're just going to tell me, I was like, exactly.
feel that way in one
Your
moment.
logic is full of holes. Your logic is full of holes, grasshopper.
Have y'all had chicks already that have given y'all hell because of y'all preferences?
Yes, even on dating apps. You say, what's wrong with big arrows? You're not attractive. Sorry.
But she said, I got a buttered face though.
Yeah, with her face. Even AI, when it comes to black women, how does AI see black women?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, have you seen some of AB Media's creations, or some of the AI clips he keeps showing on TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
That sums it up.
No, I haven't heard.
You gotta check them out, man. Some of the funniest shit.
Ew. Man, yeah, because I don't know, man. Like these people still having these same ridiculous ass conversation, man. Like just these old 1.0 conversations. I'm like, oh god. And then
And
once you
some people are at that level.
Well, some people don't start at that level. Most people are not even 1.0. Let's be very honest. Most people are not even are very heightened sense of these questions because how many shows did you hear a person say, make sure you take your daughters to a gym?
shit,
Sometimes
I haven't heard
it's
none.
not a gym. Put them through. If they don't want to try gym, so go put them through Pilates or put them through something that they can work with. I mean,
Teach them
it's
how to
something we forget about. What was
teach
that?
them how to teach them how to manage their weight and their eating habits.
Mm-hmm. Put them through yoga. Put them through certain things because also you got to also know their body type.
Round.
No, I mean ectomorphic, endomorphic, or mesomorphic. Their ability to where they stare what part of their bodies they mostly store fat and everything in.
It's like
Personal trainer might work.
my friends would get mad because I would talk about big girls, which is what a lot of them date. I feel
How
insulted.
big we talking here?
I feel insulted because you talk about my wife and she big. And guess what? His wife lost 120 pounds. I said, shut the fuck up.
Ha ha.
I said, first of all, your wife gets it. You don't. But here's the kicker. Did you lose the weight with her?
Did he?
No.
So he pulling an Andrew, letting his wife work out while he be lazy.
What does he do for a living?
I'm not gonna say,
Okay.
but you gotta be able to. If you gotta be able to do, if your wife knows, and your wife never had an issue with what I said, she agreed with me.
Hmm.
This is the reason why the problem with the space isn't the women sometimes. It's the very men we talk to.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
You won't tell me that the women will work out, but you won't.
Yeah, to me that's kind of ass backwards.
Very ass backwards.
But yeah, you feeling insulted. Oh, I think my wife's a big woman. Your wife said, fuck all that. You're going to think of me as a big woman. I lost that weight. Eat more salads, did more exercising.
Yeah.
As long as she's sticking all the right places, you good. Unless you like your chick slender.
She's cool in all the right places, but she lost a lot. She got so fat, I almost didn't recognize
Mm,
her relative to what she was before. Because
yeah.
older woman having a baby,
Yeah, that too. That'll affect you.
and she still managed. I said, how you in your late 40s? What's the excuse of these bitches in their 20s?
I got a thyroid issue. Shit.
He thinks I was making fun of big girls when I was actually bragging on his wife. Said your wife is the perfect example of why I don't accept foolishness. If you want to lose the weight, I've one of my biggest clients for working out were women. Men will take to it like a plane, but they won't stick it long. Women will be the most difficult to get to train, but once they get it, they'll stick with it longer.
Hmm.
Why did she get it?
Sometimes you got. I mean, it's not like you approach it the same way like a Richard Simmons. You can't. That's not you, man. You gotta be in that ass about it. Like, come on now. We
So
gotta
now,
get this work. We're gonna get this work.
so now, you know, I tell a lot of people, a lot of things that kill the mate in the dating area is that, oh, you were too goddamn big. I don't want to date somebody my height and weight. You could be my height, but you can't be my weight.
You think this weight issue is also what brought this whole situation with women in their hygiene issues? While
Yeah.
man be complaining, while men are complaining about their hygiene.
Yes. Why would I
It's
date?
interconnected.
Why go? The bigger you are, circumference wise, do you really think you could reach those hard to get places? Do you think so?
Hell to the nah nah nah. Hell to the nah. R.I.P. Bishop Bullwinkle.
I mean, at some point, something's gonna have to give. Where you come up on here, people get upset, but you just tell the truth. So one thing if a nigga lies. It's shameful. I'm just waiting for anybody to disagree with me. Oh yeah, we could look good with a 500 pound woman on our pants.
Oh hell no.
I can see it. They look. Ugh.
Man, this is crazy. But yeah, bro. Man, I just came up here, man, chop it with you for a little bit. About to head out. I see you've been up here for a minute.
All right. Close out.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I may hit you up later about this whole thing with the xenomorphs and shit because some new developments is coming out about that. Motherfuckers now talking about these species aliens that even the xenomorphs fear and the predators.
Damn,
The Yautja.
can we get like I would actually say, can we get commitment from these motherfuckers?
I think he accidentally got kicked off.
Oh, Charles, he'll be back. He'll be back. So, Ray, what's new in the Midwest?
Let me get out of here, folks.
All right.